historic Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York for a showdown between two of the all-time greats. The legend, Dwayne Lucas, 86 years young, has a special filly in his Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. After running fourth in the Preakness, she returns to her own division where she has been dominant, seeking a fifth straight win against fillies. Lucas's former understudy has made his old boss proud, himself becoming a Hall of Famer and one of the most respected trainers in the sport. While Todd Pletcher was the first to congratulate Lucas on his Oaks win, he'd love nothing more than to turn the tables today in the rematch with his filly, Nest. Great to have you with us on a big Saturday here at Saratoga. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Terrific weather on this Saturday afternoon. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you here on FS1. And this coaching club, American Oaks, being talked about as much for the two talented fillies who are squaring off in a rematch from that Kentucky Oaks, and it is for the two Hall of Fame trainers that will go toe-to-toe, sending them to the starting gate. Dwayne Lucas has made an incredible imprint on this game for many reasons, but one of those, for all those who have come up underneath him, none have been more successful than the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, and they will go head-to-head once again. A rematch of that 1-2 finish in the Kentucky Oaks between the winner Secret Oath and Nest. Both took aggressive paths forward, facing boys in the Triple Crown since that time. With me, a man who won a couple of Kentucky Derbies for Dwayne Lucas, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in our sport, Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga, Tom Amos. Let's start with Nest, Tom, and what happened after that runner-up finish in the Kentucky Oaks.
Well, this is Nest's chance to get back at Secret Oath, second to her in the Kentucky Oaks, but it's about preparation. We're talking about athletes here, equine athletes, but athletes nonetheless. Nest, leading into the Kentucky Oaks, wasn't preparing to the standard that Nest has created for herself. So now, since then, and since her last race, I see a different Nest, a Nest that's on her game and ready to go and is going to try to take it to Secret Oath. I think she does that today.
Gary, I know you were up close and personal with Secret Oath when you were at that Oak Lawn meet in this winter and spring, and Dwayne was so high on her talent that for a while he was thinking about pointing her to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he was, and this filly has continued to thrive. The Preakness, she ran okay. She was wide throughout that trip, but I give a tactical advantage to Secret Oath because, and Luis Saez, because of the draw. He's drawn on the outside. He can watch and stalk Nest if Irad sends Nest away from there running hard, and he can engage when he wants to engage. It's going to be interesting to see how Joel Rosario rides, or Tyler Gaffleone rides Society down on the inside. She's going to be showing the way.
These two fillies, so imposing, such big resumes. No one's even talked about the other three fillies in the race. We will eventually talk about Butterbean Society, Nostalgic, but those are the big two, no question. You can play the Coaching Club American Oaks and all the action we have on the program by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get involved. We kick off our card and the early pick 5 on the inner turf at a mile and a 16th with a maiden special weight. As you take a quick look at the odds, Activist Investing is the current favorite. Let's check in with our paddock crew, Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin.
Well, we're active investors, but we're not involved in activist investing. And Klarovich Stables, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown have had enormous success with their European purchases, particularly Kingman's. Domestic Spending, who was the best turf horse in this country last year. All the stake winners at Saratoga for them last summer, Technical Analysis, Public Sector. And this could be another one that potentially has that future ahead of him. He's favored, and I think he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, and look, they're favored for a reason. Like you mentioned, they've had a ton of success with these types of horses. You know, the reason I went a different direction here is when I looked at the workout report, not that it means everything, it wasn't the most overwhelming B+. That's why I thought maybe to give the 5 a shot in here at a little bit of a better price.
I used a little Coach Petro as well as a smack up in my pick 5s. Let's hear what the 6th member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, is seeing.
I like Coach Petro as activist investor. We did hear the rider is off of him. But Coach Petro, I loved his workout really well within himself. His last breeze on the turf just looks like a massive horse who covers a lot of ground. And he is. And he's very fit. He was working in those short cup cheater blinkers that he wears on debut. He's just done everything right by my standards. As we'll move on to another first-time starter. That's number 3, Kuth. Talk about another one that comes in off a good-looking work, working alongside Evan Song, who is a 3-year-old winner first. So a older horse, and held his own remarkably well here for Al Stall. He too wearing blinkers like he did in that workout. He's a massive horse. He looks like he's 4. For me, he just looked as though he could use a race to kind of tuck up a little bit, but still one I'm going to watch at a big price with a lot of interest. And then I guess people shying away from Joseph O'Brien after they were disappointed yesterday with the performance of his turf sprinter. But number 9, Reckoning Force, I didn't like that one yesterday. I like this one though. I think he should appreciate stretching out from the 6th to a mile and a 16th. He was finishing well in that effort, albeit at a lesser known track in Ireland. Very relaxed, very classy acting, and has the physical frame that matches up a bit better with his American counterparts. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. That public quickly leaving behind Joseph O'Brien, just his second starter at the meet. As you look at the coach there, 86 years old. He's going to turn 87 during this meet in early September. Still gets up at 3 a.m. every morning, still gets on the pony, and he's going to send out Mo's Treasure, the 8, in this first on the card here on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. 10-1, gentlemen, on D. Wayne's runner here, who's trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, and he ran a decent race last time out at Churchill Downs, going 6 furlongs. He set close to the pace, finished 3rd that day, tired a little bit, blinkers going on by Uncle Mo. He should handle the turf just fine.
Yeah, look, half this field has never run before. This is a race of a lot of inexperience, and what you're going by when you're looking to maybe make a bet on one of these horses is the odds board, as well as what these families are, the brothers and sisters of these horses that are running, how they've handled the grass. Most Treasure's going to have to overcome that. That family has not been a grass family.
And those who have run, most of them have been on the dirt, so we don't know about turf. The only one who has run on the turf with any experience didn't show that much. That was the 6, who's 29-1, 2 minutes apart. So this type of scenario, you usually give a big edge to Chad Brown, who has him ready to roll for the debut on the grass. That's the 7, Activist Investing, the 9-5 favorite. We kick off our Saturday card here in this first. On the inner turf, let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're in the gate. And they're up. From mid-pack, it is Coach Petro who is going out for the early lead. Down on the inside is a Really Good, but quickly moving up is 2 minutes apart. And on the outside in the white blinkers, it's Mo's Treasure. Mo's Treasure, 2 minutes apart. Coach Petro is now back running in 3rd, with I Like Boston running in 4th. And then on the outside is Reckoning Force. Oh, going wide there. Going wide was wide right, and that affected Activist Investing. Those two are at the back of the pack through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds as these 2-year-old maidens head up the back stretch. So it is 2 minutes apart, and Mo's Treasure. They are heads apart for the lead, and now they've opened up 5 lengths on Coach Petro, who is next in 3rd. Really Good is down on the inside in 4th. And then comes a Reckoning Force, who's on the outside. As they continue along through a half mile in 47 and 4. Up front, 2 minutes apart, and Mo's Treasure. And they've got 3.5 lengths on Coach Petro, who's getting closer in 3rd. Really Good is down on the inside, next in 4th. And on the outside, it is Reckoning Force as Activist Investing begins to move now. Activist Investing up into 6th. Kuth is next in 7th. Followed on the outside by Please Baby. Then I Like Boston and Wide Right. They are in the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 2. Here is Coach Petro, and here is Really Good on the outside. So it is Coach Petro and Really Good has taken the lead here. It's Really Good in front. Coach Petro in 2nd. Really Good, first-time starter to win his debut. Coach Petro was 2nd. And Please Baby came on for 3rd.
Really Good, first time out. Trainer Mike Maker, Luis Saez, who will be aboard Secret Oath later with the Coaching Club American Oaks to kick off our Saturday card.
Yeah, guys, we had all kinds of stuff going on early on in the race. 4-horse bolted, went to the outside, took the 7-horse with him. Really cost both of them any chance at all. But in the meantime, Really Good under Dylan Davis, who's really heated up here this week. 4 wins so far this week. Strong ride there, strong finish, Tom.
A couple of horses that have never run before, run 1-2 there in Really Good. And let's take a look at the start, Gary. Activist Investing, the 7, is in the red and white silks with the white cap, and he's the favorite. But let's watch what happens going into the turn, which is no fault of his own.
And guys, let me correct myself. That was Luis Saez, not Dylan Davis. Son, really good that just won the race. But you're going to see as they go into the first turn.
So he's behind that first wave, Gary.
Yep, just behind the first wave. The 4-horse is going to dart to the outside and take the 7-horse, the favorite, right with him, and that just costs them any chance.
Yeah, look, the
whatsoever.
shortest
Bad
way
luck
home
for
in
7.
between 2 points is a straight line or a curved line that's as close as you can get. But that race is over once those horses bolt on the turn like that, and you take the favorite out of the race completely.
Wide right, living up to his name, guys, and really affecting the favorite here in the end. Really good with the win.
Yeah, congrats to Mike Maker starting out in 2022 like he did in 2021, and congrats to him with the win. Luis Saez giving him a perfect ride. Tyler got position with Coach Petro and just ended up being second best. And Irad Ortiz needs to start considering getting his position going forward in turf races, because this is his fault. Even though the horse pushed him out, he should never have been in that spot to begin with. When you're riding the favorite and potential best horse, find your position going forward. Stop being a victim.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a hard situation. I've never been out there, so I try to defer to a certain extent. But, you know, I get your point, Andy, about being forward. And when you are getting your position going forward, you take away a lot of other people getting in your way situations.
You want to give yourself a situation not to be a victim. He's the leading rider. He's supposed to be better than this.
2-5-1-9, 6-1 on Really Good. Do you want to add anything?
I wish he hadn't just said what he said. He is the leading rider, and I'll leave it at that.
Look, every one of these horses has a style. Particularly the Europeans are known to lay back and make a big run at the end. You can't anticipate what just happened in that race. I don't see how we fault Irad for that ride just
You can't.
now.
We'll have the prices from an eventful opener on the second Saturday of the meet here when we come back. Luis Saez now draws even in the rider standings with Irad Ortiz Jr. That compromise trip. Hall of Famers coming up, still going head-to-head. Dwayne Lucas, the legendary coach, and his former protege, fellow Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Nest and Secret Oath in the rematch from the Kentucky Oaks ahead.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
New York Racing Association honoring the legacy of the late trainer Dominic Galusio while raising funds and awareness for pancreatic cancer research. It is Lustgarten Foundation Day. First race was named in Galusio's honor and passed away back in 2014. Some of the top trainers on the grounds here had an autograph session benefiting that foundation, their mission of advancing scientific and medical research related to pancreatic cancer. As you see everyone there in the winner's circle on a special day here, Dominic Galusio in his time, more than 1,000 winners on this circuit, over $31 million in purses. Career that began back in 1981. Really good first-time starter for trainer Mike Maker, Luis Saez, his 10th winner of the meet, winning for Paradise Farms. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, with a name like that, I suppose you know that they're really good. Mike, as you were telling me that you bought this guy, and he is massive. Talk about buying for him for the $125,000 as you did at the OBS April sale, and what you liked about him that day.
Well, he's a big, imposing individual, but very light on his feet and very kind, thankfully. But after a couple of works, I told Peter, I said, I think he's aptly named, and he left his name alone.
Oh, so he was named at the sale?
Yes, he was.
I guess they knew. I guess everybody knew they had him before. But, Mike, too, we often see you kind of bringing older horses along, and two-year-olds maybe not what you're known for. But getting a horse like this ready to win first time out as a mid-season two-year-old isn't the easiest thing. Talk about conditioning one of this size to be able to win this early.
Well, thankfully, we didn't have any issues after the sale. He moved on, never missed a day for anything, illness or shins. So, you know, he's bred for the grass, and no better place to run one on the grass than here.
Does he move forward from this, and do you eye a race like the with anticipation?
That's the plan.
Love it, Mike. Well, congratulations. Look forward to seeing him later on the meet.
Thank you.
All right, really good? Well, you already had the name, and they left it alone. Good thing they did, Greg.
Indeed, running to that name. And Mike Maker had that incredible start. We remember last summer at Saratoga, then really cooled off the second half. Tom, this year, he brought more horses than he has ever brought to Saratoga. Came here with 63 horses and another 50 stabled at Belmont.
I think he's trying to tell us something. I mean, he started off the meet very well last year. It's hard for horses to get win after win after win. So to win a meet like the Saratoga meet, as Chad Brown has done, as others have done, Todd Pletcher, etc., you need a large group to choose from and put them in the right spots. So for me, Mike Maker said, I want to try to win this meet, the Saratoga meet. We'll see how he does.
Take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. We are fast and firm. Races 2 through 5, including that coaching club American Oaks in the rematch of the Kentucky Oaks between Secret Oath and Nest. You will see on FS1. Then we switch our coverage over to FS2. ABR race of the week. Maybe the best 3-year-old fillies in the land. In this rematch, going head-to-head, Nest, the even money favorite on the morning line, Secret Oath, who beat her in the Oaks, the 6-5 second choice. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
Standing here at the barn of the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who we haven't seen on the grounds at Saratoga Racecourse since 2019. It does feel like all is right in the world seeing Wayne on his pony in the morning here at the Oklahoma training track. I got a chance to catch up with Wayne on opening day when he told me that they brought a limited number of horses up to Saratoga this year, focusing on quality rather than quantity. And he certainly has quality today. Kentucky Oaks victress Secret Oath will go out in the Coaching Club American Oaks as Wayne looks for his first CCA Oaks victory in 33 years. He's won the race twice before, the most recent of which in 1989 with Open Mind. Before that, in 1987 with Fiesta Gal, both of those ridden by Angel Cordero. And the last time he saddled a CCA Oaks winner, it was with his assistant, Todd Pletcher. Today, the pupil will go up against the master as Todd sends out Nest in a terrific matchup of this year's Coaching Club American Oaks, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Just a legendary career. You see always accomplished there. Mentioned at the top of the show, 2 of those Kentucky Derby wins. Gary Stevens, part of those, including on the filly winning colors.
Yeah, and you want to talk about a motivator. He was great to ride for, my favorite guy that I rode for throughout my career. When I say he's a motivator, I would, you know, always do my handicapping prior to go out and ride a race. And you can look and see if you have a chance, not a chance. Wayne, you always had a chance, and you better believe that you had a chance. And if you didn't think you had a chance, by the time I left the paddock, I thought there was no way I could lose unless I screwed up myself. I rode a bad race. There we are walking into the winner's circle after the Kentucky Derby. That's the Travers Stake the same year with Thunder Gulch. Great memories, and friend for life. He's been like a father figure for me. My dad is my dad, but he's close as I am with my dad, darn near.
Legendary career. We talked as well about all those who came up underneath him. There have been so many successful trainers, Tom, who started with D. Wayne Lucas. And for Todd Pletcher, it was his dad, who we saw on the program the other day,
right,
when he was a teenager, who made sure that he got into some of the best barns in the country to learn Charlie Whittingham and D. Wayne Lucas.
Wayne was the guy that changed our business. He changed our business. He revolutionized it. They used to say when I was growing up, it was a country boys game. Wayne made it a business. It became a city boys game.
They become two of the best ever in this sport. Kart Talk, second edition of the meet coming up. Jonathan Kitchen getting one of the legendary jockey agents of all time who represented, among others, Gary Stevens. Had some pretty high praise for Gary. That's coming up.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on Saratoga Live. You can play against your friends and fellow fans without risking any of your own bankroll. You're competing for real prizes as well with a showdown contest. Go to naira.com/showdown. Put in your selections and see your name hopefully climb that leaderboard as we get set for the second here from Saratoga. 5.5 furlong turf sprint for a claiming race of non-winners of 3 lifetime. Big scratch in here with the 6 coming out. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Let's check in with your heavy favorite because of Pirate Life coming out. That's Brazilianaire, and he's a horse that I've always believed from the word go that he is best when he controls. He's not controlling here. But then again, class may prevail as he does take that drop off a career best effort for 50 first off the claim. He looks fine here, but like I said, and I don't see anything with him physically that suggests he shouldn't be able to handle the 5.5. I just don't see him getting to the lead here, and could that be his undoing as a horse who at least has some speed on the dirt, trying the turf for the first time, is number 1, 4 Harp, and it's an interesting pedigree and the dam getting up there in age, but she has pretty much been bred to Igelia her entire broodmare career, and she's produced runner after runner, and they handle any surface, so she's had turf winners, and he's kind of the same ilk. He looks as though he could handle it. Does he improve on it? I don't know, because really, to beat the favorite, you're going to have to improve on it. He is sharp in here. He's well conditioned for Butch Reed. Like I said, I'm on the positive end of the spectrum for Harp, but is he just going to run a similar race that he does on the dirt? In that case, it doesn't make him a winner. Moving on to number 5, Stan Hope. Now, just last week here on opening day, he was trounced in a field of starter allowance horses. But I do feel as though he's been crying out to be able to run the 5.5 furlongs, and he gets to do it against softer company here. If we see for Harp not necessarily have the same amount of speed on the turf as he does the dirt, then Stan Hope is controlling here, which could make him dangerous. He looks great in the paddock, but he's one that certainly has a reluctance to switch leads in the lane, therefore leading to that lack of stamina as we head across the paddock to Andy and JK.
I think it's an interesting question, Maggie, whether or not Stan Hope is controlling. And he may well be. He is a very fast horse. But when Pirate Life came out of this race, and I think Jonathan and I both like Brazilian Air anyway, but when Pirate Life came out, it became an almost he can only lose if he doesn't show up.
Yeah, look, Stan Hope might be loose. He might not be loose. I don't know. But I tell you this, at the top of the stretch, he's going to do what he always does and kind of spit it. That's what he does. He gets out there. He runs fast early.
Poor Stan Hope.
I know. I like Stan Hope. I think I bet Stan Hope first time.
Spit
but he does. He kind of spits the bit at the top of the stretch. And I just, look, this is one of those situations in the last race yesterday, I didn't feel like Todd could lose. I'm not trying to jinx anyone. I'll find some wood to knock on
like
Maggie.
the even money last winner yesterday. I just want to make sure you're all clear on that.
I don't think Brazilian Air can lose this race.
He's going to be he can only lose if he just doesn't run. And I like the fact that when they claimed him, Tom Morley claimed the horse, and Javier just put him on the lead. And now that was 7. This is 5.5, but he's going to be stalking here. He's run well enough at 6. He's always had some ability, and it just feels with a scratch of Pirate Life, there's nobody in here in current form that can beat him. And the interesting thing to me is, in general, we talk about this quite often, dirt speed doesn't always transfer to turf speed, especially in the sprints. But 4 Harp has got some real speed. And the other thing about him is he's a half to 3 turf winners out of 6 to try it. So I actually thought he was my tiny backup in my now defunct Pick 5 because I thought he was a fuzzy. He's never been on the turf.
I just wish he had a different style, or I wish Stan Hope wasn't in there, because this is the kind of horse that could
sure,
wire.
Sure.
He just, from a dynamic standpoint, even if he does handle the turf, he's kind of up against it.
No, I don't disagree with that. But the only horse I could take as a backup as we head to the other set.
All right, guys, thank you. Yeah, Andy talked about maybe the X factor in this race, or the fuzzy, as he said. 4 Harp, dirt speed, getting on turf for the first time. That dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed. What do you expect with the 1, Tom?
Well, look, just like in the first race where we had a lot of inexperienced horses trying the grass for the first time, we've got an older horse trying the grass for the first time in 4 Harp, the 1 horse. And you turn to family for that. This family has had very good success on the grass. The siblings, the brothers and sisters, 10 for 58 on the grass. That makes him worth a look, although it is unusual to wait this long, his 11th start, and now, 4-year-old year, to finally put him on the turf. But I think there's enough there to think he's going to handle the turf, and he's going to maintain his style, which is to go early.
And again, no question, especially with the 6 coming out. I mean, a lot of people probably felt it was a 2-horse race coming in, but with the scratch of Pirate Life to 6, that's why you're seeing 3 to 5 on that horse right there, Gary. Brazilian Air is coming off a dominant win against 50 non-winners of 2.
Yeah, and he is speedy. That's his style, is to go to the front, and he does it pretty much every time he runs. The question is, how fast is 4 Harp, the 1 horse, because that could possibly set it up for a closer, but I think that Brazilian Air just stands above the rest of these horses in here.
I know the pushback's coming when I say this because everybody's pretty fired up early on in the show, but show me one time Brazilian Air has passed a horse down the stretch. He's won twice. He's done on the lead both times. He doesn't make up ground down the stretch. So is he got some vulnerability? Yes. Is his trip to sit off the pace? Well, maybe. He's on the outside, so that does help him. But you've got to consider what he's done in the past, and he does not pass horses late in a race.
Agreed.
You could get free Equibase past performances and follow along on our program with all the action we're bringing you. Get the stats of the horses, trainers, and jockeys by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule and play along throughout our program as they come down Champions Way. Post-parade coming up, and we'll begin here in just a moment with that horse we talked about who will be trying the turf for the first time, 4-year-old here in his 11th career start for Harp. Jose Lezcano will be aboard for Butch Reed.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting conversation. Will his dirt speed transfer to turf speed? I think there's a good chance it will because he has the pedigree for turf. But as Jonathan say, even if he runs well, it's hard for him not to be compromised by Stanhope.
Next door, Mian Sapp, who is a 2-time winner on turf.
Yeah, he comes back in 9 days, and I always look at that as kind of a confident move from a trainer. I just don't think he's good enough.
7-1, Loaded Joe for Gregory DePrima.
He was in decent form before his debacle last time out. His race 2 back definitely gives him a chance to get a piece.
Steelers fan for life, 9-1, Mike Lezzi rides.
I feel like this horse makes Andy's blood pressure rise for some reason. Didn't you bet this horse a few times, Steelers?
I actually won a bet on him once, so I'm not broke betting on him.
The speedy Stanhope at 6-1, Jose Gomez, the apprentice.
He is a speedy horse, and I have a more softer spot for him than Jonathan does, but I do agree he's caught some big leads, but he can be fast.
And the odds-on favorite, 3-5, Brazilian Air with Javier Castellano riding.
Actually, it was such a rare good comment from Tom that I'm going to actually say there's validity what Tom said about him not passing horses. And even though, and I don't think Tom's saying he can't win this race, but when you're talking about a 3-5 shot that on paper sort of can't lose, I think it's very fair to point out a possible flaw, as Tom did.
So we'll see if he is able to do something he's not shown the ability to do. He might just be too good for this group, and that's how he's being bet.
That's a good point. He's got the right post to do it from on the outside.
Race 2 is going to kick off the early pick 4 on our Saturday program from Saratoga when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New for Saratoga, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of 3 selected races on the Saratoga card each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the meet to win big. Go to NYRA.com/triple play for more details. We're back at Saratoga Live here on FS1. Our coverage brought to you by the one-of-a-kind sprinter. The champion Run Happy never lost in his career while sprinting. As you get a look at gorgeous Saratoga Lake. Just a few short minutes by car from the racetrack here. Of course, Run Happy standing in legendary stall number 1
at Claiborne Farm. This second race, again, to kick off the pick 4. Coming up on post time, a minute away. Let's check back in with Maggie.
And Greg, we do see 2 horses coming off the short rest in this race and dropping down a bit in class to this non-3 for 35. We talked about Stanhope in the paddock. Let's talk about number 2 in here, Me and Sap for Dave Donk, whose year has just gone tremendously well. And Me and Sap ticks every box for a horse that's coming off of short rest, in that his weight looks great, his energy is superb. So I like what I'm seeing from him with that respect. Now, in that last race, he was kind of just outside in no man's land, not a moment of saving ground throughout, and just ran on evenly, where the winner, who was a huge price in Winter Sun, was able to scoot up the rail from the inside post position. So I think he had a little bit of an excuse, at least, going back to that effort. And besides the favorite in here, he physically is the next best looking horse, if you're throwing the PPs out the window and just judging them on their physicality, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Set to load momentarily. You saw a lot of 7s from our analysts there, and the public in agreement, 1-2, Brazilian Air, who is going to be trying this 5.5 furlong distance for the first time. He won at 7 furlongs last start, so this will be the shortest he's ever gone.
Look, at 1-2, you ain't going to be no Brazilian Air if you bet on him, okay? So I'm going to look for value in this race. I'll take the horse on the inside that's never been on the grass. He's also quite quick. He's not a horse that tends to finish on the end. But I think what we're looking at here with these 3 speed horses, the 1, 5, and the 7, is can any one of them clear? If one of those 3 were to clear, then it changes the whole complexion of the race.
I think if one of these 3 clear, they're going too fast. I think it's going to be contested early on, but I like the outside draw for Brazilian Air. If he was down inside, hooked, I wouldn't like him so much. But tactically, no, he's never passed a horse. But if you go 2 back, going long at Belmont, he set 3rd that day and actually did make the lead the final part of the race, and then faded to be 3rd. So he did pass a couple of horses that day. So he's capable of passing another horse.
Can he pass and finish and hang on? That's the question here. 2-5 on Brazilian Air. Part of that, again, because of the scratch of Pirate Life, who would have probably been your favorite in here. But Brazilian Air and Javier Castellano had a big day earlier on in the meet with a 3-win afternoon.
The thing about Brazilian Air, he doesn't really have sprint speed. His last race was 7 furlongs. He's dropping back to 5.5 today. And Stanhope is quicker, and I think the 1 horse is probably quicker as well.
I like him a lot better from that outside post, being able to watch what's happening inside of him, than, let's just say, if he had the 2 or 3 hole and the other speed was outside of him. I think that would negate his chances a little bit more. But from that outside post, I totally can see what they want to do here. They want to watch the 1 and they want to watch the 5. Those are the other 2 speed horses, and I think Brazilian Air is going to position accordingly to those 2 horses.
So there is Me and Sap stepping in. 2-5 favorite from that outside post, Brazilian Air. Can he pass horses and finish for the first time in his career? Going 5.5 furlongs for the first time in his career. Let's go upstairs. Pick 4 begins here. John Imbrial, the call.
And Brazilian Air. And they're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a good start for the big favorite, Brazilian Air, who broke well on the outside, but now being passed by Stanhope. Stanhope and Me and Sap right together as they move up the backstretch. 4 Harp is next in 3rd. Brazilian Air now back running in 4th. Up front it is Stanhope and Me and Sap. They are together, steadying there just a bit, is 4 Harp, who's on the inside of Brazilian Air. Then we come back to Loaded Joe and Steelers Fan for Life, the quarter 21 and 2. It is Me and Sap, and on the outside, challenging for that lead, is Stanhope. On the outside, Brazilian Air is being asked for more right now. The field is in the stretch. It is Stanhope with Me and Sap Looking to come through down at the rail is 4 Harp. Brazilian Air is on the outside, so it is 4 of them across as they come through the stretch. Brazilian Air, 4 Harp looking to squeeze through down at the rail. It is Brazilian Air in a battle with me and Sapp down to the finish, and it looked like Brazilian Air got it. A very close finish, but the 1-2 favorite looked like he prevailed.
Not the way you want to see this type of a heavy odds-on favorite win, able to eke it out, though, and good for him. Going 5.5 furlongs again, as we said, for the first time in his career, does pass horses and does prevail.
Yeah, and Javier had he earned his money there. Every bit of it was under a drive from a long ways out and just did eke it out. Needed every step of that 5.5 furlongs. He got his nose down just before the wire. A good run, heck of a run from me and Sapp, the 2-horse. He held in super game.
You give the winner credit. I mean, the winner fought it out down to the end and got up just in time. Nice effort from a trip that I think only was possible from that outside post position.
Yeah, and the 1-horse, your horse, he ran a great race too, first time on the turf. In tight down on the fence and wound up running 3rd.
So 1-2 favorite, had to work for this one, but able to get it, and well done to grit this one out. 7-2. 1-4, guys, as an odds-on favorite to kick off this pick 4.
This is a painful moment for me, but I got to say the smartest comment made in this set was Tom Amoss. I mean, I know that Brazilian Air won, not like a 1-2 shot should, but, you know, what he said, whether it didn't come to complete fruition, Source does not want to pass horses. He's not wrong.
No, it took, like Gary said, it took all of Javier's might to get this horse across the wire and to win in a photo. You know, I guess I was hopeful this horse would find himself a little bit more forward so that he wouldn't have to pass horses. But it's a great note that Tom brings up, and I would keep that in mind if you find him in another race later down the road where he's not going to make the lead. He just doesn't necessarily want to pass other horses.
I'm going to congratulate Maggie, not Tom. What about you?
I'm going to congratulate Tom's hat. My man's looking fly.
Your hat,
out there.
Hemby? Could you fit that thing over whatever you got working over there?
No shot.
So there's Tom Morley, high fives all around, able to get it done with this victory here, no matter what kind of race it is and no matter how narrow that margin is, what your price is, it feels good to win at this meet.
Oh, it does indeed. Now, don't forget, this was a claiming race, meaning these horses were for sale in here for $35,000. If you were willing to put up that money and put it into the account here at the racetrack 15 minutes before the race, you could put a bid for one of these horses. I'll be curious to see if Brazilian Air is coming back to the Tom Morley barn or moving to someone else.
And we're being told he was indeed claimed. We'll get that information for you when we come back and see where he's headed to next. 7-2-1-4. The MIG's going to sit down with Luis Saez, coming off his first career riding title at Saratoga last summer. He was sensational gate to wire at the meet last year, and he's picked up right where he left off. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Palamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, and one of the many great areas to catch all the action here at Saratoga at the veranda. So many good spots, and this race course always doing what it can to not only preserve the past, but move forward into the future as well. So many great areas at this historic venue. Beautiful afternoon. We're underway in the Pick 4, and at the most competitive meet in the country, you wouldn't expect it any other way. It doesn't matter if you're a 1-2 favorite. You got to earn it here, and Brazilianaire did just that.
Yeah, he did, and under a very strong ride from Javier Castellano. Brazilianaire, $3, $2.40, and $2.10.
And how popular was this horse? 8-way shake, so 8 ownership groups trying to get this horse, who will move to a new barn. Let's go to the winner's circle with Maggie.
And a bit of a special interview for me. So pleased to be joined by my husband Tom's owner, Robert Murray, but more importantly, a good friend. And Tom's been training now for 9 years, Muzz, and you've been with us since day one. Always good to get a Saratoga winner with you.
Absolutely. It's always a Saratoga win is always special, Mag, as you know. They're all special because they're hard to come by, but up here you just never forget them.
Now, what people might not realize is you have a special spot in the backyard. Your tree actually taken out by lightning a couple years ago, and I won't forget that year. Was that the same year that you won your first Saratoga race up here and you were in tears?
Yes, absolutely. That day I will never forget. Cup of Joe. It took over 20 years for me to get my first win here. A lot of tough losses, a lot of bad losses, but all we remember is that win. It was a great day. A lot of my friends were here. It was really special. And today is very close. It happens to be my son Dan's birthday, which is happy birthday, Dan. I can say that. And happy day, Muzz. And all my buddies, Bobby Capola, Joe Guadagno, Timmy, and my partner Mike. I don't know where he is, but it's a team effort, you know. And Tommy puts in a lot of work. We've been with him a long time. We had a bit of a scary night last night, as we all know.
Yeah.
The horse.
He had a reaction to something. He had hives everywhere, but luckily no hives today.
No hives today. No hives today. And Javi, you know, Javi did a great job. He had to work the whole 5.5 and got the job done. And in the words of Mr. Morley, Muzz, I'm making a cunning move. and he certainly did. So,
two for two for you guys, and I'm sure there's going to be pink drinks all around in the backyard.
So you know that. Pink drinks will be flowing tonight, Maggie.
Guys, if you're in the backyard, stop by. You'll get a pink drink.
Brazilianaire and all smiles from these connections. That's a way to win if you're going out, because this horse, as we mentioned, moving to a new barn. Jeremiah Engelhardt will now have him. But third win of his career on the turf. Well done.
That's how you're supposed to handle a win. They don't come that often. Live it up. Enjoy it, especially here at the spa.
Quick look at the odds for the third entry-level allowance 6 furlong sprint for fillies and mares. We'll talk more about this group in a moment. Forced to play catch-up 2 years ago because of COVID, Luis Saez showed what he could do when fully healthy here at Saratoga last summer. His 64 wins were the 4th most all-time at this meet, resulting in his first ever riding title here at Saratoga. Richard Migliore caught up with Saez to discuss the highs and lows that have led him to where he is now.
Louis, take me back to the beginning. You're a young kid, and you enroll in the Lafitte Pink Eye riding jockey school.
When I first started, I went to the jockey school in Panama. I was 14 years old, and I left home. Living up there and go to the track, leaving the track, it was a pretty tough moment for me because, man, in the track, I don't know nobody, and that play was so different, but I get through.
You started riding professionally as a jockey, 16 years old. How old were you when you decided to come to the United States?
When I left Panama, I was 17, That was like dream come true, just to come over here. And I came to Florida. The first day when I get there, I don't know nobody. And it was a little tough too, because I had to find a place, and it was by my own because my agent just leave me there. The guy that bring me from Panama just leave me on the track. After, you know, I have a place to stay, everything starts.
Maximum security. Country has 1-2 down to the line. Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby. It's maximum security. He's never lost a race, and he wins it under Luis Saez.
You actually finished first in the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, ultimately disqualified. How do you overcome that? How, I mean, because a lot of riders, I think it would just destroy them, but you handled yourself with so much composure and strength and class.
Well, in the moment was a little difficult. I recognize that. But, you know, this thing is my joy. I love horse racing. I love the sport. I love the horses. And in that time, that happened, just happened. They stay way back, and I don't really, they don't really bother me.
They're coming down for the finish. It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won.
Last year, lead-in rider in Saratoga. The Colony, as good as it was last year, seems even stronger this year. Is this the best Colony you ever rode with?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is the best Colony. Everybody here, they're pretty tough. Trainers, horses, jockeys, everybody want to win. Winning that title last year was something so special for us. We never thought we were going to be there, but we did it. And well, we have a good start this year. I know it's tough every year, but we just keep doing what we love, riding horses, and try to win.
But as they come to the wire, it is Secret Oath for the coach, D-Wayne Lucas. She wins the Kentucky Oaks.
You won the Kentucky Oaks on Secret Oath and gave her a terrific ride. What was that experience like?
Oh, wow, it was a magnificent experience. It was something super for us, you know, for me, for my family.
Now, Secret Oath's here in Saratoga. She's preparing for the coaching club, American Oaks. How is she doing, and how confident are you going into the Oaks?
I'm pretty confident. She worked very good. She's doing great, and she do everything perfect. I think she's gonna come out with a good race, so we hope all the best.
Well, I see you out here every morning working. Is it a place that you do work more horses and you're out more mornings? You got to work here.
Yeah, you got to work, and I really like it. I love it. I love to get out early, come over here, get a cup of coffee, a little coffee, and just enjoy the morning. It's beautiful here. Enjoy the moment. And I did. I really enjoyed it.
He's been sensational, and he's overcome a lot, both personally and professionally. As you take a look at the filly he's going to ride later today, the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath, in that coaching club, American Oaks. Difficult to be DQ'd out of the race that everybody in this sport wants to win, but he has continued to put his head down and move forward.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's humble, he's quiet, he's gifted. I love everything about this kid. He's a superstar. He brings his A game every time he walks onto that racetrack.
I know, Tom, you have pretty strong affinity for him as well with what he's accomplished with you.
You know, most trainers don't win a lot of grade ones. Those are the highest level races you can win in our profession. There are a few of us that win them on a regular basis, but Louis won 2 for me last year. 2 grade ones for me, 1 at Belmont and then 1 here at Saratoga. He's brilliant out of the gate, and he's super strong finisher. That'll get it done for you.
And with his win to kick off our card, he is tied with Irad Ortiz Jr. for top rider here in these WinStar jockey standings. Another tremendous beginning after winning the riding title last year for Luis Saez. And again, we'll see him on the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath, in that rematch in the Coaching Club American Oaks against this Hall of Famer's filly. Next, Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli. They have had so much success over the years, and it's continuing with Nest, who was a runner-up against the boys in the Belmont Stakes the last time we saw her.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the board.
Echo Zulu parties! Life is good! Next go! Superstar!
Go to the back. Good luck.
You're watching live coverage on FS1 of Saratoga Live on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, one of the great new additions. You got a quick look at it there, that Paddock Suite Bar. It is gorgeous. Take a look at the ABR Summer Saver Sweepstakes, VIP hospitality on Saturday, September 3rd. Hotel stay, dinner for two, Salt and Char, brunch at Morrissey's, travel reimbursement, 2 Old Smoke shirts, and 2 pieces of race day headwear from Cam Hat. Sweepstakes closes tomorrow, so get involved. You saw that Paddock Suite Bar. There it is. Let's go to Acacia for more. I haven't been there yet.
My first time up here, Greg. It's been a lot of fun getting a chance to see the fans enjoying the races from such a beautiful spot. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Donna, who is enjoying the new location here. Donna, you were saying one of the best parts for you is the view of the paddock.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so happy to see that they have this venue, and also the fact that you could get individual seats, beat the heat, and watch the horses, and it's very, very convenient, so I'm thrilled.
Have you been to Saratoga before? Do you come here regularly?
Yes, we do. We actually are blessed to have horses with a trainer here. So we were watching them work this morning. And then, of course, this is the great way to spend the afternoon.
What a good spot for it. Enjoy your day, Donna. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can't wait to come back.
It's a lot of fun up here. We'll head over to Andy and Jonathan. I will say, guys, I think I have the better spot as of now.
I don't think there's any arguing that. And I think Acacia deserves a better spot than we actually do. It's interesting in the betting here in race number 3, and you had actually warned me about this beforehand, because the number 6, Repealing, who is the horse to beat and heavy favorite in the line, you had said this horse wouldn't take much money. But we'll talk about the CCA Oaks now and Nest. Are you a Nest person or a Secret Oath person?
I'm a Nest person. And I think I told someone today, I think if you're, the Pick 5's already ends, but if you're playing the Pick 5 and you're alive to Nest and Secret Oath, I think you're giving away a little bit of equity. I decided to make a decision, and I went with Nest. I'm not saying Sacred Oath can't win. I just decided to side with Nest. I wanted to pick one.
Well, I think if you're playing the multis, it depends what your opinions are in the other races.
Exactly.
They looked pretty chalky, though. If you have the first winner, you did very well. Now, Nest stumbled coming out of the start, but Jose Ortiz, I thought, did such a, and I'm not suggesting the stumble doesn't hurt a horse's chances, because it does, but I thought Jose gave such a great ride in getting her position after the start that he did an incredible job of mitigating it. Is that fair?
100%. I mean, I think a lot of times when you break slowly like that, things can go awry. You can start kind of get out of character, get your horse out of character, and I thought he did it was brilliant in here. And if his stablemate didn't run as well as Mo Donegal did, it was a winning race type of ride from Jose.
You know, if horses that beat my horses didn't run as well as they did, I have a lot more money. But no, listen, there's nothing wrong with her performance. She ran very well to be second. You know, it's really a question of whether or not you think she's improved since the Kentucky Oaks. I look at that list of his horses. Now, these are the top horses he has racing. In Witt, I see Todd Pletcher's talking about running him on the turf. I think of Mike. I think obviously of Uncle Mo. I also think of Stay Thirsty. I think Stay Thirsty is one of those horses that never gets the love he deserves. He won the Travers. He won the Cigar Mile. He was a really cool horse.
Absolutely. And to the first horse you mentioned is the one that really pops out to me.
Sure, of course.
Uncle Mo, one of my favorite horses of all time.
Yeah, I think so many racing fans think of Uncle Mo, and rightfully so. He was an incredible racehorse. Right, Maggie?
He really was. And what a rebound that he had after that disappointing Wood Memorial, Andy, as we'll take a look at some of the fillies here in this field. But starting with number 3, Jane Gray, second off that 20-month layoff. Now, I thought she looked fit that day, and she did chase a horse around there who came back opening week here and disappointed at a short price in Mischievous Diane. But after the race, and I only noticed because I was walking back through the paddock, I noticed she was stopped in the paddock, and she was suffering from heat exhaustion that day. It's hot today, and so I've paid keen attention to her and how she's sweating. She is sweating a bit. I'd like to honestly see her sweating a bit more, to be perfectly honest, considering she did have that problem coming back. But often you will see that occasionally with horses coming back off extended layoffs. If anything, though, she does look stronger, looks as though she's put on conditioning, and she's very bright in her demeanor. So displaying enough energy for me not to be too concerned about the hot temperatures today with regards to Jane Gray. Breakfast at Bonnie's, only one start on a fast track out of 6. To me, she actually does look like a wet track horse. So we'll see how she negotiates the fast track here. Comes in very, very fit off of a layoff, but I just prefer some of the open company horses in here, and I think Repealing is a very, very nice filly by Constitution for Al Stall. She's lengthened a bit in her frame, gotten a little bit more athletic, but incredibly fit, and boy, Greg, do I love the way she won that start off the bench at Churchill.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up in a moment. 8 minutes away from our third on the card. Want to remind everyone, you can bet with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today, you get 10 times rewards points on all wagers at Monmouth Park and at Delaware Park. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account on the app or at nairabets.com. We have the cross-country pick 5 still to come later today. Monmouth, Woodbine, and here at Saratoga, that will be the anchor leg of the sequence with that grade 3 Caress and Caravel looking to go back-to-back in that race. United Nations and Haskell, and that showdown with Jack Christopher and Taba, part of the sequence as well.
You know what else is good about that pick 5? It's the fastest pick 5 you'll ever play. They put those races back-to-back, and you'll get through it real quick.
Meanwhile, this race here, 6 furlongs on the main track coming up. We're going to kick off our post parade with Bank on Anna. For Phil Serpy, Jose Lezcano will be aboard, been off since May, and comes in off a win.
Yeah, and this filly, she's got some early speed to her. Won 3 out of her 6 races, $182,000 in earnings.
Next door, Awesome Indra has been very popular in the claim box.
Yes, claimed at least 8 of the last 9 times this horse has run. So what do? They put him in a non-claiming race. We're going to prevent that from happening.
Won 4 of her last 6 as well. Jane Gray lightly raced, won her debut. She was off for almost 2 years.
Yeah, she was off for almost 2 years. She came back, ran a great race, finished second that day. Billy Mott hits at 25%, second off the layoff.
Breakfast at Bonnie's, a 3-time winner. She's quick.
She's quick. She's coming off a bit of a layoff as well. She likes to go to the front and put him behind her.
Cut back in distance for Rookery.
Rookery's going to have to run the fastest race of her life today. She does have a little bit of early speed.
Al Stahl repealing, who was the 7-5 morning line favorite.
You know, Keisha touched on this. Repealing's last race, only her second start of her career, and coming off the bench was very, very impressive in breaking her maiden at Churchill Downs.
And to face Echo Zulu in the debut, the 2-year-old champion filly. And here's Union Lake. John Velasquez for John Terranova.
Looks good out there on the racetrack. She broke her finished fourth her first race last year. She was off until June of this year, where she came back and won that day under Joel Rosario. Johnny V up to date.
Favorite, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who's with Acacia.
Very kind enough to give us some time here. Bill, Jane Gray did struggle with the heat last time out. What have you seen from her today, now that she's making the second start off the bench?
Well, we backed off her a little bit, and she's kind of brightened up since her first race. I mean, I think her color's better, her coat's better, and she did struggle with the heat the first time that we ran her back. She got a little hot after the race and was, you know, a little upset and a little, you know, overheated. But we've taken her off Lasix today, and sometimes they claim Lasix can cause a, you know, an electrolyte imbalance, and hopefully, you know, with not being on the Lasix, actually, that would be a benefit to her today.
Now, coming up later in the Coaching Club American Oaks, you'll send out Nostalgic. What have you seen from her coming out of the Kentucky Oaks?
She's been training steadily. She's not a horse that trains brilliantly, and she never has. She's always been steady, very workmanlike. You know, we're in there today. We have a lot of respect for the other horses that are in there, and we know we're kind of a big price, but it's so important to these fillies. If she can come along and pick up some pieces and be second or third, I mean, even if she doesn't get the win, I mean, it's a big benefit. These are nice races, good races, quality horses to run against, and we hope we can compete and be competitive with them. But you know, we'd love to pick up a piece of the pie.
Well, thanks always for your time, Bill. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Andy?
Jonathan and I have been known to like a little piece of pie as well. I'm interested in the 6 repealing and liked her a lot. And you were talking to me before they started betting this race, and you said, I think you'll get a bigger price on her because the workout reports weren't that strong on her. I thought she ran okay against Echo Zulu in her debut, and I thought she ran a winning race last time out. The question is, will she repeat it?
Yeah, I mean, based on her race last time, she should be the favorite in here, and I would think is the most likely winner. The problem is with those workout reports, it wasn't that she didn't work well. I think it was more that they thought maybe there was an error, that she worked slow. And I'm referring to the Daily Racing Forum's workout report. And so they gave her a bad grade. And when those grades matter, I think people look at that and it affects how they bet these races. And I just felt like she would probably be bet off of that. But I wouldn't toss her based off of that.
And she is like about 8-5 if you look at the double payoff, but those are different pools. You and I both thought, I mean, you like Union Lake more than I do, but I agree with you that I think she's the second likeliest winner here.
Yeah, I mean, she's just drawn outside. And like I said, with repealing, the reason I landed on the 7 was I was a little bit questioning the 6 repealing based on the workout report. We'll talk about the 4 in a second. Don't necessarily trust her. I don't like the 3, so ultimately I just landed on the 7 as an alternative who I thought would be an attractive price.
And I thought she ran fine in both of her starts, and I don't disagree with you. As far as breakfast at Bonnie's, I think there's a misnomer that she's a wet track horse because 5 or 6 races were on wet tracks. Her one dry track race actually wasn't that bad. She was just trying to go a mile in her second start, and I think it may have been the mile more than a dry track. And I don't think she's demonstrated clearly that she moves up on a wet track. Some wet track races are good. Some wet track races are not that good. It is just interesting she hasn't run it that much, and, you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, she's run well, though, on different sloppy racetracks. I agree with you. I think the problem was the distance, not the surface, when she ran on that dry track.
I totally agree.
5 of her 6 career starts, the 4 here, those guys we're talking about, breakfast at Bonnie's, coming on wet tracks. She'll get dry going again this afternoon, and as Andy mentioned, she'll get dry going for the first time sprinting. As that Rider Ortiz Jr., we take a look at the rest of his afternoon. He'll be on the 4, and some big ones still to come, of course, Nest for Todd Pletcher in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, it's a big one. You know, for Nest, Secret Oath, that battle of those 2 horses coming up in our 5th race in the CCA Oaks. I think that's what everybody's excited about.
I know I am.
Well, here now is the favorite repealing for your buddy Tom Alstall. It was a big win, going 5.5 furlongs in her 3-year-old debut, just the second start of her career.
Yeah, she's been off about a year. She had 1 start at 2, And oftentimes these horses, when they go from their 2 to 3 year old year, in maturity, it's literally from one summer to the next. It's about, in people terms, about going from maybe 6th or 7th grade to a freshman in college. So there's a lot of maturity that can occur with these athletes, just like human athletes. And she really showed it in her first start back off the bench, the 6-horse Repealing. That was an impressive win. It was an easy win. The workout reports, I respect those. But as far as talent goes, this is the horse to beat, period.
Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
Yeah, I could not agree with Tom more, as Repealing. She looks great out here. But two other fillies that kind of have the similar profile to her, you know, coming in off maiden victories or coming back off of layoffs, second start off layoffs, include number 7 in here. And Union Lake, she's providing the best price of any of those. And I loved her workout. You know, if I was ranking workouts, she would, warm-ups, I should say, she would be the top of the list here. And I love the way after she got that big gallop, she dropped her head and she's settled so nicely for Johnny V, because she was a little distracted when she first came onto the track. But I like what I'm seeing from her, and she has moved forward physically from that first start back. Now, Jane Gray, I mentioned about her not handling the heat well. Love the fact that Bill explained that with the taking away Lasix, and her energy level's great out here. She's sweating more. I think all things good for her, and look for her to have an improved effort. And if she improves, Greg, I could put her in the winner's circle.
Could indeed, Gary, as they load up. 2-1, the favorite on Repealing, coming in from Churchill Downs, the 6. We've seen some Churchill Downs runners have success here early in the meet.
Yeah, and this filly, she was visually impressive. The way she did it, she stalked and pounced and finished with a ton of energy that day.
So Tyler Gaffleone for Al Stahl, the 6 Repealing. There she is, the one to beat on the board. Let's go upstairs. Third from Saratoga. Here's John Imbrial.
Johnny Velasquez is off number 7, Union Lake, behind the gate.
So John Velasquez off of Union Lake. What's happening here, Tom?
I mean, that's really unusual for a rider to decide he needs to adjust his saddle after every other horse is in the gate. I mean, I don't know if that's gamesmanship or what it is, but this should have been done before they loaded the first horse.
I think that probably what happened, Tom, Johnny's not that way, believe me. He might have noticed something that was loose just as he was going in. You constantly are checking your equipment, the same as you were yesterday, explaining, making sure that your billets, in other words, that the attachments to your girth are where they're supposed to be, that it's tight, and he may have felt or seen something that just wasn't right at the time.
Let's go to Maggie quickly.
Yeah, that's what happened here as they're trying to get the overgirth back on here. It just slipped a bit, I think, as Johnny went into the gate. They've got it on now. They're just securing that extra flap, and Johnny's going to get a leg back up here. She was a little resistant to that, but good job by the assistant starters to get that equipment adjusted. She'll go in now, Greg.
One of the best starting gate crews in the country. They make quick work of the readjustment. Union Lake reloads with Johnny V. Let's go back upstairs to John Imbrial.
Union Lake goes in, and we're set for race 3. And they're off. Repealing broke well and is going out for the lead, but now moving up is Jane Gray. Repealing, Jane Gray, and Union Lake on the outside. And then we come back to Awesome Indra, who's running in 4th down at the rail. Bank on Anna necked in 5th. Breakfast at Bonnie's is on the outside and in 6th. And then it's a 3-length gap back to Rookery, who trails the field in 7th. Up front, it is Repealing, the favorite, in front, half length. Union Lake on the outside to challenge. The quarter 22 and 3. Breakfast at Bonnie's on the move and up into 3rd. And then it's Awesome Indra, who is down at the rail. And alongside is Jane Gray. Rookery is making a move from the back of the pack, but will be widest of all. And then it is Bank on Anna, and the field is at the top of the stretch. And it is Union Lake and Repealing. The two of them are right together with Jane Gray running in third. Down on the inside is Awesome Indra. And now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Union Lake. Jane Gray on the outside. Repealing is down at the rail. Inside the 16th pole. Union Lake gets clear. And it will be Union Lake and Johnny Velasquez. A photo for second between Jane Gray and Repealing.
Well, worth that little readjustment to take your time getting into the starting gate. Union Lake out battles Repealing for the win here in race 3.
Yeah, and coming off of second off the layoff here, this filly was really ready. Good training job by John Terranova, doing battle the entire way and really extended herself in the last 16th of a mile. That was impressive, Tom.
No excuse for the 6-horse Repealing. She broke well. The pace was under control, in my opinion, and just doesn't kick home as well as the others. Maybe something to those Clocker reports.
Oh, look, her debut, she ran pretty good against a really talented filly, Radio Days as well. Kind of tipped her hand that she had talent. Off the bench, comes back and wins, and this was impressive here. John Velasquez aboard for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Johnny V, giving Union Lake a little time to stand out here. Johnny, I do want to ask you, though, as we can walk back, give her a little chance here. Come on, girlfriend. What happened as you went in the gate? Because we saw the assistant starters helping you with your overgirth.
Actually, that wasn't my overgirth. My undergirth came undone. So I don't know how that happened. They had to resaddle again because my undergirth was loose.
And how did you realize that had happened?
One of the assistant starters saw it hanging out of the saddle.
Oh, wow. Well, that's why we have them. That's why they're an essential part of race day. But
out of the side, so it's like, what happened there? So they had to resaddle again.
Oh, wow. Well, she didn't bother her too much as she broke alertly, Johnny, and she sat that stalking trip outside the favorite. How much has this filly moved forward?
Tell you what, I didn't ride him last time, but I saw the race that she ran last time, and she was really, very professional coming in the inside, and she passed me in the inside, actually. And was very professional. Today she broke good. I was trying to rate it a little longer, to get it back a little bit, but I had a little pressure from the horse on the outside. I just put the hands on her, down, let her do her own thing, and when I asked her, she responded very nicely.
Always nice to know what you're riding against and get to get on them again. You do ride Jane Mast in the next race for Cherie DeVoe. Are we going to see an improved effort from her? Kind of got a little lost out in the turf course at Belmont.
Come on, Mama. Yeah, well, first time, and she was, very green. It took about 1/8 of a mile for her to get her feet on the nape of her. And after that, when down the lane, but right before the quarter pole, I got squeezed a little bit, kind of stopped her momentum. And when I let it go, she come running down the lane. So it took a little bit just to, to get her rhythm, if you will.
Little education. Look for her to move forward. Johnny, congratulations, though, here with Union Lake.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, one that could be moving forward as a 3-year-old filly at the right time. Greg?
Very impressive effort. Of course, John Velasquez, we're going to see tomorrow in another big head-to-head matchup and a rematch. He'll be on the Kentucky Oaks winner from last year, Malathaat for Todd Pletcher in that showdown with Clairiere in the Chuvie.
Looking forward to that. That looks to be another 2-horse race. When we watch those two go at a mile and an eighth together here, they'll probably move as a team. They have battled each other many times, and let's see, Clairiere got the best of Malathaat for the first time.
It's going to be the 6th meeting of their careers. Guys, Union Lake, now 2 for 2 is the 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, congrats to John Terranova getting his first win in the meet. He hasn't run too many horses, and she was just the best horse. Took it to the favorite and was able to run her down. Good call by you, Jonathan.
Yeah, she sat right there on her outside. Look, this is a process of elimination thing. I didn't love the 7. It was more of I'm not crazy about the other ones taking money, and that's how you end up falling into spots like that. But she did run extremely well. She got a perfect trip around there from Johnny. It worked out perfectly for her.
As Tom said, it was a very moderate pace. No excuse for the favorite. She was best. And I thought Louis Size gave Jane Gray a perfect ride. She just wasn't good enough.
John Velasquez, John Terranova, Stephen Schoenfeld team up with a 3-year-old filly by Speidster for the win. Who will take home the Carnations? Flower blanket being put together for the winner of the Coaching Club American Oaks. 700+ Carnations went into that one. That is beautiful. Our main event still to come in that rematch from the Kentucky Oaks.
standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on?
How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
And nobody's gaining on Tyler's Pride. Tyler's Pride 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line. And this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Flightline is a 4-year-old colt. We actually put a group of people together 3 years ago. We bought him at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. And Bill Farish, I remember, loved this colt. He had a beautiful profile, a wonderful and a deep Phipps family pedigree. And, you know, we thought he was a real standout. So we don't usually spend $1 million, but when you see one like Flightline, you need to call in all your forces. And I remember that night, that's exactly what we did. So it's 3 years later, but I will tell you, the investment and the wait have been well worth it.
Yeah, that's going to be one that is solid in my memory books. First sell, Fasig-Tipton, absolutely beautiful. And then to come away from that, first experience with Flightline, and that we're a part of his journey, it was an experience of a lifetime.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on Coaching Club American Oaks Day. Hall of Famer John Velasquez. That undergirth adjustment right before he went into the gate. And Union Lake returning $15.80 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by winning owner Steve Schoenfeld, Union Lake. Steve, you were telling me there's a special story behind this filly's name.
There is. We grew up going to camp, and Union Lake was the camp that the lake that camp was set on. We named this horse Union Lake. We were actually there today with a bunch of friends from growing up, and I brought them all up here to watch. We left Union Lake to watch Union Lake win.
And into the winner's circle as well. You said that this filly has really been a dream for you, and some big plans as well.
She has been, yeah. She started off, she came in 4th to Radio Days in October. I think she pinched a little something in her back, and we set her into the sidelines for a couple months. And John and Tanya Terranova have been great all along, saying she's a solid horse, solid filly. Came back last out, I think June 3rd against Amaretti. We did real well, maiden special weight. Now we're here, and hopefully we're going to the Prioress.
Well, we can't wait to see her. Congratulations on the exciting win.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting. Happy to be here.
You love to see, Greg, owners like this and learn a little bit more about where those names come from.
Thank you, Acacia. Union Lake, excited to see her run back. Hopefully she'll get another chance here at this meet. 4th next at Saratoga. It's going to be a mile on the inner turf. Maiden special weight. Chad Brown with a couple in here. That right now are prices on the board in the 5 and 6. Talk more about this field coming up in a moment. His client list reads like a who's who of some of the great riders of all time. From Gary Stevens to Jerry Bailey to Garrett Gomez, Chris Antley, just to name a few. This week's guest on Kart Talk is one of the best to ever do it. Legendary jockey agent Ron Anderson.
For those who don't understand your job, what's your elevator pitch to describe to people what it is to be a jocks agent?
I'm the go-between between the owner, the trainer, and the rider. So anybody that wants to engage, you know, Joel Rosario right now or Johnny Velasquez, they got to come through me.
Of all your riders, Garrett Gomez, Gary Stevens, Chris Antley, Jerry Bailey, and even your first rider, Fernando Toro, is there a ride that just really sticks out to you from one of those guys?
My big break was Fernando Toro. I had a tutelage with him for 10 years, and the first Breeders' Cup on Royal Heroin was a huge highlight. Another one was Blame with Garrett beating Zenyatta. Gary Stevens might have been the greatest talent that we've ever seen.
Really?
I'm telling you. He was magical on a horse's back. Absolutely magical. He had ridden Thunder Gulch in the Remsen a week after Wayne Lucas bought him. He had one line like this, a horse was lugging in, he could never let him run. He still won by that far. So we go to Hong Kong under contract to a guy named Stephen Lung. Wayne calls me up after the Bluegrass. He says, I want Gary to come back and ride Thunder Gulch in the Derby because Mike's hung up. I said, you're going to Kentucky to ride the Thunder Gulch. He goes, no, I'm not. And in 10 years, the only time he refused, 3 days later, I was going to California to do my taxes. I had gotten Mike on Red Bishop and the San Juan Capistrano. So I grabbed him, and Mikey, I got to speak to him. He goes, what's that? I said, Gary's refusing to come ride Thunder Gulch in the Kentucky Derby. You need to meet me at Peppers. So he meets me at Peppers. I put him on a payphone. He talked to him for a couple minutes. He said, I'll go ride the horse. But he was that close to not being on that horse.
Oh,
the one that almost got away because of him.
Yeah, because of him.
Right?
Now, we talk about the highs. He won 38 Breeders' Cups. I don't think any other agent's even close. 15 Triple Crown races. Those are the highs. One of the lows was you should have been on American Pharoah.
This is a bad story. Bob Baffert, who I've known since he walked on the track at Santa Anita from the quarter horses, he texted me, can you get Joel to California for the Paturity? Now I gotta explain, Joel had been to California on Wednesday and back on Thursday to Saratoga. He was there on Sunday and back on Monday at Saratoga for the Hopeful and the Spinaway. It's the toughest commute for the riders, Saratoga to Del Mar. And I knew Bob had two others in the race, and he texted me he's a maiden. Now to this day, if I just pick the phone up and just hear his voice for like 5 seconds, he just said he's a maiden, but he's definitely okay. Joel would have been in California, and he would have ridden America. This is, it's a nightmare for the rest of my life.
Talk a little bit about your current riders.
Joel's on a great run, won the Eclipse Award last year. He's the type of person that everybody roots for because he's that likable. Johnny is Johnny. I mean, Johnny's done things that only people could dream of doing. He's the consummate professional. Everybody loves him. The things he does for the Jockeys Guild is just, I mean, has that big an impact, I believe, on our sport. And I'm fortunate to have the both of them at this point.
Ron, I appreciate you hanging out with me. I know you got a condition book you probably need to dive into, and we filmed this on Wednesday morning, so as of right now, Joel is the leading rider, but I had to bring that up, but I brought a piece of wood if you wanted to knock on it.
Perfect.
That was fun to watch. Card Talk brought to you, of course, by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. What stands out to you from your time with Ron?
Well, first of all, I was lucky to have him, and I'm humbled by that statement that he made with that group of guys. He's a great guy and a great friend. He'll always be a friend, and I appreciate everything that he did for my career, and I enjoy watching what he's doing now with Johnny V and Joel Rosario, who I consider the best rider that he's ever had.
No need to apologize. To see how much he means to you, and high praise, but well-deserved. Incredible career from this man right here, Gary Stevens, the Hall of Famer. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Chad Brown has maybe 3 of the top 4 3-year-olds in the country, and his Preakness winner getting ready for his Saratoga debut in the Jim Dandy.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back on Saratoga Live. Coaching Club American Oaks still to come. And a prep for getting that canoe painted in your colors. The Travers coming up next Saturday. The Jim Dandy featuring Preakness winner early voting for Chad Brown. He has an argument that he's the best 3-year-old in the country. He'll put that to the test once again next Saturday. Live coverage on Big Fox beginning at 4:30 Eastern Time from right here at Saratoga. Chad Brown going to send out, as we mentioned, a couple in the race coming up. Look at that Jim Dandy field. Early voting. His stablemate Zandon, who was 3rd in the Derby. That's the last time we saw him. Will be in the race as well. And Epicenter, who was right behind early voting, the Preakness, coming back for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, small field, very, very good field. You're getting the horse that was 2nd in the Derby and the Preakness. Horse that was 3rd in the Belmont, and maybe a lone speed in the Preakness winner, early voting.
Let's go to Maggie for more here in the 4th.
We'll check in with 2 horses that are coming in out of common races, and it's a 7-furlong race at that, won by Frosted Oats, as Bill Mott will look to possibly get a better trip with number 3, Wings Like Eagles, as she causes a lot of problems for herself at the start. She breaks in a tangle, and then when they hit the turn, at least last time, she wanted to get headstrong and start running over the heels of horses in front of her. Jose had to steady. Then he was a little bit maybe overly patient with her. I don't know if it was still a bit of a schooling session or he was just looking for where to go, because he decided to go up in between horses. She ran on, and then he had to grab her again as some horses got in her path, and so she was stymied. Probably wouldn't have won, but maybe a little bit closer at the end of things. Now she's going to try to stretch out to the flat mile. I'm wondering, I know it's only an extra furlong, but you run up to the turn quite quickly. I'm wondering if they'd get her out of this gate cleaner. If they can get her out of the gate cleaner with a little more extra ground, that'll somewhat mitigate being left behind early, because she is awfully sharp here. And I think a mile does suit her. I wouldn't want her too much further than that, to be quite honest. But given the sharpness, let's see her break today. If she breaks today, she's a legitimate player in this field. As I do want to talk about number 4 in here, that is Jane Mass for Cherie DeVoe, also coming out of that same race. She looks as though she should really like the added ground. And we talked to Johnny Velasquez in the last race, and he said it was more just an education. So I think, you know, she ran on late. I think the added ground of extra furlong to a mile suits her well. A bit of a taller, leggier, rangier filly is number 9, 6th Street. She's one of 2 for Brennan Walsh in here. She will make her stateside debut, and she's been working well. Last time on July 17th over the Oklahoma turf, she was working with graded stakes winner Santine, and honestly, she was going pretty well along next to him, keeping pace and galloped out really well too. Very laid back filly here in the paddock. So she started off behind him in that workout, thinking that that's her running style. She's probably that late running miler, even though this is the furthest that she'll go in her career. I think it actually suits her better going this distance, a little bit smaller, so not screaming, yes, more ground, but one that I think is working really well for Brendan coming in here, looks ready to go, and suits the conditions well. Andy?
Thanks, Mag. Well, I mean, obviously the conversation is going to start with the number 3, Wings Like Eagles. You don't see brutal trip in the DRF short comment too often. I don't know if I would characterize that way, but she did have significant traffic in the stretch and ran well, as Jose just couldn't find a lane to get into. She's also a horse, though, that has caused herself problems to start in both of her starts, not somebody else's fault. And Jonathan, you and I have talked about this. 5.5 furlongs, 7 furlongs, 1-turn races, now stretching out of 2 turns. Is she the horse to beat? Yes, but how confident are you going to be that she'll be as effective in this 1-2-turn mile race?
Yeah, it's one of the worst assumptions I think you can make in racing is a horse who's closing going shorter, suggesting that means they want to go longer. That's not always the case. That kick can be dulled sometimes when they go a little bit further. And look, and nowadays with everyone having the ability to watch replays, horses like this probably used to go off at 6-1. They don't do that anymore. Everyone knows, and now you're going to get a short price on her.
It's all price. And also, she may be a tough horse to ride. I do think she's the horse to beat, but both of us try to take a shot against her. You went a little off the reservation, which I respect, and you're coming off a 6-1 winner. I'm coming off an 8-5 loser, so I took a little shot with Veronica Green. I thought this might be an odd time to get Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz at a square price because they focus so much on the 3, and there's plenty of pedigree. The Dam is a multiple winner in the turf, won 3 times, 87 buyer. And this is her first foal. Maybe this horse is just finally getting the right surface and square enough price on these connections.
Yeah, I got no problem with that. I did. I went with the 2, Beyond Perfection. This horse is a half to Always Dreaming and Hot Dixie Chick, who were both really good on the dirt, so that doesn't really help in this situation. But what I will say is that when I looked at the workout report and I looked at XBTV and watched the workout, I saw that Beyond Perfection worked last time with Ensemble, who ran well at Keeneland in an allowance race, ran a 1:10 time form U.S. figure. That's the kind of filly that Ensemble is. And Beyond Perfection outworked her. Now, that was in the morning, but there has to be at least a little bit of talent there to be able to work with the horse like that.
I always pay attention to Brennan Walsh. She has 2 in here. He's got 6th Street, a European, and he's a guy who's had some real success bringing Europeans over here. He's 3 for 9, actually, with first time in the country foreign shippers on the turf, maidens. And this is one. So I gave this horse a look, too, and I wondered if 6th Street was a horse that came here needing Lasix, too, because the race in Europe weren't that good, and they're stretching her out.
When I saw the name 6th Street, it reminded me of my college days at the University of Texas in Austin. 6th Street was a place I spent a lot of time.
I forgot my college days. They were so long ago.
I wish I knew JK back in those days. Got very quiet up here all of a sudden. Wow. 3 minutes to post during the 4th at Saratoga.
I couldn't decide if I should say that I visited 6th Street when LSU came to town. It's grown up a lot.
7-1 on Mose, the other Belmont runner.
It's a very big price on a horse that drew well, that has done nothing but run solid figures, albeit she's had a lot of chances. Still a big price.
Big price on a horse moving to the Brendan Walsh barn, Beyond Perfection.
Yeah, like we talked about, has worked with a talented horse in the morning. That's a little bit of talent indicator for me.
Here's the favorite.
She's the horse to beat off her trip last time. We'll see what kind of trip she gets today at a mile.
Jane Mass, impressive first time out for Cherie DeVoe.
It was finishing extremely well, going 7 furlongs. See if she appreciates a little added ground.
First of 2 from Chad Brown here.
Yeah, you know, I did. This one I bet last time against Lesser, and she really was best. And I don't think she's impossible in here.
Turf debut for the other Chad Brown runner, the 6.
Yeah, I don't typically love when Chad, eventually switches them to turf. If they're turf horses, they usually start there.
Barkley tag with 2 as well. Here's Broadway Boogie.
Yeah, Broadway Boogie is probably one of the few outsiders in this race, but she didn't run badly, but I think she's just picking up pieces last time.
The other tag, Get Respect, showed some ability last start.
She did. She set an early pace that wasn't particularly fast and didn't hold on. That's my only issue.
And State's debut for 6th Street.
It's a total wild card. It's weird that Brennan Walsh is running this one long and not short. Now, maybe no short maiden race were coming up, but maybe they shipped over needing Lasix, and Brennan's numbers are good enough with Euros that I think this horse deserves more of a look than maybe your PPs suggest.
You can play this race. Starts, by the way, a mandatory pick 5, some may have forgotten about, here in the middle of this card. Play with Naira Bets for new members. That's the promo code to use, TOGA200 at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. So races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Mandatory pick 5 payout here that includes that Coaching Club American Oaks, where last year we had a massive upset in that race when Malathot was defeated by Maracuja. 2-1 favorite here. Wings Like Eagles. Luis Saez, co-leading rider at the meet right now, will try and collect his 11th of the meet.
Yeah, it's not bad enough that Wings Like Eagles last race didn't break well, got held up all the way around the turn and into the stretch, and then finally got clear and then checked pretty dramatically down the stretch. I used to say that trip handicapping was really the last frontier where you could get a price, but obviously in this case, everybody's seeing the same thing.
I don't believe that I've ever seen a trouble line in the DRF, in the Daily Racing Forum. For people that don't know, Daily Racing Forum, that is sort of my Bible, what I use to study how a race is going to shake up. And anyway, at the end of it, they have a trouble line, and it says, taken up, break, brutal trip. Have you ever read that in the trouble line? And it was a brutal trip.
We'll see if it could be better going today for Wings Like Eagles in start number 3. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by Brennan Walsh, who sends out 2 in here. Brendan, let's start with Beyond Perfection. A monster pedigree on this one, being off to a Derby winner, always dreaming. Can you tell us about the choice to try the turf today?
Acacia, she ran one time last year. It just didn't go quite right from the start. We'd like to get her in the race today. She's actually been worked decent last week on the turf. So, she's by curling. She could actually surprise us here and run really well.
You also send out 6th Street to the outside, first time in the U.S., and I know it was working in company with the graded stakes winner of yours in Santon. What have you seen from this one?
Yeah, she's been working well. She had been sprinting in England, so, it is a little bit of a stretch out for her, but we like the flat mile, and I think it's a good place to start.
Appreciate your time with your 2 runners here. Best of luck, Brendan.
Thanks, Acacia.
Brennan Walsh sending out 2 intriguing prospects in this upcoming race, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia, including this filly right here, who is 11-1 from that outside post with Julian Leperoux. 6th Street U.S. debut coming up.
Yeah, look, the 9-horse, we're looking at Leperoux on the 9-horse, 6th Street. Andy called him the wild card. I call him the joker in the deck. I agree. You just don't know what you're going to get. This horse has never run in the States. One of 2 that Brendan has in this race. This is a 9-horse field. You've got 4 trainers with 2 in the race, and Cherie DeVoe is the only one that's being outgunned in the entry box. She only has 1 in this spot.
Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
And we'll check in with some horses trying the turf for the first time. We just caught up with Brendan Walsh, trainer of number 2, Beyond Perfection. As you guys have highlighted, this filly has quite a lovely dirt pedigree, being a half to a Kentucky Derby winner in Always Dreaming. She looks incredibly fit here, coming back off the layoff, and I think that more ground is suitable for her. I just don't see the turf, though. Brendan and JK and a lot of people have said that she's worked well over it, so she's a huge price. Don't let me talk you off of her. As I said, she looks ready for the comeback. As we'll check in with Chad Brown's Veronica Green, she actually does look a bit more convincing. I know it's a negative when Chad doesn't start them on the turf, but she has that extra bounce, that buoyancy, and suspension to her stride, which is also often indicative of a turf horse. Now, I want to talk about my pick in here, number 9, with Julien Leparoux aboard 6th Street for Brennan Walsh as well. A lot of times when we see horses come over from Europe too, because races are run faster here, we'll see them try longer distances. As Brendan said, he wouldn't mind going shorter with her, but I think she'll be okay. And I think she'll be aggressively handled from the onslaught. She was prominent in those 6 furlong races in Europe. She's sharp when she got the rider on her back, sharp out here on the paddock. Big warm up from Julien. I think this filly could be all right. I've liked what I've seen from her in her morning workouts as well, Greg.
All right, Maggie, we'll see what we get from 6th Street, the 9, in her U.S. debut coming up. Favorite remains the 3 Wings Like Eagles. Let's go back to Jane Mast. Gary, get your thoughts on John Velasquez mount.
Yeah, I like this filly. She's my pick in here. It comes out of the same race as Wings Like Eagles. We saw that paint earlier. And this filly, she encountered some trouble as well at a critical part of the race. She had the steady briefly at the quarter pole. And then once she got down on the inside, Johnny really didn't have anywhere to go because the 2 leaders were up in front of him. And he wasn't able to really ride her as hard as he would have liked to until very late in the race, and she accelerated. I think she's going to have first run on Wings Like Eagle, who's just inside of her.
Yeah, for Jane Mast, a 4-horse, like our favorite, the 3-horse Wings Like Eagles, a horse that's trying to transition to 2 turns.
John Imbrial, the call, mandatory payout, pick 5, beginning here in the 4th.
And they're off. Jane Mast and Harrington Rocket. And from the outside, Get Respect moves up. Get Respect, Jane Mast, and they are together here in the early going. With Harrington Rocket sitting just off of them in 3rd. Mose is down on the inside in 4th with Veronica Green right alongside. Wings Like Eagles is next in 6th, followed by 6th Street in 7th. The trailers are Beyond Perfection and Broadway Buggy. The field is heading up the backstretch after a quarter in 24 seconds. Get Respect steps away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Jane Mast in 2nd by 2.5. And then it is Harrington Rocket who runs in 3rd. On the outside is Veronica Green, followed by Mose and Wings Like Eagles. It is Get Respect, the long shot, leading by 2. Jane Mast in 2nd. And there is Veronica Green on the outside, getting closer in 3rd. Mose is down at the rail, looking to come on through. Wings Like Eagles is on the move on the extreme outside as the field races midway on the turn. Get Respect. Here's Jane Mast, the gray, up to challenge. Here is Wings Like Eagles on the far outside. Harrington Rocket is in behind the front runners. And then it is Veronica Green and Mose as they move for the 8th pole. It is Jane Mast who has come away with the lead. Harrington Rocket is looking for a way through. Veronica Green's on the outside. Jane Mast has the lead as they come down for the finish. Veronica Green, one last try on the outside. Jane Mast holds on. Johnny Velasquez, 2 in a row.
Back-to-back indeed for the Hall of Fame rider, Jane Mast, and Cherie DeVaux wins with his 2nd-time starter.
This is a very talented filly here. She doesn't handle these sharp turns on the inner turf course that well. She was trying to lug out with Johnny around both bends, and he did a great job keeping her in. She was fine on the straightaways, but still a little bit green or immature in her racing. This filly is only going to improve off of this victory. I like her a lot, Tom.
Yeah, you know, leaving the gate, this horse wanted to go. Jane Mast wanted to go, and Johnny wouldn't have any part of it. He let that speed horse go. It took about a 1/16 of a mile for Jane Mast finally to come back to him and drop the bit and relax, and that made all the difference. If he doesn't get her to relax early, doesn't take her back, lets her kind of go on early, you don't get this kind of finish for her. She doesn't last.
That's one reason he's in the Hall of Fame.
And Cherie DeVaux getting the better of her former boss. She used to be a former assistant for Chad Brown. Out finishes Veronica Green, who ran good first time on the turf, as we go to Andy and JK.
Congrats to Cherie, gets her 2nd win of the meet. nice for her. And this horse ran well. I mean, it was an interesting race. My horse, I mean, had no excuse. Veronica Green, I ran out of position. He did a very good job sort of staying in the 2 path and not getting caught wide when the number 3 Wings Like an Eagle made that move. She just couldn't get by the horse in front. And a deserving win for this one. Mose made the usual late run. And Jonathan, the number 3, Wings Like Eagles, didn't finish. She ran like a horse that wants less distance.
Yeah, she ranged up. This is what I kind of feel after the last 2 races. We talk a lot about Irad and Jose and Joel and Louis. Let's not forget about this Hall of Famer that's in the room as well, Johnny Velasquez, with 2 great rides and back-to-back races.
Let's not forget about the four-legged creatures out there as well, right, Maggie?
Exactly, and Jane Mass really improving in her second start, and I'm like a little fangirl out here interviewing John Velasquez back-to-back here. And Johnny, you told us that she got an education first time out, and today she grabbed the bit with you.
A little too early, though. I didn't think she was going to do that, you know. Especially coming from the first time out, she took it about 1/8 of a mile, took her feet underneath of her. She was nice and relaxed today. She was running off with me. So I had to put it right behind the other horse in front. Tried to settle here in the back stretch and was still pulling. By the time we came to half a mile, all the horses came to me, just kind of give her the head and tried to sit on her. And Velasquez, she responded nicely.
And how important is it for you to know these horses? You know, you rode her last time in her debut. How important is that?
It is important because she's not easy, and they told me from the beginning, though, you know, I forgot her.
Cherie.
Cherie told me to be careful with her because she's very strong, and she says, so just make sure you take with the pony, keep it calm, and hopefully she behaves, basically. She's done everything well, though, you know, she hasn't done anything wrong, obviously. But today she was very aggressive.
Well, she won, so she did something right today. Johnny, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Cherie.
Yes, thank you, Cherie. Cherie, accomplished horsewoman in her own right, gets the win here with Jane Mass. Guys?
Impressing here, second time out. You see how sharp those turns are on the inner turf, and she was, despite not quartering that great, still able to finish pretty strong.
Yeah, I think, and she was pulling at the same time, meaning that she was being aggressive, as Tom had said, right from the gate. And Johnny, he did a great job holding her together. She learned something today. She learned a lot today. She learned how to settle a little bit. But this filly's going to enjoy, I think, getting back to Belmont with the wider sweeping turns. She's a very nice filly.
You know, you're making that transition from 1 to 2 turns, Greg. It can be difficult in the horse's mindset to understand what's demanded of them. The pace is supposed to be slower going 2 turns than 1, and they have to respond to the rider. And only her second start. I'm with you, Gary. I think there's a big future here.
So Johnny V goes back-to-back. You saw Cherie DeVaux there, a couple of looks at her, and still early on in her training days on her own, but having nice success as we see the walkover. There's the Kentucky Oaks winner. Secret Oath for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, and the rematch of the top 2 finishers from the first Friday in May. Coming up at our CCA Oaks to come, Grade 1, and the big showdown ahead. Todd Pletcher, a Shadow. Princess of Silmar, just 2 of the 7 to win for him in this Grade 1. And the great Monomoy girl who would win this race and go on to win 7 more big ones, including 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs. She was special.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga, the best place in New York. Let's go. There's no atmosphere quite like it in horse racing, and if you come to Saratoga, you will certainly take a stroll down Broadway. John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, goes back-to-back here at Saratoga, wins on Jane Mass for Cherie DeVaux.
Yeah, and nice payoff there, $9. I don't think you'll be getting that kind of price the next time that she runs.
4 trainers with 2 in that race. It took Cherie DeVaux, the only trainer with 1 horse in that race, to beat up the boys.
Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by Cherie, and I'm so excited to ask her about this horse, Jane Mass, the pen name of Mae West, and you were the one that actually came up with the name for this filly.
I did, with her coming attraction being the dam and distorted humor being the sire. I figured it was a good opportunity for a quirky, a neat name, so it made sense, and she kind of acts like a Payne, who is opinionated and doesn't really follow our rules, so it fits her.
But she's progressed a lot.
Oh, she has. She's a difficult filly, just mentally tough. So it took us a while to get her here, but the patience has been well worth it.
Now later on FS2, we'll be showing the Caress, where you'll send out Bout Time, a filly that's really taken big steps forward.
She is. We had high hopes for her. We ran her on an off track, and she ended up getting injured first time out as a 3-year-old. So again, she's another one that just took some time. But when we got her on her preferred surface, she's really just excelled each race and gotten better.
Cherie, thanks for your time. Congratulations on the nice win here.
Thank you so much.
And Greg, continuing on with learning about those names, we love a good opinionated woman in history paying tribute to a racehorse here.
From someone who's done some nice work herself in naming horses, Acacia Clement. Our ABR race of the week, it is coming up next. The Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, and the big rematch between the top 2 finishers in the Kentucky Oaks. The winner of that race, Secret Oath, and the runner-up, Nest. We've been talking about this before the meet even started, but all week long, everyone looking forward to this. In a race that last year, one of the biggest upsets we saw all summer when Maleth thought the Kentucky Oaks winner was defeated.
Yeah, and this race today is going to have a lot to do with who is champion 3-year-old filly at the end of the year.
Well, speaking of this race, 2 that met in this race last year will meet again tomorrow, and you'll see it on our FS1 coverage. The Chuvie with Malethot, Clairiere getting reunited. Johnny V on Malethot. Joel Rosario rides Clairiere.
Yeah, small field of 4, and really a rider's race, because there's not a lot of pace in this race, but these 2 horses stand out in that field of 4 in Clairiere and Malethot. You're going to watch Clairiere on the outside. That's with the yellow and black silks. Actually outfinish Malethot for the first time in 5 tries in this particular race. It's tight at the wire, and Malethot going to add blinkers this time around. Johnny Velasquez, who's won these last 2 races we just watched here live, is back on her, and he's the one that recommended it. Let's see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, I can't wait for this race tomorrow. I'm a big fan of both fillies. I don't care who wins it. I just want to see a throwdown like we saw in the Phipps.
I'm colorblind, by the way. It's yellow and red, but I am colorblind, so I don't want Andy texting me like he does about every little itty-bitty thing.
They were 1-2 in last year's Alabama. That was won by Malethot. They were 1-2 in the race you just saw, the Ogden Phipps, when, as Talmadge and Clairiere got the first win in those 5 meetings. So here is Nest for Todd Pletcher, coming off that 2nd place performance runner-up to her stablemate in the Triple Crown Series in the Belmont Stakes at 1.5 miles. You would think, well, maybe that would take something out of her. Todd Pletcher says she was so well prepared for that, and she likes the extra ground, that she's actually come out of it well and put on some weight. She's ready to go today. The Oaks is next when we come back.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead. They're coming into the final furlong. Stop Charging Maria in front by 2.5 lengths here in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Unbridled Forever is second, but time is running out for her and all the rest. Stop Charging Maria finishes full of run.
Stop Charging Maria. That's a 2014 edition of the Coaching Club American Oaks. Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and this filly would go on to win the Alabama and Adam Peters Cup Distaff as well. What a performer. Winner of over $3 million in her career, and it has been a long line of success for this team. Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. We'll see if they can keep it going with Nest to the Coaching Club American Oaks later today. Mo Donegal Nest for this team, 1-2 in the Belmont Stakes. Fearless won the Brooklyn. Dynamic won the Suburban. Wit by a whisker in the Bayshore. And we're going to see the horse who he beat in that race coming up a little bit later on in the card today. Coaching Club American Oaks, by the numbers. Take a look at this race with so much history. Ruffian, one of the all-time greats, sharing the speed record in this race. It's tricky. Back in 2011, one of the last to do it. Most wins by a trainer. See if Todd Pletcher can collect number 8 in his Hall of Fame career with his Belmont Stakes filly runner-up. Nest, most wins by a jockey. Mike Smith, John Velasquez have done it quite a bit in this race by an owner, Calumet Farm, legendary Calumet Farm from 1944 to 1979, spanning their 6 wins from that incredible outfit. And Coaching Club American Oaks and Breeders' Cup Distaff winners, a Shadow for Pletcher, and the outstanding Monomoy Girl for trainer Brad Cox. And been an important race to crown a champion as well, the last coming with Monomoy Girl back in 2018. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Walking into the paddock with Irad Ortiz, who's climbing back aboard Nest today. Irad, what are the tactics for you in the short field?
I mean, my filly, she's very tactical. She can do anything, honestly, out there. Let's see how she break. Last time she stumbled bad out of there. She still run a good race, so let's see. Hopefully she break better today, put me in a forward place.
You've ridden her several times before, including right at the beginning. How has she progressed?
She's been going up. I mean, every time she runs, she get better, face some better horses, and she seems like she have talent with us since first day, so let's see.
Good luck, Irad.
Thank you, Kasia.
Irad Ortiz coming back aboard Nest as we go to Maggie for this paddock report for the CCAO.
And Acacia will pick up right where you just left off with Nest. And the last time that we saw Nest and Secret Oath square off, Secret Oath got the better of her by 2 lengths in that Kentucky Oaks. But that was about 2.5 months ago. And Nest, she's really changed. She continues to fill out, continues to grow and progress. As everyone has said, as it kind of indicates on paper, I think she is getting better with each and every start. And watching the last workout coming in here, which she worked with Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner Corniche, Irad was up, started off behind that workmate and easily powered on in front of him with a huge gallop out. Now the question mark is she one that really needs to go a true distance of ground? I don't see why 1 1/8 is a problem with this CCA Oaks, but maybe it's the equalizing factor that when they go a bit further, that's when Nest does become better. But then again, Secret Oath, her main rival in here, I don't see anything prohibiting her physically from getting better as she goes longer too. She's so tall and elegant and effeminate, but also very strong. You can tell how strong-willed she is too in her demeanor as she's walked in here with a purpose, with 2 handlers on either side of her. And she looks incredibly fit, having that little break from the Preakness to today's CCA Oaks. She looks ready to go here. I am really looking forward to this matchup, but let's sprinkle in a little Society as this filly stretched out successfully while dictating things in the ungraded Monomoy Girls Stakes, but she was tenacious on the front end, grinded and gritted out the victory. And I'll be honest, she looks like a filly that should have been running longer her entire career. I'm surprised about how long and scopy she actually is, and she is well within herself too. I like what I saw from her in her last workout, in which she worked with older, accomplished Grade 1 winner in Clairiere. She held her own very nicely outside of that older rival. I think Society could be on the up and up as we head across the paddock to Andy and JK.
Well, I know a guy who does like the favorite Ness, but he thinks the Society has a little bit of a chance in this race.
Look, I just think from a pace standpoint, she's at least interesting to consider. The 3 and the 5, Nest and Secret Oath, they both kind of come from out of it. And so if Society is aggressively ridden and finds herself on the front end, I would think that she's got a chance. Here are some of the keys to victory if Society's going to win. She needs to get loose and she needs to get comfortable. She also needs to open up on the front end. She cannot invite those 2 horses that are much better than her into the race. And the other part, the others need to not bring their A race.
Do you think they're going to open it up and do that? Because I don't. We just don't see it enough around here.
No, I wish.
So what in your perfect world, what's the half fraction? The half-mile fraction?
47. Run. Go. Use your speed.
Okay, what do you think it'll be?
48 and 3.
I couldn't agree more. Jonathan likes Ness to win the race. I like Secret Oath. But I think one thing for once this entire staff can agree with, we're all just looking forward to this race. It is going to be one heck of a horse race.
No question. Big events like this at this racetrack, and the big guns come out, and there's one of them. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, 7-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer, as the outstanding trainer in the country, 14-time winner of this meet, and he has One of the best 3-year-old fillies in the land, and a good chance we're going to see this championship for this division settled right here at this meet, potentially the first of 2 matchups between these 2 3-year-old fillies.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm in Secret Oath's corner, and I've been around her since the springtime, the winter and the springtime. I think tactically she's got the advantage over Nest, and I could be wrong. I'll tell you one thing, if I was still riding and I couldn't ride Secret Oath, I would like to be on Society right now, just for the fact of what Andy and JK were talking about. I'd go 47.
First time stretching out for her, and she went gate to wire. Here's Butterbean, who's won 3 in a row.
She's won 3 in a row. She was offered up for $75,000, and then she broke her maiden, and she's won 2 stake races in a row.
The Lone Speed Society for Steve Asmussen.
The Lone Speed, and I think the boys said 48-3 would probably be the probable half. I'll take over.
Runner-up against the boys in the Belmont Stakes. Here's Nest.
We've said everything we can say about Nest, I believe, and I just want to get to the gate and watch the battle.
Grade 3 Gazelle winner who was in the Kentucky Oaks. Here's Nostalgic.
She's just not good enough. I mean, these are really, really good fillies.
And the Kentucky Oaks winner who had a compromised trip in that Preakness, better than looked 4th. Here she is for D. Wayne Lucas.
And she's on her toes today. I like that. She's got a spring in her step, trotting there a little bit, ears up. She looks great out there.
5 minutes a post in this Grade 1. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by trainer Steve Asmussen, who sends out the undefeated Society. And Steve, first time going long last time, not only did she wire the field, but she showed a lot of grit that day.
She really did. You know, we're obviously very pleased with the ability that she has, stepping up from the overnight handicap to the Grade 1 coaching club. Nothing but respect for Nest and Secret Oath, but Society's training beautifully coming into this, and think she deserves this chance.
And it looks like her running style could really be the thing that bodes well for her in this spot. Do you expect her to potentially be the one dictating the pace?
I would be very surprised if she wasn't. I think that, you know, being a daughter of gun runner, having a lot of speed and being able to carry it a long ways is their strength. Trying to recreate that circumstance here today.
Appreciate your time as always, Steve.
Oh, thank you very much.
Steve Asmussen sending out Society. We'll see if she can take them every step of the way, Greg.
How aggressive will Tyler Gaffleone be as you see him there on Society? Because this is the one, from a pace standpoint, who controls the race.
You know, when I watch Tyler ride, he reminds me of a guy in his 20s, and that guy was me. He might let this filly dance away from there, and you might get a 47-3 half mile. And if she does, she's going to be, you know, have a big edge on those other fillies. And I'm just imagining she'll be able to get a breather going into that turn, and if she's a nice filly, so who knows?
Tom, I know how aggressive you are as a trainer. Would that be your game plan? Let's try and open up and just take it. We know these 2 other fillies are probably better than us. The only way to win is to get separation.
Yeah, no doubt. Get separation, slow it down, whatever the pace is. If she's doing it on her own, that's very easy on a horse. There's a big difference between, well, just to use a round figure, which is the one that the boys downstairs said, there's a big difference between going 48-3 and having someone lapped on you going 48-3 and going 48-3 and being clear of those horses. When you're left alone on the lead, you can go a lot faster than 48-3 and keep on going.
Andy, what about in terms of the board and the wagering here? Are you surprised by the separation here?
I'm not. I think Nest has a bigger following than Secret Oath. I don't think she should have been favored over in the Oaks, and I don't really think she'd be favored over here. By the way, Gary and I don't agree on a lot, but I agree. If I like the 2 here, Society, I want Gary riding that horse as well. This was the kind of horse that he knew how to win big races on. I think that Secret Oath has shown her actual superiority in the one time they met. So I don't believe the odds should be that substantially different. And I know Jonathan he likes Nest, but he doesn't disagree with me that in the Kentucky Oaks, Secret Oath ran the better race. She not only beat her, she had arguably a tougher trip, making an early, wide move. I read Ortiz could not have given Nest a better ride that day. You obviously feel, like a lot of people, that Nest has improved since then. And that probably is the case, but I also think that Secret Oath ran very well in the Preakness and got a lousy trip that day.
Yeah, she did. I mean, that's what's great about this race and why it's exciting is, I know it's a small field, but these are 2 really good racehorses. And like Maggie said, that was 2.5 months ago. And I think that, to your point, no one's arguing that Secret Oath ran the best race this day in the Kentucky Oaks. I just think that Nest has more upside and feels like she's going to continue to get better to me, and that's what I'm hoping is going to happen today.
I have no problem with that, but do you think she should be 4-5 and Secret Oath should be 7-5? Isn't Secret Oath a little bit of an overlay here?
I think they're very, very inseparable to me. Like,
Right.
I think they should. I would have no problem if they were the exact same price.
I agree. And you know, I'll tell you something about this race. You say a small field, let her say it. We got the 2 stars. The only other possible horse, and she's got to move up from her Mother Goose, is gerrymandering. We got the 2 stars in this division hooking up. I don't care if there's 5 horses or 15 horses. We got the right 2 girls in this race.
No question about that. Top 2 finishers from the Kentucky Oaks, and they both, you know, Dwayne Lucas guys and Todd Pletcher took very aggressive paths out of that race to tackle the boys in their respective Triple Crown races they went into, and both probably could have finished a little bit better. Some thought maybe the Philly Nest could have won that race without that compromised trip.
I mean, they both held their own. I think that's the most important thing to say about it against the boys. I'm watching Nest warm up away from the pony fairly aggressively. I think you might see Nest a little closer and maybe very close behind Society, which would be a little out of character for her, but I think that warm-up indicates they want to keep her a little closer.
I ran into Mike Rapoli at dinner last night. I was leaving, he was coming in, and he asked me, he said, Gary, if you were riding Nest, what would you do? And I said, I think that the other filly is more tactical. So if I'm riding her, I'm going to be very aggressive, and I'm going to turn it into a stamina test and just shadow the other filly and push her. Take it to her early on, and turn it into a stamina test. Whether he's going to do that or not, we were just hypothesizing. I was hypothesizing, but that's what I would do. And with this warm-up, maybe that is what he's going to do.
Let's go to Maggie.
Let's talk warm-ups out here, as we'll take a look at number 2, Society. She is the projected speed, but she got a typical, like I like to say, Steve Asmussen warm-up, in that, at least here at Saratoga, they stay with the pony the entire time. They don't do much at all, but yet you still find them on the front end. So all things good. I mean, she is getting sharp out here. They wear the halter out here. It's just how Steve does everything. The horses are with their pony day and afternoon, and he just really utilizes the pony. Whereas a lot of times we see riders typically warm up horses when we have this 1 1/8, maybe back to the middle of the turn. While Secret Oath and Louis Saez, well, with the pony, went all the way back to the backside. I haven't seen somebody do that with a horse going 1 1/8 in quite a while. So she's gotten, and it wasn't brisk. It was just a long, elaborated warm-up, which I like because she's moving terrifically out here. I'm going to side with Secret Oath, though I am afraid of Ness. Really quickly, let's touch on Butterbean, who ran really, really well. Now, both of her efforts in Iowa, she can run with Medication Butte. You see that LB there. Numbers increased with that. We'll see how she does here. Coming off Lasix, she looks fine, and we've seen Kenny McPeak pull upsets off in these types of races, but I do think she's a little overmatched, guys.
Some big questions, no doubt about it, to try and answer here for Butterbean, who's coming off a grade 3 win in the Iowa Oaks. She's put together 3 in a row, but not against this type of quality.
Yeah, she's going to lag behind this group. She's going to be in last. She's going to hope that Ness, the 3, and our 5-horse Secret Oath are going to pay way too much attention to each other, and she's going to try to pick up the pieces at the end of the race.
Rematch of the top 2 finishers from this year's Kentucky Oaks. There is the runner-up, Ness, since that time. Second in the Belmont Stakes against the boys, and your Oaks, Kentucky Oaks winners, Secret Oath, coming off that 4th in the Preakness. For Dwayne Lucas, it's the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Oh, it was a stumbling beginning there for Butterbean, and Society was off slow. Society is now moving up, but it is Nest who has the early lead going into the clubhouse turn. And then it is Nostalgic and Secret Oath on the outside. In tight there is Society, and it's a big break back to Butterbean. Society wants to go on with it and wants to go up to challenge Nest for the lead. And Society now has the lead, with Nest a close-up second. And then Nostalgic and Secret Oath on the outside. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds. It is Society who leads here by a half length. Nest is in between horses. Nostalgic is 3 wide. Secret Oath is 4 wide. These 3-year-old fillies are stacked across the track. It is Nest who now puts ahead in front. Society is down at the rail. Then it's Nostalgic and Secret Oath racing right together. And it's a big break. Back to Butterbean in 5th. Opening half mile in 47 and 2/5 seconds. Nest is the leader as they head for the far turn. Secret Oath now makes her move on the outside, and the two of them hook up here. It is Secret Oath on the outside and Nest on the inside. Midway around the far turn, it is Nest on the inside with a head in front of Secret Oath. The front two have opened up a half dozen lengths on Society and Nostalgic, and Nest is getting clear from Secret Oath, who's being asked for more. Nest is in front, 3/4 in 1:11, and they head for home here at Saratoga with Nest the leader. Nest in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Secret Oath could not keep up with Nest today. It is Nest who is opening up on the field. Nest putting in a Grade 1 performance today. Nest, much the best in this coaching club, American Oaks. She won by better than 10 lengths. Secret Oath was second. Nostalgic finished third, then Society, and farther back was Butterbean.
For a brief moment, we thought we were going to get the showdown we wanted with these two, but in the end, Nest just coasting home as easy as could be. No question who has moved forward more since we saw them meet last time.
Just like any athlete that practices into when they're going to compete, if you can measure that, and you could with Nest, with her workouts, she came into this race much better than she came into the Kentucky Oaks back in the beginning of May. They warmed her up strongly. They got a forward position here and were able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and she put it to bed in a hurry going around that final turn. You could see that Luis Saez, he'd put Secret Oath under heavy, heavy pressure about 3 furlongs from home. She was tired. She never did change leads into the stretch. She's still in her left lead. Louis tries to make her switch one more time. The race is over with at this point right now, and it had been for about 3 furlongs.
Dominant performance by the daughter of Curlin, who was a 2-time Horse of the Year for trainer Todd Pletcher. Pletcher's 8th win in this coaching club, American Oaks, and this one as easy as you could hope for.
And everything changed at the start, Greg. When they broke from the gate, the expected pace setter, Society, has a difficult time out of the gate and changes the whole pace setup.
Let's go to Maggie.
You're with Rod Ortiz and Nest. And Rod, take us through the whole race. You broke on top. Tyler, her Society did not break well. Then you all bunch up down the backside. What are your thoughts? Are you talking to each other out there?
Not really. I mean, the other filly, the Speed of the Ray, obviously Society missed the break, and I was looking to break good, and I know my filly can go run all day. She can handle the distance with no problem, so I wasn't afraid to break out of there. She broke clean, so that was the key. Yeah. After that, I don't want to take the intention out of her. I leave it there. We got in a little fight into the backside, but I was already in my position. I have to hold it, and she did the rest.
She's phenomenal. You're climbing back aboard. You got offered to win the Belmont with Mo Donegal, but back aboard, and you've had a long relationship with her. You can see with her physically, you can see with her form that she's improved. On her back, how much has she improved?
She's been improving a lot, honestly. She's run against the boys, going 1.5 miles at the Belmont Stakes, and she kind of like wait a little bit, going to the quarter pole. She was available to still come running late against Mo Donegal. That was a great race, so she's in great form right now.
I read, congratulations. What a lovely filly.
Thank you very much, and thanks Todd, and thanks the owner for giving me the opportunity to be back on her.
Speaking of the owner, Mike Rapoli, part owner, I should say. Acacia's standing by with him.
And with both the owners, in fact, Maggie, Mike Rapoli, and Aaron Wellman, Mike, we'll start with you. What a performance today.
I mean, that was a wow. I mean, we just saw one of the best 3-year-old fillies in a long, long time. I know Todd had Malathot last year, and now to come up with this filly, and Eclipse had Carolina. I mean, this is, and by the way, they're all Curlin fillies, really, really special. They gave it to her early, and she just fought off every challenge in the world, and then just wowed us at the end.
And Aaron, it looked like we were going to have that matchup, but she was just much the best. Talk about how this filly's progressed.
Todd's just done what he does, which is train race horses, and in my opinion, he's the greatest of all time. And I'm just really happy for the filly. She's had a couple rough trips in the Oaks and the Belmont, and this was sweet vindication. I'm happy for Mike House at home, and all our Eclipse partners, but the filly really gets the credit. She's special.
Special indeed, guys. Congratulations, Andy and Jonathan. We just saw something really special.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, look, Andy, this was very, very impressive. She broke really well, And when Secret Oath kind of got stuck being 3 wide around there, it felt like she was going to be in trouble just from her trip alone.
Secret Oath had a tougher trip, but this horse just destroyed her out in the racetrack. So trips aside, I mean, obviously Secret Oath didn't run her best race, but Nest was just tremendous out there. And I think at this point in the conversation of who the best 3-year-old filly is in the country, I think the conversation's over right now. Maybe it changes in the Alabama, but right now she's the top dog. She was super, super impressive today.
And here's the scary thing. These two are likely to meet again. Nest is supposed to be better with more ground. She's going to get that if they do meet up again in the Alabama.
All right, let me give you just a slight pushback, okay? Down the backside, they really picked it up that second quarter. I think it was the intention of Luis Saez to have Nest to his inside where he could get her whenever he wanted. But they picked it up, and maybe, just maybe, that took Secret Oath out of her game a little bit.
And it turned it into the stamina race. I had talked to Mike about last night. I'm not saying it had anything to do with that, with talking, but that's exactly what happened.
Beginning of this race, a lot went wrong early.
Watch the 2-horse.
Who was supposed to be the lone speed.
Right. She's out of the game. There's no doubt that Irad looks over and knows that she's not in the game and he can take the lead. And now you have the 2 supposed horses that are coming off the pace on the lead side by side. By the way, when I said what I said just now about pace setup, don't get me wrong, Nest was awesome today.
But with a more true pace, you think it could be a different story?
I don't know. I was very impressed today. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. I'll leave it there.
She has really turned the corner, and it showed in the Belmont Stakes when she ran a tremendous runner-up finish with a stumbling start out of the gate. And now this effort, just dominating who, you know, is an argument coming in between these two, but Secret Oath had beat her head-to-head in the Oaks, was probably the best 3-year-old filly in the country until today.
And it showed in their practice. I mean, Nest practicing once a week. Trainers usually do fast moves with their horses. Nest practicing before the Kentucky Oaks was not keeping a straight course, getting out in those works wasn't that impressive. Her practice leading into this race was very, very good, Gary.
Yeah, it was. I noticed today coming around the final turn, she's got that habit of wanting to lean out. And Irad had his riding crop out away from her, just showing it to her around the turn. It's something that's a habit of hers. Look, she does it fast. She leans out, but she leans out fast and finishes fast. She was pushing and pulling all the way through the stretch until Irad wrapped up on her late.
I know they paid for second and third. If you had a 3-year-old filly, would you still want to go to the Alabama to face her?
2 or 3 horses? Why not? they pay, right? I'm not proud.
What a performance.
I'm not cheap, but I can be had.
Yeah.
One of the best performances. I know it's early in the meet, but this has to stand out as one of the top performances we've seen.
Yeah, that was a wow performance just now. You know, I was rooting for Secret Oath because of my relationship with Wayne Lucas. Got a great relationship with Todd as well, but I'm a huge, huge fan of what I just saw.
Nest just flat out dominant in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, second Grade 1 win of her career, following that runner-up finish against the boys in the Belmont Stakes. Coverage continues. Next, over on FS2, you'll see the second half of the card over there, including Caravel trying to repeat in the Caress for her new connections. Hope you enjoyed it. Coverage again continues on FS2.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
She lit it up last summer, but on this stage, Caravel defending Caress victorious. Emotional moment for Lizzie Merriman, bittersweet even. She bred Caravel, she trained her, and also she had just sold her and had to say goodbye. 1 year later, Caravel is back at Saratoga, ready to defend her title. 5-2 morning line, Caress favorite. She's with her third trainer now, two-time Eclipse Award winner, Brad Cox. It'll be ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, married in Saratoga last week. Today, maybe a first stakes win of the meet. As for the carnations and the blanket for the Coaching Club American Oaks first Grade 1 event of the season in dominating fashion moments ago, Nest like a freight train through the stretch. What'd you think? We close shop after the CCA Oaks? This is Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Outside the paddock, Richie Migliori, Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Like, we miss anything?
Right.
What a day thus far. The Coaching Club American Oaks, the dust just settling. Your immediate reaction following Nest's performance, Richie.
She was dominating. Secret Oath didn't have a great trip strung out wide around the first turn, but it didn't matter when you get beaten 10 lengths by a filly like Nest. And it turned into the match race, Paul, that we thought it might turn into.
Yeah.
They hooked up at the half-mile pole, and Nest found another gear.
It was unfortunate the two Society didn't get off to the best of starts. And then what ended up happening, Nest, and I thought Irad did a great job just taking control of the race and saying, okay, I am going to be on the rail here. I'm going to save all the ground. I'll be able to out-finish you. And I'm going to go to a point earlier in the week. If you've been watching the show, Richie had pointed out he didn't really like the way Secret Oath was kind of getting out in the works, and that kind of happened in the race, Richie.
It kind of got strung out there four wide and just took the worst of it.
This isn't Monday morning quarterbacking. Yeah, I pointed it out a couple of times, but this is where the real running started. Let's pick it up when we thought we were going to see the match race we were hoping for. Secret Oath, Nest, stride for stride, Richie rounding the far turn.
Yeah, they engaged. They hooked up. Look at the separation they put up quickly on the rest of the rivals. And you could see, though, Nest had a little more left. Now, Irad's looking around, floated out a little bit. Watch when he uses the crop once. She's absolutely going to find another gear right there, Paul.
Yeah, she does. And like we talked about yesterday, it just seemed like she was going to get first jump on Secret Oath today. Smaller field, didn't have to navigate to the Churchill Downs. The numbers came up completely different. They gave a way better number to Secret Oath because she was wider. But again, Churchill Downs Oaks Day and Churchill's Downs Day, you wanted to be outside on the track. So, you know, Nest just franked her effort in the Belmont. They were not beating her today, and she was just powerful.
Electric winner's circle following a Grade 1 victory. You saw Aaron Wellman there. Eclipse Thoroughbreds, all the partners. Arad Ortiz won one Grade 1 race last summer. Saratoga takes down this Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, and Nest for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher in 8th victory in the Coaching Club American Oaks with Acacia Clement moments ago.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Todd Pletcher. As we just saw, Nest dominant in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She is a filly that really has progressed a lot this year, Todd.
I tell you what, she came out of the Belmont as well as any horse that we've ever run in it. She just really blossomed after the race. She gained weight. She trained super. So, you know, originally we weren't sure if we were going to wait for the Alabama, but she just told us she was ready to go here. And it's great to see her show up and perform the way we hoped she would.
You don't often see performances like that in a Grade 1 either. I mean, talk about just how special what we saw today really is.
Well, nothing really went the way we, you know, kind of mapped it out when Steve's filly stumbled leaving there, and so we found ourselves on the lead, but thought Irad rode a smart race. He stayed off the rail, allowed that filly to come up inside of him so he could buy some time. We knew that Secret Oath had put in a challenge somewhere around the half-mile pole, and, you know, she's able to fend her off and then, you know, went off impressively.
Now, she is a filly that seems like she has a big fan following as well with the fact that she tackled the boys last time. How fun is that for you two to see how much the fans enjoy her?
No, it's great. I think it's great for the industry when fillies step out and do well against colts, and she certainly, you know, ran a super race in the Belmont, arguably with a little different trip. She was going to be right there with Mo Donegal, so it's great to see her do that, come out of it well, and then come back with a great race like this.
Thanks, Todd. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nest, a dominant winner of the Coaching Club American Oaks.
If you get the sense he's been there before, act like you've been there before, it's because he has. 8th win in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Todd Pletcher, Richie. Nest turns the tables on Secret Oath, now 1 win apiece head-to-head. And with that runaway victory, she forges to the head of the class in terms of this chase for a 3-year-old filly championship.
Well, you'd have to think that puts her at the head of the class the way she dominated here. And Todd Pletcher, 8 of them. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 5 of them.
Yeah.
And think about the names we're talking about here.
Yeah. Incredible. Nest, let's go right back to the start, and this is where we're expecting to see Society break sharp, go right after the lead. Butterbean, though, stumbles. Society winds up in behind horses here, Paul.
Yeah, and this is right here. He looked right to his right, did Irad Ortiz Jr. when the 1 and the 2 broke slow, and he said, okay, I now have this race over with. Let's try to hang out the 6 as far as we can. We're going to get a closer look. I don't know if the 2 ends up hopping and the 1 goes to her face.
It's a great illustration when I talk about
the 1 Butterbean. That was bad.
Horses shuffling their feet in the gate. Both of them were moving their feet, and then they've got to try to reset. And the ground broke away from both of them. Obviously, Butterbean took the worst of it.
Yeah. Isolated missteps, or did one impact the other?
I think they were isolated missteps.
Kind of with the, yeah.
And right there, that's what you like to see. Crop uncocked in front of a packed house at Saratoga. Nest, now a dual Grade 1 winner, 2nd in the Kentucky Oaks. When you start looking at this resume, the 2 Grade 1 wins, 2nd in the Kentucky Oaks, 2nd in the Belmont Stakes, and sitting on a massive second half of the year.
Looks like she's grown up. It looks like she's developed. She's taken the steps. Secret Oath always was a bigger, imposing kind of filly. Maybe Ness is just kind of now developed and caught up to her from a physical perspective.
She's a Cadillac. She's so built small and just built like just really fast. So I don't think any racetrack is going to phase her. And if you look at her PPs, it hasn't. She's run well over any kind of racetrack. So I think it's going to transfer. And she might be very tough against even the older horses in the Breeders' Cup. You never know.
So a story to follow, and we still have 6 races left. And another graded stakes race, completely different brand of racing, a turf sprint. The Caress, 13th running, 5.5 furlong mad dash, older female sprinters. Caravel has the rail again, just like last year, Paulie. This was a scene in last year's edition. Caravel has missile lock on the lead at Robin Sparkles.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse that, like, he can rate from off the pace a little bit, and it was a surreal moment for Elizabeth Merriman. We had known right before the race the horse was being sold, and Irad Ortiz wheeled this horse out at even money in that gray roan. He comes from daddy. Mizzen Mass was a gray, Meg, but he lowers his head down when he gets to run it.
Yeah, and you know, the versatility is what makes her doubly dangerous. The fact that she can sit right in the face, because you get Robin Sparkles in here again, and it is an emotional scene. You know, bittersweet. Right. Business dictates that selling the horse is good business, but it's part of the family at that point.
Lizzie Merriman, she bred Caravel, owned her, trained her, but Caravel wasn't going home with her. Sold to celebrity chef Bobby Flay, 75% anyhow. Headed to a new trainer. But here's the thing, Caravel struggled the rest of the year. Fast forward to 2022, Caravel's been sold again. She has another trainer, third trainer, Brad Cox, Paulie, and maybe, just maybe, she's rediscovered her best fastball just in time to defend her Caress title as seen in the Intercontinental.
Yeah, I think she's going to be ultra tough today, and I've said this throughout the whole week. The gate's going to be her only enemy. If she gets out of the gate, I think she's going to be ultra tough to beat, because even on this day in the Intercontinental, she broke a tiny bit flat-footed, but she was able to get to the front. And here's the thing, when she gets to the front by herself, the race is over. You're just not going to run her down. She's got the tenacity to keep on going. I thought this was a race that got her back to where she was when she won the Caress last year. She draws the one hole, and I was talking to Mig, especially about a horse that sometimes breaks a little slow. Now, she's broke slow in her last 2 races, but, you know, Mig eased my mind a little bit by saying, you know what, a horse that breaks slow, I don't mind having the one hole.
You have more room to work with. You're not going to get squeezed out of there, you know, because usually horses go to empty space, they run to it. You've got room to work with. I would prefer one with her.
Lots of twists and turns, but she's back. Caravel ready to defend her title. As for today's program, remainder of today's program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You'll see races 6 through 11. Pick 6 starts in the 6th. Pick 5, race 7. The Caress, race 10. Main track fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature in the low 90s. Just a friendly reminder, in case you haven't signed up, offer still stands. You're going to use that promo code. $200 deposit match. Get signed up. Join us here. There it is, Toga 200. Sign up at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, any place, anywhere. So much still coming your way on Saratoga Live. And of course, last summer, right here, this trainer became North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Next Saturday, he will unleash Epicenter. Kentucky Derby runner-up, Preakness runner-up. Next Saturday, the Jim Dandy Stakes on Fox.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Two-year-old race of the day by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. 3 of these 2-year-olds sired by Spendthrift Super Stallion Into Mischief. Exciting 2-year-old sprint. Highly regarded prospects. Expensive prospects. Currently, Summon Your Courage drawn inside the favorite at 5-2. This is one of those races, one of those moments where you have 2-year-old races at Saratoga and then you have 2-year-old races at Saratoga. By the end of the meet, I don't know, grade 1 hopeful time, we may be talking about one of the two we're looking at in this field.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, any one of these races down here, especially when you get to the Colts and the Phillies, especially the Colts, you're always looking for the first Saturday in May and next year. But that's why you always got to watch these races, because something special might come out. Now, Gulfport's coming up here for Steve Asmussen. Michelle Lavelle's got another runner that's very, very good. They're coming for the Saratoga Special. But we still got the hopeful, and you never know, Mig.
Post-parade for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Summon Your Courage, second to Sanford winner, Most Strike at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised that this horse is the favorite, or was the favorite at 5-2, but does have experience over this group.
Full Mood Madness, first of 3 by Into Mischief.
Big half-mile work, 2 back, and very well-bred out of By the Moon, who is out of By the Light. Good family.
Bay Longa. It's a beach in St. Martin, and you're impressed. I knew that, Paulie.
And this horse worked 21-1 at the OBS sale back in April and really got over the ground.
Powerful Cortland Farm, expensive debuting colt.
I stayed there. I was swatting mosquitoes the whole time. This horse, I think, can run. I've heard he can run, too.
Balsa, Godolphin homebred, first-time starter.
Nice steady work tab. Was at Churchill Downs until the last work over the Saratoga main track.
Mullinger, second of 2 debuting colts, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
I have a feeling this this colt might run a little bit here. Better than his odds look at 16-1. He's been working okay in the morning.
Phelpsy, $1 Million Baby by Into Mischief.
Into Mischief, Chad Brown with firsters. He needs no introduction.
Number 9, Western Ghent, gets off the rail, doesn't have to deal with Most Strike.
Yeah, comes out of the same race as the straight one in here, and didn't do much running, but drew the rail that day.
Bring the band home on the outside. Flash Speed in his debut in Florida.
Yeah, the other Into Mischief was very quick on debut. It's going to have to be quick because he's got a lot of horses inside of him to try to clear.
When we come back, that's right, one of those 2-year-old races. Highly coveted prospects, beautifully bred prospects. On the track, warming up. Post time approaches. The pick 6 in 4 minutes. 2-year-olds taking center stage.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back on a glorious Saturday afternoon at the spa. You're watching Saratoga Live, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 2-year-olds out on the track. I'm Maggie Wolfendale here trackside, as we'll start with some of the firsters taking a bit of money. That includes number 5 in here, Powerful. Can you not love a horse named Powerful, as he is a son of Nyquist? The dam did win her first start as a 2-year-old, so suggesting some precocity there. And of these first-time starters, I don't want to say by far, but definitely won the most fit, the most conditioned, the most defined contest of any of these. Has a lot of size and physical maturity, but you are dealing with a upper level maiden special weight at Saratoga, so a lot of these 2-year-olds are going to be impressive. And I do like Powerful of the first time starters. He just feels like the one that is most well prepared, and the public says so too. Got to get give a little love to number 2, Full Moon Madness, a son of Into Mischief out of By the Moon, who it feels like yesterday I was watching her win the 2017 Ballerina here at the spa, and it's her first foal, and he's handsome. And a lot of times you'll see first foals be a little bit on the smaller side. Not the case at all. Seems to be working progressively for trainer Michelle Nevin, but typical of this conditioner's first-time starters, he does give the impression that he'll need a race from the fitness standpoint. $1 million for number 8, Phelpsy in here. I don't know, is that a little nod to Michael Phelps? I don't know. But he is another son of Into Mischief. The dam was a multiple stakes winning turf miler. And the dam is actually half to a multiple graded stakes winning Private Mission, who won such races in California as the Zenyatta and the Santa Maria, but in that one by Into Mischief. So kind of closely bred to a very successful filly/mare out in California. Phelpsy, very broad, very Into Mischief, physicality, looks as though he should have speed, though not necessarily giving me that indication from his disposition. Fairly laid back, not the fittest looking Chad Brown horse I've seen. Let's talk about one horse who has experience, number 10, Bring the Band Home. Don't love that he was run down at 4 to 5 at Gulfstream in the middle of summer, but yet another Into Mischief is a good looking colt. I mean, he is by far the best looking horse in this field. Tall, scopy, athletic, and is sharp. So that early speed you saw first time out, look for it again here. We'll just see, can he stay the course this time and last the entire 6 furlongs, Lafitte?
Picked off late, Maggie, as you mentioned, in his Gulfstream debut. Quick colt. Bring the Band Home, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, 3 by Into Mischief. He is not by Into Mischief. Summon Your Courage by Practical Joke. Louis Saez, Todd Pletcher. Pletcher looking to go back-to-back off that CCA Oaks win. This was his latest. Last month, Churchill, second start, Richie. Summon Your Courage. You'll see him bearing down on Mo Strike, the same Mo Strike who won the Sanford here last Sunday.
And Mo Strike won the Sanford by getting into a street fight and being the last man standing, and he kind of broke his maiden the same way. But to me, that elevates Summon Your Courage, because he ran at him, he was game, he made the move at him, couldn't get by him, but he tested him all the way to the wire, Paul.
He hit the brakes, though. He really hit the brakes right here, and
he hit the brakes, or Mo Strike just dig?
I don't know. I mean, it's a really tough read, because his first start, he kind of did the same thing. He didn't break well. He needs to get out of the gate. He is the one, but he actually is going to be what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's going to break out of the 7 slot, even though he's the 1. So I think that's better for him, because he's been getting out of the gate a little slow. He needs to break with this field, because there's going to be at least one first-time starter that can run in here.
Highly, highly regarded. These 2-year-olds, several first-time starters, expensive first-time starters. 2-1, Richie, on Powerful. Maggie liked what she saw on the track. Nice fit, ready to roll.
Good works, good connections, makes a lot of sense, taking money, so he's shown ability in the morning. I went to a different first-time starter, 13-1 on the 2-horse Full Moon Madness. Michelle Nevin doesn't work a horse as fast. 2 works ago, 46-3. Backed it up with a nice slow half, kind of almost erased that a little bit. Great family, By the Light. The dam of By the Moon was a multiple stakes winner. By the Moon, a grade 1 winner, the ballerina right here. Yeah. I'm going that direction.
Pay attention to the gate. The 5 reportedly in the morning has been a bullet out of the gate, a very good gate horse, and sometimes that can win these 2-year-old races.
And there he is. Yeah, it's crunch time. For the breeders, owners, bloodstock agents, trainers, one race is not a career, but it's something. This is where it all starts. 2-year-olds in the 6 to kick off the Pick 6 on this Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. John Embriel standing by.
There in the gate. And they're off. Bring the band home with a quick start from the extreme outside. Now Balsa moves up. Balsa grabs the lead. Powerful. And Bring the Band Home right together, second and third. And then it is Phelpsy who runs in fourth. Full Moon Madness down on the inside and in fifth. Summon Your Courage runs in sixth, followed by Baylong in seventh. And at the back are Western Ghent and Mullingar. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Balsa the leader here by a length. Bring the Band Home running in second with Powerful in third and Full Moon Madness down at the rail in fourth. On the outside is Phelpsy. In between horses is Summon Your Courage as the field heads for the head of the stretch. It's Balsa and Bring the Band Home. The two of them are right together. Bring the Band Home now takes the lead. Full Moon Madness looking to come on through. It's Bring the Band Home with the lead. Full Moon Madness driving up on the outside. Powerful is next in third. And now there's a 16th to the finish. It is Bring the Band Home trying to hang on here. On the outside is Powerful. They're coming for the finish. Bring the Band Home got to the wire first, narrowly over the late closing Powerful.
Desperate finish. Bring the Band Home, who was picked off late in his debut, reaching for the wire. Powerful closing. Tight one amongst these 2-year-olds in the 6 at the Spa.
This is when the outside post is such an advantage for a horse with speed because Dylan Davis wasn't forced into rushing Bring the Band Home. He was allowed to follow the 6 just off his flank, got into the race right away and saved just enough to hold on for the 5 Powerful, who kind of got on track late. Look, he was running in place before he finally found some run.
Great call by Maggie. She said right before they went in the gate, this is by far the most handsome horse on the racetrack. And to be honest with you, when they're handsome, they run better. It's not like humans. When they're handsome, they're not as fast sometimes, but good call by Mags, and this horse was 5-1, and you're right. Gulfport, Powerful. I don't know, he wanted to get to the front end. When he switched off, he started to come a little late, and the 2 ran a good race. Your pick 2 as well.
I thought when he came out from behind horses, he was going to really kick it in. You can see how much kickback he got. The other 2 horses, clean faces, him not so much, but he got a great education and a horse to keep an eye on going forward.
Powerful going to have to settle for second in his debut. Bring the Band Home with the edge and experience. Live Plantation homebred, the success Charlotte Weber, trainer Mark Cassey have had over the years. They'll team up a little bit later on. Super sensation in the featured Caress. Bring the Band Home graduates. Dylan Davis, Mark Cassey, Hall of Famer, standing by with Maggie.
Bring the Band Home brings Mark Cassey to the winner's circle. And Mark, how important with these 2-year-olds to get that experience? I know he was run down at 4-5 last time, but that extra stamina, you saw it today.
Exactly. It didn't hurt my feelings. I mean, you always want to win, but when he ran well there, I said, oh, that'll set him up for today.
For a bigger purse as well.
Well, this is, for Mrs. Weber, 50 years in the game. We want her to do well here, and so we're trying to get a few more horses running here for her.
And a homebred. How important is that to her and you?
It is. He's beautiful, too. I don't know. She's got a wonderful program and has for, again, 50 years. So hats off to her and her team.
And you've delivered the winners as well. Congratulations here with this guy.
Thank you.
Mark Cassey, Bring the Band Home graduates here in style for sporting those iconic Live Oak Plantation silks, guys.
Iconic is right, Maggie. And you could hear some emotion in his voice. Mark Cassey, Charlotte Weber, that relationship. Live Oak Plantation, Richie, Bring the Band Home, and what it means to win at Saratoga. 2-year-olds here and what it could represent moving forward.
It just shows you having a race under your belt. They say one race is like 5 or 6 works. He got more fitness, outside post help, because Dylan was allowed to let him to kind of ease into the race as opposed to being rushed into the race.
Yeah, and again, I think this was a kind of race where we saw the replay of the one, and I get it. It was a race against a horse that came back and won, but Summon Your Courage, nah.
Wrong lead in the lane, too. Looked sideways. Just didn't ever look comfortable.
I don't think the horse would ever debut at Churchill. But then you got to read sometimes for a guy like Pletcher or a guy like Chad Brown, they would have saved for Saratoga for the first start. And the first 2 starts for this horse, really green, and actually almost hit the front end in the start earlier. And those kind of horses for Pletcher and Chad Brown, you only can give them so many starts because those guys win so many races, and some of your courage might need to drop.
Some on your courage off the board today. What did you notice from Phelpsy? $1 Million Into Mischief Colt finishing off the board, Richie.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of agreed with Maggie. It looked like he was definitely going to need a race from a physical perspective. It looked like he was a little heavier, carrying a little more weight. And a horse, too, that maybe just a race will make the light bulb go on because he didn't get that involved early.
And maybe added distance as well, moving on for Phelpsy. It's a jumping off point.
Yeah.
It's a start. One race is not a career for these 2-year-olds, but one to keep an eye on, bring the band home moving forward. We do have those results. $12, and Richie Dylan Davis has found that zone. Couple of big few days here at Saratoga.
Yeah, congratulations to Mark Cass. He gets off the duck and gets the W here for Dylan. Into Mischief. I have a streak high mare. What I usually have, a Tizzitude.
The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Son of Mischief strikes. Pause, take a deep breath. Welcome in a new audience. SNY viewers, Valley SoCal viewers, so glad you could join us. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Now the families are out, Saratoga Race Course. Hey guys, new fans. Where you been, everyone? Party started hours ago. Good news, there is so much left, and we're not going anywhere. Weekend number 2 from Saratoga Race Course. All right, so you may have missed the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Grade 1 biggest race of the afternoon. Fear not, we'll recap it. What we do still have is a late pick 5 about to get underway, and one more graded stakes race. Guys, we have the Caress coming in. It is a wide open turf sprint for female sprinters. You can make a case for several, or you just go back to the defending champ, Caravel, who took down this event a season ago. A lot has changed since, but she's back to defend her title.
She's, I think, going to get a very similar trip to last year's Caress, where a horse like Robin Sparkles, a couple others, could set the pace. She could sit in behind the pole. That should create some separation, come out when she needs to. She was in great form. She lost her way. Feels like she found her form again.
I think the good part, Lafitte, that's good for her. She's the kind of horse where the gate, again, is her issue. The 2, 3, and 4 are horses that kind of rate. Now, Robin Sparkles is the other pace in here by far. Now, she's beaten Robin Sparkles a couple times, but Robin Sparkles can be very dangerous, and she likes this racetrack, this 5-year-old mare. But Caravel can lay off of her, but if Robin Sparkles puts her kind of in a little jackpot, I don't know if Tyler Gaffigone or Caravel would want Robin Sparkles to go and then lay off, or if he's just going to take it to Robin Sparkles from the beginning, because if that creates a pace duel, I still think Caravel will finish, but now you got bow time, and it includes a lot of others.
5.5 furlong turf sprint, blink, and you'll miss it. 5.5 furlong turf dash, all part of the late pick 5. Wide open Caravel, drawn inside just like last year, 5-2. Morning line favorite. Important day here at Saratoga this afternoon. Lustgarten Foundation Day. And the jockey signing, the trainer signing, I should say, that took place earlier today. Some of the trainers around Saratoga, and of course all of the proceeds, Richie, for such an important cause, cancer research, and the memory of trainer Dominic Galuccio.
Yeah, and I really appreciate and admire that all these trainers take time out of their busy schedules to come and support this, and obviously remember Dominic. I was actually in Germantown, New York the other day looking at a load of hay. Dominic is buried 3 miles from where he learned to gallop horses at Claremont Farm.
Really, really cool stuff. Everybody in the witness circle taking a picture with remembrance. It's just, it's cool. That's why what makes horse racing, we're all just a big family. Everybody here that's working here at American Day Races, we're a big family, and everybody there is a big family. And I think the jockeys, the trainers, the owners all appreciate it, you know?
All proceeds to cancer research. Lustgarten day here at Saratoga. So we still have the late pick 5 coming up. Also, look ahead to the main event tomorrow afternoon. Top class racing continues. Regally bred Clariere, champion Malathot, Ogden Phipps rematch, Grade 1 Talent, and the Grade 2 Chuvie. The preview's next.
Who's the best? Who's top horse? Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Lady Aurelia down the center in the white and green colors is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Bold Ruler along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Sixth period now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Bentley just hand-riding under the wire. He takes this in power by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
It's incredible, the legends who've occupied that space. Stall number 1 at Claiborne. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years. Doing the usual, unusually well, as we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers of the Chuvie Stakes. Named in honor of Chuvie, brilliant mare, Hall of Famer, legend. So who is fastest? Because you have multiple distances, then you have multiple records. It's now at 1 1/8 Farrell, record holder for 1 1/8 149.35. Most wins by a trainer. Alan Jerkins, the Chief, Giant Killer, so many nicknames, 5-time Shoe winner. Most wins by a jockey. How many records does John Velasquez have at Saratoga? 5 Shoe victories. You can't see her, but that's Carolina carrying Johnny V. The Big has 4. Most wins by an owner. 3 different owners have won the Shoe twice. Ogden Phipps in the 80s, Ogden Mills Phipps most recent. This is elite. Shoe winners who've won Breeders' Cup events, 6 have done it. Some of the best mares in recent memory, including Beautiful Pleasure, 2000. Now that gets serious. Shoe winners, crown champion, 9 total from Proud Delta in the 70s to Storm Flags Flying in 2004. Nobody could touch Sky Beauty in New York. And finally, Shoe winners in the Hall of Fame, 4 of them included the Silver Bullet Lady Secret, 1986. Horse of the Year, the Shoe by the numbers. Richie, you won the Shoe 4 times. Johnny V had to win that one last year, otherwise you would have been in that by the numbers.
Well, I still have good memories of it. It's all good.
Right?
I won it 4 times, 3 times for John Kimmel, once for Wayne Lucas, and that was my favorite one because I got taken off a mare Tactile, picked up Tiz Juliet, daughter of my Juliet, and beat Tactile.
Always feels better.
Take us through the race.
Well, Hidden Lake had come from way back this day. They went very fast, 44 and change, and I got the rail run. It's the first time I ever rode her, and she skipped away, beating John Kimmel's other filly, Flat Fleet Feet.
I don't see no looking back. I don't see no pumping at the wire.
I don't do that.
I don't see no showboating.
No, I mean, I rode her probably harder than I needed to, but then I gave her a little pat at the end. It ain't about me, it's about the horse.
100%.
Make it about the horse.
Terrific mare. Hidden Lake, 4-time Shoe winner, Richie Migliori. Tomorrow, we get to do it all over again. The Grade 2 Shoe, and we're talking about Grade 1 talent. A little like today's Coaching Club American Oaks, we have a smaller field, but all kinds of class. Same scenario. Older mares, that quality. Number 3, Malathat, 4-5. Morning line favorite. Number 4, Clairiere, Ogden Phipps winner. Let's revisit the Ogden Phipps. After search results took the starch out of Latruska Belmont Day, Paulie. It's on. Malathat and Clairiere, watch them in this cutthroat duel.
Yeah, after watching Malathat's race in the Double Dog Dare, you were sort of wondering, okay, has she come back as the same filly at 4 years old? And Clairiere just looks like she's been a different filly, and I really loved her on this day. And I actually thought she would blow right by, but Malathat just showed her class. But I do think Clairiere has turned into a better filly at age 4. It's going to be very interesting what happens in the Shoe because these fillies are uber close.
Richie, this is going to be so different. Strategically, no Latruska, no search results to light up the pace. What are you looking for strategically? John Velasquez, Malathat, Joel Rosario, Clairiere.
Well, I think it's still going to be very much a rider's race, and 2 turns makes it a different dynamic, which I think actually favors Malathat. I think she's a better natural 2-turn horse with Clairiere, gets into that big rhythm. 1 turn might be better. And they add blinkers on
Yeah, I was
Malathat.
going to ask you why. What do you think?
Johnny Velasquez is convinced she is not trying her hardest and thinks she'll be much better with blinkers.
Okay. This was his call, correct?
Yes,
Johnny V? Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
That's tomorrow. Shoe V. Saratoga Live, local prep for the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Odds for the 7th. Start of the late pick 5 New York bred maidens, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. You're looking at number 9, Royal Dancer. This is her latest. Mid-June Belmont New York Stallion Series. Richie, Royal Dancer in command. Almost home, but not quite yet.
Now, she showed very good speed going the 7 furlongs. Kicked away like the race is over. Very awkward step there, changing leads.
Yeah.
I think it cost her some momentum. Kendrick had to correct her because it looked like she was going to bounce off the rail, and then she bottomed out a little bit late. Does that 7 furlong speed translate to the 5.5 furlongs, though?
That's interesting that you say that because you would know better than me because sometimes a lot of people will go, okay, this horse is cutting back in distance. Well, the fractions are going to be faster now. It's a different ball game. Dream Central came right back to win. It's kind of hard to figure out this filly, but I will give her this. She's running in big fields and getting to the front end in big fields, and she cut out fast fractions last time.
Maggie, what do you see in the paddock?
I am Actually, not going to look at Royal Dancer, but I think she's kind of part of my conversation because the two fillies that I'm going to start with are ones that could potentially be a thorn in her side with regards to early pace. Now, we don't know what we're going to get from Tough Street as she tries to Tough Street. Yeah, there's Treat Street and Tough Street. Good luck, Johnny I. Tough Street gets Lasix and switches to the turf. They tried to get her on it the last time we saw her, which was in the fall at Aqueduct. Now, there really isn't that much turf to report home on with regards to her pedigree. She's by Spicers, okay. I mean, yeah, Spitestown being the grandsire, that's good. But on the bottom, really not much turf. And she doesn't really look it physically. Now, she's gone on. She looks good coming back here as a 3-year-old, fit, well-conditioned, strong, great disposition. There's just looking at her, she doesn't scream turf to me, but the fact that Chad wants her on the turf says, I guess Maggie's wrong. So we'll see what she does here with early pace involved with her dirt running. But remember earlier, we did not see dirt speed translate to turf speed, especially going the 5.5. Number 6 is Quick Power Nap with Christophe Clement. She, at least in these preliminaries, strikes me as being the sharpest. She had a bit more speed in her second start as well. She's shown being able to be up close in her first start up here at Saratoga. She was pretty keen early. I think Tyler Gaffalione just needs to put his hands down and let her roll. She second off the bench is really fit in here. She has that look in her eye like, just let me go, I'm ready. We'll see if she's ready though. She's proven that stamina isn't always on her side. First time starter, number 12, Admire My Crown for Horacio De Paz by War Dancer, great turf influence. And the Dam was a multiple stakes winning New York bred, albeit on the dirt, but this one half to several turf winners, and a lot of them by Kitten's Joy and a full to Athena Dancer, who did win second time out on the turf. I remember saying this about her, and she won sprinting, that she wanted to go further. I think this about her full brother as well, or sister, excuse me, Admire My Crown. She looks like she wants to go further than this. She's a bit taller, has a little length to her as well. She doesn't have that big hind end that turf sprinters typically do. For me, I'll take the wait and see approach because she looks fit from the leanness perspective of things, but it looks as though she's going to need to start to strengthen up, and she might want a little more ground to work with, Lafitte.
See how she handles this sprint, Maggie. Admire My Crown. Riders on their way into the paddock, smiling Ricardo Santana. And he's letting you know it's a great time to sign up with Naira Bets. Join today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. So if you fired up your account, ready for the late pick 5, Paulie, about that time, let's see the ticket.
Yeah, I went 4 deep in this race, and I'm going to try to beat Chad Brown. Yes, I did not take medicine this morning. I am completely fine, but I'm leaving Chad Brown off. Okay, 4, 6, 8, 9 to start this race. I actually think the 8 is a sneaky horse in this race. Riders Room, Lascano, and Linda Rice. 4, 6, 7. I think a lot of people will single highly respected. I'm telling you right now, Under Oath is a nice colt, and I even think Favorite Outlaw, who ran well last time, got beat by Chop Off the Charts. I'm singling in race number 9, the 7 Stage Raider. Going the mile and 1/8. I do think the 1 could be dangerous in there if you want to double your ticket. The 1 could be the lone speed with Kendrick aboard. 1, 2, and 4. I'll use Caravel. I think Miss J. McKay is my long shot with Irad and Christophe Clement. Then 3, 8, and 10 in race number 11. Don't leave out the 3, Mope Dennis.
No Chad Brown early?
Please no Chad Brown.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off.
If you can dodge a wrench, hopefully you can dodge Chad Brown.
that wrench will usually catch you. Late pick 5, that pool soaring, inflating up over $620,000. Richie, before this post parade, what'd you come up with in this 5.5 furlong sprint for the ladies, New York breds?
Well, it's interesting because I was thinking a lot of the same things about the 8 in here, Writer's Room, that Paul was thinking, kind of a sneaky competitor here. She had no clue what she was doing early on last time and finally figured out with about a quarter of a mile to run, and she actually finished. I think that she'll be much more tuned into the proceedings and can run much better today.
See how it all unfolds. Post parade shortly on this Saturday afternoon when the spa feels like the spa. High temperatures, high class racing. In case you're just joining us, Nest in an absolute clinic, a runaway, putting away Secret Oath with that jockey in the saddle, Irad Ortiz. Won Grade 1 victory last summer. Already won this summer with Nest to the head of the class for 3-year-old fillies. Next stop, we would think, the Grade 1 Alabama Keith Jackson. New York bred maidens, 5.5 furlong sprint, wide open, tough street. The tepid favorite at 3-2-1. It sounds like I'm stretching, Rich. It's because I am. Post parade, anyone anytime soon, call the post for the 7th race here at Saratoga. Still have one stakes race, wide open, Caress Caravel, looking to go back-to-back. Exciting turf sprint with a $200,000 purse, and now this late pick 5, you'll get to meet the field, but we start with Queen of Lies. First start with trainer Tony Dutrow. Here she is.
Yeah, this horse is a horse that's shown some speed before on the turf, so maybe she'll break from the rail. You get Eric Cancel in the irons.
17-1. Then the tepid favorite, Tough Street, 3-year-old debut, quick filly, second in her first pair, turf debut.
Does have that speed on the dirt, like Maggie said. Will it translate to the turf? I'm not going to question Chad Brown about what surface he runs his horses on.
Treat Street took money in her debut. Javier Castellano rides back.
You make a great point. 3-1 in the debut, 21-1 today. I don't know what's amiss.
Sinfully Sweet, Trevor McCarthy first win of the meet yesterday.
Horse just missed going 7 furlongs last time. I think she gets a lot of speed to help her late run.
My Cara Mia Mine, best race of her career, sprinting on this lawn.
Not the worst 22-1 shot. Her first start of her career here at Saratoga, she almost won, and that race would probably put her right there.
Quick Power Nap, Tyler Gaffleon, third jockey in as many races. Number 8, Writer's Room, solid debut, something to build on.
I think she could take a big step forward here in her second start.
Royal Dancer should be in the mix early.
Yeah, I would think so, from Michelle Nevin and Kendrick Carmouche, who likes to put horses on the front end.
Mrs. Boomer, number 10, turf debut. There she is. Good idea moving to the grass. She really didn't like the dirt in her face.
No, it was really climbing. And we see Jimmy Bond's horses. They do well up here. They excel that barn.
Lollygag, Bull Durham fans, this is your horse.
You lollygag around the racetrack. You lollygag around. You know what they're called? You're called a lollygagger.
Lollygagger.
That's it.
Admire my crown picture. The first-time starter called on the board.
Yeah, cold on the board, but the mare had 7 foals to race on turf and 5 winners.
Road to Remember draws in.
Yeah, another horse to me, the 5 and the 13, 23-1 and 21-1. The 13 ran a good race with Joel Rosario aboard. Now you get Jose Gomez. I know you draw way, way outside, but those two horses maybe you can get in the try or the superfectas.
Nice, easy race to handicap to start the late pick 5. Which one of these New York breds is ready to graduate that late pick 5 in 4 minutes? When we come back, as our coverage continues, weekend number 2 from the 154th season of racing at Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. This is Saratoga Lake. Our coverage is always brought to you in part by Run Happy. #1 second crop sire last year in dirt earnings.
Looks inviting, right? Want to go for a swim, hot day? Come up here in January, February. There's pickup trucks out there
What are
ice
you gonna
fishing.
learn- teach us how to ice skate?
They drive the trucks right out on the lake, okay?
Don't even put me in that truck because I'll sink.
Here at the spa, getting ready for this late pick 5, New York bred maidens and quick power nap contender 4-1. Tyler Gaffleone, his afternoon thus far, still seeking a first win, will ride the favorite in the Caress Caravel from the rail, but while he hasn't won a race yet, he hasn't finished worse than 4th thus far, and he has a few left.
Yeah, I mean, you always like to win early in the day. You get in a rhythm, your confidence goes up. But Tyler's a pro, and he's been winning with such consistency all year long. And quick power nap, I fit one in today.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Well done.
They work. Don't want to go more than 20 minutes.
No, because then you're groggy.
The opposite, yes.
Yeah.
And one to keep an eye on Power Full, that 2-year-old that he just rode in the last race. He's going to be all right.
Yeah, he settled late, kind of found his best stride. Kind of was like running with the pack.
Yeah.
And he's, oh, I'm supposed to go catch somebody.
For more on Quick Power Nap, we check in with Maggie.
Wish I could take one of those right now. But Quick Power Nap was not in the paddock for her last race. And like I said, watching that replay, she wanted to get a little headstrong, unruly, I would call it early on. Now, excuse me, as I also talk about trainers often having the uniforms that they'll wear, run their horses in, that, you know, Christophe Clement's usually a noseband with a snaffle bit. Sometimes we'll see ring bits, but she's actually wearing a Houghton bit. So I'm not sure if that's a new addition compared to last time, but something that I like to see on horses that I saw do what she did in her last race. We'll move on to #3, Treat Street. She comes off a little bit of a freshening here, comes right back in a turf sprint for Mark Hennig, and she's fitter than what she was in that debut, and she's 10 times more professional. I mean, she was green in the preliminaries that day, and she's just done everything right this time around, which you like to see, and she truly does look like a turf sprinter. So going the 5.5, I'm okay with. I know she didn't have much early speed in that debut, but she could sit a little bit closer here, given the fact she now has experience. And then a bit of a wild card is #10. That's Mrs. Boomer, as she tries the turf for the first time. She cuts back in distance too. I'm not in love with Les Crown. I like the turf for her. I think she actually looks like a turf horse. But if this was a mile, I'd be a lot more positive about her. She does add a shortcut cheater blinker, but there's pedigree, at least going back a ways. The dam is actually 3/4 to Adriano, a greatest stakes winner on turf and synthetic. So looks like turf, doesn't look like 5.5, though getting sharp, and it feels like when the Bon Barn reaches out to Luis Saez, they've got a live one, guys.
We've seen it work time and time again. She looked like she got hit with a bucket of ice water in her face, rounding the far turn in her second start. Really, that dirt, that kickback, shouldn't have that problem in her turf debut. Both of you wound up with Riders Room #8 at 11-1.
Yeah, hoping we can get a little pace up front. By the way, I wanted to mention the 13 is ridden by Dylan Davis. Actually, Jose Gomez stayed on lollygag the 11. I still think the 13 has a chance to hit the board, but I'm looking for a little bit of a better break. Linda's usually better second time out, and hopefully we can lay maybe in that second flight, Mig.
Yeah, I just thought she showed really a lot of interest late, where she kind of finally figured out why she was there. And sometimes just that one race under their belt makes a whole world of difference.
The break, so important, Richie. These short sprints, less room for error, one to watch, quick power nap. And Maggie indicated she wanted to see, let her roll and see what Tyler Gaffleone does if he has that pedal to the metal right from the start.
And that doesn't mean you have to send a horse. It just means don't get in their way. You know, allow them to do what comes natural. Don't take anything away that comes easy.
Quick power nap at 4-1. 1.1 million plus this late pick 5, this challenging series of races begins here. Any final thoughts, Paulie, as they continue to file in?
Yeah, you know, the other horse in here is the 4. I thought the 4 really ran well last time, just missed. This horse is getting better and better, a 4-year-old filly by Twirling Candy. And Trevor McCarthy got off the duck yesterday. I think this horse 6-1 is good value.
You know, Lafitte, it's a lot easier, these 5.5 furlong races, watching them from the desk.
It's a scramble. Mad dash, 5.5 furlongs, these New York breds. And, of course, Irad Ortiz on the favorite. Already took down the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. here aboard Tough Street. Johnny I standing by with the call. Race 7 live from the Spa.
And they're off. A hesitant beginning for Admire My Crown. From the inside, Queen of Lies is right there, along with Tough Street and Royal Dancer. Mrs. Boomer's on the outside, and Quick Power Nap is up close. And then it is Sinfully Sweet who's down on the inside and running in 6th. Writer's Room is next in 7th. Lollygag is in 8th. On the far outside is Road to Remember, who is running in 9th. Farther back, it's Treat Street, My Caramia Mine, and Admire My Crown. The quarter went in 21 and 2/5 seconds. It is Tough Street and Royal Dancer, and the two of them are right together, heading for the top of the stretch. Royal Dancer on the outside. Tough Street continues to battle on as Quick Power Nap now moves up on the outside. Queen of Lies looking to advance down at the rail. Royal Dancer has come away with the lead. Here is Sinfully Sweet now kicking in late. Sinfully Sweet to take over the lead, and it will be Sinfully Sweet to win here by 3.5 lengths. Royal Dancer held second. Quick Power Nap finished third.
You didn't know I changed my pick, didn't
You did give her a plug right at the gate. Back-to-back wins. Mark Casse had Bring the Band home with the 2-year-olds in the 6th race. Here, Sinfully Sweet and Trevor McCarthy to kick off this late pick 5 in the 7th at Saratoga.
Gave Sinfully Sweet a terrific ride, saved ground. She got a little keen in behind horses, got her to settle without checking her, was able to find a seam to get in the clear, and turning back up that 7-8 race fall, she was able to really finish the deal.
I beat Chad. I beat Chad.
That bold strategy paid off, Cotton.
Hey, every once in a while, you got to go. And like I said, sometimes when you get into these races, especially fillies, and Mig will attest to this, they change overnight. 3- and 4-year-olds. These are the toughest races for us to handicap. Because to me, when it comes to colts and geldings, they run a little bit more true to form, where these horses can change overnight. And when they keep getting closer and closer to winning, they're getting in form.
Absolutely. And this filly, her first start, she absolutely needed the race, came back with a big effort, got pace, was fit enough, got the right trip, and was drawing away late.
We're going to have to watch this one a few times. The horse is fanning out, some bumping and jostling coming off the far turn as well.
Yeah, there was a pretty honest pace. I mean, real honest pace, 21 and 2. They finished up okay, 102 and change.
There were a lot of trips. This is a race. If there's 12 horses in this race, you're going to watch this replay at least 12 times to see everything.
Tracy Farmer is Sinfully Sweet. Of course, he won a Belmont Stakes or Winston. Even she was almost running up on heels. It looked like Trevor McCarthy was going to have to tap on the brakes, rounding the far turn. And again, as we mentioned, these turf sprints, less room for error. She was just fine, wheeled it to the outside, clean trip, acceleration, and for McCarthy, this is big. Back-to-back wins, back-to-back days in his first full season here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's going to do wonders for his confidence. He's a good rider, tall rider. You know, his dad was a tall rider like myself. I love the way he folds up on horses, but this will make him settle in and feel good about his game. He's been riding well, hitting the board on a lot of long shots.
No days off, too. Monday and Tuesday, he's been going to Colonial Downs and riding the full card, Lafitte.
His agent's a slave driver. Who's his agent? Oh, my son, Joe.
Mark Casse with something to celebrate. Exciting Saturday at the Spa. Back-to-back wins on the Saturday program. Results when we come back, 4, 9, 6, 3. Also, the star 3-year-olds at Saratoga. Zandon is here, third-place finisher in the Derby. Early voting is here. Preakness winner, also trained by Chad Brown, who Paul didn't use, and it worked in the pick 5. And the Hard Luck Star Cross Colt Epicenter. Super talented Jim Dandy Stakes bound.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Fans around here are just different. Pride, passion, knowledge. As we learned in 2020, Saratoga isn't Saratoga without him. More than 1 million visited last summer, and we look forward to the next million. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, where Mark Cassie's stable heating up. Back-to-back wins. Trevor McCarthy wins on back-to-back days. Sinfully sweet for owner Tracy Farmer, and Paulie advances in the Pick 5. Well done.
Thanks. And this is, like you said, the owners, Kingsport here, the breeders, Tracy Farmer. Trevor McCarthy gets another W. $14 to start off the late Pick 5.
Over to Maggie in the winner's circle.
And Mark Cassie gets 2 today, and Trevor McCarthy feeling good with getting that Saratoga win out of the way yesterday, and now you got another one. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It was nice to get off the duck, and everybody says that's the hardest one to get, and sure enough, they were right. So, to be back in the winner's circle here today with Mark, it's special.
And you said that you learned so much from this filly the last 2 times that you rode her, especially first time off the bench. How did that lead to success today?
Yeah, look, I mean, the day she got beat, she lost a dirty head bob, and probably she didn't know she got beat, but look, she came back and they got her ready for today, and she got a great trip. She's one that really wants to get her feet under her early and explode late, and sure that's what she did again today. So.
Trevor, with your dad as a former jockey and trainer, you are very involved with horses in the mornings. I noticed you work them out a lot, the horses you ride in the afternoon. How much does that give you an advantage as a rider?
Yeah, look, I was around horses from a super young age, and I got to learn a lot of horsemanship and be around a lot of great trainers over the years, and just learned so much from them, and was able to take all that knowledge and put it into becoming a jockey. And I think a lot of guys kind of miss that, horsemanship, and they kind of forget about it. And at times you do. You forget about it. You think, hey, they're cars, and to really, put time in and effort into the horses, especially warming up. We only get so much time to get to know them, and for us to trust them and trust us. So, look, it works out nicely that, I'm able to get along with them.
Trevor, I could not be happier with you. For somebody that's watched you come up from Maryland Mid-Atlantic, you're now winning races at Saratoga. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Trevor McCarthy also got his first grade 1 earlier this year for long-time relationship as a trainer, Graham Motion, and love the fact that Trevor is always thinking about the horses underneath of him. Guys?
That was a terrific moment, and the raw emotion from McCarthy, as you can see, a taller rider. Richie, can you lend perspective to just how challenging that is for a young jockey, a first summer at Saratoga?
It's so tough up here. You know, guys are coming in here, and they've already had success with owners and trainers up here, and trainers and owners are superstitious. So if they're like, hey, you know, we had really good luck with Irad last year, we got to get him on our horse. We had really good luck with Joel last year, we got to get him on our horses. You're new. You haven't established that yet. Now he's starting to establish that. Next year it'll be easier for him because he'll go, oh, remember we won a race with Trevor up here last year. Let's use Trevor. He rides a good race, and he's a smart kid, and he works so hard in the morning, and me personally, I like to see hard work rewarded.
And he's not the equivalent of a rookie, Paul, but a lot like a rookie in the show for the first time.
Yeah, it is. He's in a new ball game against the best riders, and he's telling everybody, hey, I belong. And he made a very good point there that, and it's something that I had to deal with when it came to baseball. I always put them non-sequential at bats. When you're down 10-0 on a Tuesday against the Pirates and it's 110 degrees out, the at bat means nothing. And Trevor made it a point to that. I need to pay attention to every single horse. And I wish, that's the one regret I have. I wish I would have never thrown bats away because you're so tired sometimes. You're like, you know what, let me just ground out the short. Let's get this game over with. Trevor just made that point, like, horsemanship. I want to ride each horse the same, and that's a big, big key to have that focus.
Nice ride there. Back-to-back wins. Mark Casse, Trevor McCarthy, Sinfully Sweet. Paulie advances 1.1 plus for the late pick 5 pool. $14 winner to kick things off. We turn the page. Race 8. This lucrative allowance sprint. $115,000 purse. 3/4 of a mile dash. Updated odds look like that with Highly Respected at 9-5 and CCA Oaks winning jockey Arad Ortiz in the saddle. Every summer we arrive at Saratoga and we wonder what's new. Now this year, the New York Racing Association launched the Breakfast and Breeding Farm Tour. It's a program that not only reflects the importance of thoroughbred breeding, but also the growth of the thoroughbred program.
It's a pretty comprehensive day, starting with breakfast, which begins right here on track at 7 o'clock. You're getting the same high-quality buffet, the opportunity to witness horses in training on the main track.
Look at the day. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Being here early is the best part of the day.
I just love the horses and how fast they're going.
You hear nothing but the horse's hooves hitting the ground.
It's just like Wimbledon or U.S. Open. I feel very Mary Lou Whitney-ish. You know, I feel the history of the place.
I'm glad I finally did this. I've been coming here 21 years. This is my first breakfast.
They then board a trolley, which leaves here at 9:30. They then arrive at Old Tavern, greeted by Walt Barisnock and his family, who run that operation.
You know, they can interact with the foals, the mares. We give them carrots to hand feed the mares. They can actually touch, you know, some of the yearlings and stuff like that, so they can really kind of get up close. These are people that might not know about what horse breeding is about, and it's really fascinating to see that they get excited when we talk about how the process is done, how we select, how we raise them, how we take care of them, how the staff interacts with them. So, I mean, it's great to see that, and you know, I'll tell you the truth, that makes it exciting for us as well.
We're looking forward to expanding the program next year and involving more farms in and around the Saratoga area.
And that's where you have breakfast right there. And Richie, the early reviews for those who have experienced it, just rave reviews thus far.
I think it's fantastic. And listen, we all understand that, you know, gambling drives the engine. People need to bet on these races to keep it going. But how do we create fans? We create fans by getting them close to the horses. And you see these kids, their faces light up. The adults, they've never had that proximity to horses. And then they get to go to a farm after witnessing early morning workouts. And they could be petting the next funny side, the next champion, the next grade 1 winner. We don't know what the future holds for these babies, and they get the opportunity to see it from the ground up.
The access, Paul, almost
Well,
like when
that's
you were
the
a
key.
little kid and you wanted to go, it wasn't just the game, but going to watch batting practice as well.
100%. You go to the games when I was in Arizona trying to get any kind of bat, any kind of ball, whatever, and you are so close here in Saratoga, you get a pair of goggles signed by Luis Zayas or something like that thrown to you. It's an experience you need to go if you've ever come here to Saratoga Springs, you need to experience it. It's so peaceful in the morning, and to hear those hooves rattling, like they said, is absolutely amazing, and the serenity makes it more amazing.
Perfect segue, by the way. It's $55, also includes admission for a full day of racing here at Saratoga. That Segway I mentioned, it is serene. Some would describe as a magical place. Clare Court along the Saratoga backstretch. Many layers to this story, from the thoroughbreds once stabled there to the legends laid to rest there. Clare Court, that story's next.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the World's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You hear Paul working with Power Drill, Power Tools. Don't panic. Our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join us.
Don't worry, Lafitte.
At Naira
There's no lightning in the sky. You will not get electrocuted.
You fix it?
Yeah, I'm fixing it. We had a
well done.
Yeah,
good job.
Yeah.
The best stuff always happens during commercial breaks. So yeah, we were mentioning that Clare Court, it is described as a racing hollow ground along the backstretch here at Saratoga. But how did it come to be? Who is it named after? Who built it? What is it about Clare Court that makes it such a special part of Saratoga? Greg Wolf explains.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine grades as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Daryl's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Richie, you rode the immensely popular four-star Dave, buried at Clare Court. What does Clare Court mean to you?
Well, it's one of the most tranquil, beautiful spots on the entire Saratoga backstretch. And I always go pay my respects to Dave. If I'm up here in December doing Christmas shopping, I make a trip over there, and people always leave something. A memento, flowers, coins, rocks on his grave. He's still such a legend in Saratoga. And now that you've got Quick Call, who's a legend up here as well, more Jane Horse, you have to write A Phenomenon, it really is hallowed ground. And you go back there, Serenity, that's Serenity.
Just another aspect that it really does separate Saratoga, aside from just about any other in North America, any other in the world.
The history of this place is incredible, the entire town, but Saratoga embraces that so much. And, you know, we're listening to 8 years in a row he won in Saratoga.
I was just going to mention that. That will never be broken.
Will a horse ever run 8 years in a row up here, let alone win 8 years in a row up here?
Quick Call last week, four-star Dave. In a couple of weeks, there's a reason races are named after these horses, both laid to rest at Clare Court. Horses in the paddock. Race number 8, post time 10 minutes. Start of the late pick 4 if things didn't work out in the pick 5. Good allowance. Sprint, $115,000 purse. Get that power drill again, Paulie.
There you go.
Highly respected 9-5 favorite. We say hello and welcome Acacia Clavant to the show.
I need a drill, Acacia.
Very proficient with the power drill. I'm definitely the one that does all of the home construction around my household. But taking a look at Highly Respected, who just kept back in distance, just beaten by Witt in the Bayshore, 2 starts back, and was just beaten last time out. Actually, very much looked the winner. Was run down by Galt, who is the little brother to Songbird and certainly a talented horse for trainer Bill Mott. This one, Highly Respected, he does have some length to his frame and his legs. He looks like a horse that you would assume would want to go the 7 furlongs to a mile. That's just kind of what he looks like. He has a beautiful way of going, a lovely walk to him, a beautiful hydrated coat. He looks a picture of health in here once again. And I do appreciate that once they got the tack on, he got a little bit sharper. Now, sometimes when he gets run down, like he did last time out, a turn back just kind of makes sense to see if this will be a better distance for him and he'll be able to seal the deal. I think there are a couple other intriguing prospects, but I certainly get it with Highly Respected. Under Oath comes off of the layoff for trainer Todd Pletcher. I feel like I'm looking at a different horse versus what I saw in his debut. Back in April or March at Gulfstream, he was really spooky in the paddock. He was really distracted. He just didn't have much muscle mass in his top line or behind the saddle. He was so laid back today. He looked like he was about to fall asleep when they were putting the tack on him. He did perk up a lot once they got the saddle on, and he knew it was game time, which I'm glad for a horse that's going to be sprinting. He's also so much stronger in his hindquarters and on that top line, which you want too. He looks great off the layoff and could be a colt that is progressing for trainer Todd Pletcher. Steve Asmussen sends out favorite Outlaw, who showed a lot of speed last time out at Churchill Downs when finishing second. One thing I noticed about him in that race was that he seemed really reluctant to switch his leads. When Julian Leparoux asked him, he kind of threw his head up and ducked into the rail a bit. So that'll be something to keep an eye on with Tyler Gaffleone climbing aboard here too. He's still lightly raced and he has that early speed. He will need to be more proficient in the stretch with changing over that outside lead to find another gear. Lafitte?
Acacia, thanks so much. Horses circling about, riders up in just a moment. 8 minutes out, start of the late pick 4, race 8, Saratoga. And you're looking at number 8 here. The 7 make it, Highly Respected. June 3rd race, that was in the mud, and in the end, going to come up about a neck short, gentlemen.
Kind of worries me because Manny Frankel looked under his arm about 3 times. This horse got popped last time with Manny aboard by a nose and then gets popped again. That was in the Bayshore, and you're thinking, okay, Witt's a nice horse. but it happened again, Mig.
Yeah, and the way he turned for home, the way he was riding him, he said, there's no way this horse is going to lose. Now, he is turning back in distance, and maybe he just didn't want the mile. But I'm with you. I'm concerned about him getting picked off late like that.
Disconcerting. Riders up. Highly respected. Irad Ortiz, for trainer Chad Brown. And check the trainer standings after 7.5 days, Richie, where the expected frontrunners are essentially doing just that.
Well, absolutely, and we kind of come to expect this barroom brawl between Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher every year. Now, last year, Chad was a bit unlucky early in the meet, a lot of seconds, and then things really kind of turned around from both trainers, Chad and Todd, hitting on all cylinders, and a bunch of good trainers looming in behind them. It's a marathon, though, not a sprint, 40 days.
And Brad Cox Stakes win Sanford, Christophe Clement a pair. There's been 2 Grade 1 races, should surprise no one. Pletcher with the Coaching Club American Oaks today last week. Chad Brown with the 7th Grade 1 Diana.
And the steady 290 hitter every year is Mike Maker.
Right
He's
there.
just right there in the middle, right
Just
there
like
every
last
time,
year.
right? Yeah,
Just
every time.
like last year. Post parade for the 8th. Start of the late pick 4. Good allowance sprint, $115,000 purse. We start with Ryan's Cat, 8-1 in Junior Alvarado.
For Gustavo Rodriguez, this horse was actually raced for purse money only last time. Got the blinkers and actually ran well.
Second half of the entry, rejected again, 2 for 1. You're getting 8-1.
Yeah, this horse won by 5 with Luis Saez aboard last time out in the $20,000 level. Now steeper waters here.
Peaceful Waters representing Inside Speed.
Turning back in distance, but this horse is led at every point of call until he's been passed in the stretch.
Prisoner, how will he respond to his first defeat?
Yeah, and I don't know if he needs the front end, but he has some speed with Dylan aboard.
7-2. There's favorite outlaw, Tyler Gaffleone.
Another part of the pace here, should be very involved early. Keep an eye on what Acacia told you about. Switching leads, has a tendency to want to lug in just a touch.
Stage left, second at 13-1 in his latest.
Snagglepuss. Save stage left. Eric Kensell.
Under oath, Winstar homebred, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez.
I like this horse a lot because I think he is the truest closer in a race chock full of speed.
And on the outside, highly respected, Klarovich, Brown, Irad Ortiz, highly respected, highly decorated.
Looks amazing on the racetrack. The concern is with Chad usually gets to the front end. This horse has thrown a two-length lead and a length-and-a-half lead. They usually close the deal. We'll see what happens today.
Field for the 8th. Post time 4 minutes on this gorgeous Saturday at Saratoga. As always, we invite you to join us at Naira Bets. Do so. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Going back to the 6th and under oath picture, he said the best closer in the field, Richie. John Velasquez in the Winstar White, trained by Todd Pletcher. Take a look at his maiden win. Mid-April, Keeneland. He was a 6-5 favorite. And Paulie, under oath, has the leaders in his sights as he has found his best stride.
Yeah, sometimes a horse is just better with horses in front of him. You see his first start, he gets to the front end. When Todd Pletcher gets to the front end, they're usually gone. And this horse gave it up. Now comes from off the pace, Richie, and changes the running style. It's just the horse needs one of targets, and that's what he got.
Well, all good horses have one thing in common. They possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed. I think he's much more efficient this way. The sire Spitestown, Todd Pletcher, Johnny Velasquez won a Breeders' Cup sprint with him. Horse is a spitting image of Spitestown.
In case you're wondering, that blur in the stretch, Artorias, graduated in the Belmont, will run next Friday's Curlin Stakes the day before. Chad Brown runs early voting in Zandon in the Jim Dandy. Acacia standing by. Oh, boy, what could possibly go wrong? Bachelor party at Saratoga.
We love it. I know Paul is usually the one that finds the bachelor parties, but I'm really pleased to be joined by Bob, his son Andrew, well-dressed for the occasion, part of your friend's bachelor party. Your first time to Saratoga. Having a good time?
Absolutely. It's a blast.
Bob, I like the shirt, the attire, first of all. Tell us a little bit about the groom. We seem to have lost him.
We lost him. He's over on the other side over there, so we have some friends that we know here. So I'm hoping he's over there winning something. We haven't talked to him in about half an hour. I don't even know where he is, but hope he's having a good time. I'm sure he is.
That's what it's all about. And as you said, you don't know much about horse racing, first time to Saratoga, but the atmosphere has been good and all about having a good time at the races. What's been your favorite part?
Of course. So the first horse that I bet
Won $275. Had no idea what I was doing, but I won.
I love it. Keep it going.
That's it. That's all that matters.
Thanks a lot, guys. Enjoy your trip. Bachelor party, it's a great spot to do it at Saratoga.
And that's how we put the hook in, right?
Well,
beginner's luck.
Well,
it's a real thing.
Greg Norman and Crocodile Dundee were there. We're just missing Joe Exotic, I guess.
I know what I'm doing. I haven't cashed a ticket today. Maybe I don't know what
You
I'm
don't
doing.
need to know what you're doing. Trust me. You don't need to know what you're doing. You're going to give JK a run for his money with those shirts. That was
Yeah.
strong.
Those were strong. Strong with the hats. Strong with the hats.
They'll be on Broadway downtown tonight, Saturday nights at Saratoga, like that daily migration from the racetrack in the afternoon, downtown by evening. The party for 8 weeks every summer. Been doing it for 154 years. And there's a look at favorite Outlaw, 7-2. And again, something Acacia pointed out to watch for with this guy today, Richie.
Yeah, he's a horse that, he's not as handy changing from his left front leg to his right foreleg, which is the proper lead in the stretch. It helps horses get a little more energy. And he does have a little bit of a tendency to want to lean in.
Yeah.
And that makes it harder for the rider to help him get over to his proper lead.
I was talking to a lot of horsemen when I was at Churchill Lafitte, and I remember talking to John Ortiz, and I talked to Steve. And when I talked to Steve, he had said he had started figuring it out that the Oaklawn racetrack was a little bit hard on the horses, and that you needed to give them a couple weeks before they got back into training and give them a little bit of rest, because they just needed it to sort of refresh, because the track played very, very deep and tiring. And you saw a lot of horses at Oaklawn that really, really struggled at the Churchill meet and around. And then this horse ran at Churchill, and I think the fitness was not there. I think he's going to be a lot tighter, but the 6 and 7 are going to be breathing down his throat. I do think the 4 does have some quality, though.
Tyler Gaffleone will ride Caravel, looking to go back-to-back in the Caress. Acacia, what about Ryan's Cat? And again, this entry, 11-1 for the two of them.
A price on the entry, and you will notice that Ryan's Cat, it says ran for purse money only last time out. Did want to point out, as I wasn't actually in the paddock for that race, but speaking to Maggie, he was part of an entry that day as well with a horse named American Gentleman. American Gentleman was a late vet scratch prior to the race, thus meaning the remaining part of the entry, Ryan's Cat, would have to run for purse money only. So if you see that on your program, that's the reasoning of what happened with Ryan's Cat last time out, who was second best to St. Selby. We'll see if he can pick up the pieces late in this spot. A horse that could be a pace presence down to the inside is the 2 Peaceful Waters, who cuts back again to the 6 furlongs. He kind of, I think, highly respected, is cutting back in distance because he hasn't been able to seal the deal going a bit further. He looks like a type of horse who would actually really appreciate the 7 furlongs that he ran last time out. He was keen out of the gate. He never switched leads. He hung on his left lead inside and was just caught late. He's one that I think they're cutting back in distance to try and hope that less ground will help him sustain that speed. But for me, he's a little bit tough to trust as well. I see we all land on Under Oath, Lafitte.
You're all on the 6, Under Oath, Windstar, Pletcher, Velasquez, but Prisoner, Richie, you had that 3-race win streak snapped in his latest, but with an excuse.
Yeah, he didn't break very well last time. He didn't break slow, but he broke flat-footed. And then Dylan got caught in a spot where he couldn't allow him to use his speed. This is a very fast horse, and in fact, he's a horse that'll run through the bridle, Paul. He doesn't settle much. He just kind of runs as fast as he can, as far as he can.
Well, if he breaks, the 2 Peaceful Waters, who does draw the rail with the entry, favorite Outlaw in him, we could be seeing some blistering fractions, and that might help the 6, and we'll see what happens with the 7, if the cutback will help and the second-itis will go away.
How far back Under Oath, Johnny V? Richie, how far back?
Yeah, Johnny's a guy who likes to get his position going forward. I think he'll be probably 5-6 lengths away, depending on how quick they go.
Todd Pletcher watching intently. Grade 1 win on the afternoon, his 8th Coaching Club American Oaks. Nest Brilliant this afternoon. Who wins this 8th race at Saratoga, kicking off the late pick 4. Johnny I standing by. There's the horse to beat, highly respected.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Highly respected broke well. Stage left is right there. Now rushing up on the inside is Peaceful Waters. Prisoner has moved up. It is Peaceful Waters who has the lead. Prisoner is running in second, and on the outside, Favorite Outlaw is next in third. Ryan's Cat down at the rail in fourth. Highly respected now back in fifth, followed by Stage Left in sixth, and at the back of the pack are Rejected Again and Under Oath. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Two long shots are 1-2 here. Peaceful Waters and Prisoner. And the Favorite Highly Respected is now moving up on the outside from third. Favorite Outlaw down at the rail next in fourth. Stage Left has gained some ground, but will be forced very wide. Ryan's Cat is at the fence as the field comes into the stretch. The half mile in 45 seconds. It is Peaceful Waters. Ryan's Cat down at the rail. Highly Respected has dropped out of it. Favorite Outlaws coming on. Here comes Stage Left on the outside to take over the lead. Stage Left is in front, and Stage Left opening up on the field at the end. Stage Left, a much the best winner at odds of 14-1.
Upset in the eighth. Stage Left, Eric Cancel, 14-1 for Mertan Cantamasi.
It's much the best. I mean, he set off a very fast pace. Horses were involved. Come storming down the middle of the track under Eric Cancel, finished strong. And the Cantermasis, and we saw Eric Cancel drop his whip right there above the eighth pole.
I didn't need
crop. No, definitely didn't need it. Probably did him a favor. And the six-time winner, the most accomplished horse in the race, draws away. Had a feel for Johnny Blaster, and the 6 Under Oath was giving him fits every step of the way, trying to get out.
Yeah, he was trying to get out most of the way. But like we said, the 3 broke, so they went fast. They went 22:45 for these type of colts. And you know, Stage Left Eric Cancel did a good job. You know, you got to give credit to Mertan Cantamasi, because this is a horse that used to go to the front end with Wesley Ward. His horses usually just go fast as they can be, and he's gotten this horse to rate a little bit and got to rate last time, and it paid off big time today, sitting back and making one run at 15-1 or 14-1.
Pumped up Eric Cancel. Need no stinking crop.
That's his first win of the meet, Eric.
There you go. Michael Jordan tongue wag thing with Stage Left. 2 of the biggest long shots running 1-2. Stage Left over Peaceful Waters at 12-1. 5-2-4-3. Highly Respected, the heavy favorite. Any excuses?
You know, no. And again, it's the type of horse, the 6, again, just didn't like the racetrack, was lugging out most of the way, but Highly Respected was never involved.
He broke sharp. He eased off that 4-ply duel. I mean, he's caught a little wide, but he just didn't have much run.
The Outrider went out there and found his crop.
Yep, he threw it away just before the 8th pole, because he said, like Lafitte said, I don't need this thing.
Well, you are what? A couple ounces lighter. No, need every edge you can get, Mig.
By the way, maybe somebody reminded
the Outrider.
You got to give the Outrider a tip now.
No, it's like taking care of the equipment manager, right? In baseball, you always take care of the equipment manager, right?
Yeah, you got to take. I guess you got to take care of the Outrider now. Yeah.
Eric Cancel, he's smiling, posing for pictures. Maybe someone told Stage Left who he was related to, who his sister was. Midnight Bizou.
Oh, wow.
Stage Left. Right about here, we're going to see him blow the crop.
Oop, there it goes.
He went to twirl it over, and it just kept going.
But that just shows you it's overrated.
When a horse is running and they've got their focus, you don't need it.
And then he's got the Michael Jordan tongue hanging out. Yeah.
And it happens to the best of them. One of the greatest Breeders' Cup distaffs you'll ever see, 93 Hollywood Wildcat, Paseana, Eddie De La Houssaye, dropped his stick. The first thing he said in the interview, he says, I'm kind of embarrassed. National television, I blew my whip.
And he said that. He said, I'm a professional race rider and on the biggest stage. But he's so cool.
Yeah.
That guy is cool as the other side of the pillow.
Hollywood Wildcat, brilliant filly. Midnight Bizou's brother, Stage Left at a big price here at Saratoga. Much more coming your way on Saratoga Live, and right across the street, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, where the best of the best in racing are forever enshrined. But when's the last time you went for a visit? Because things have changed a little.
Warfront, This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
You're watching Saratoga Live, where we just saw a $30 winner kick off the late Pick 4. Downtown Saratoga, and here at the spa, just humming like it does every summer. Gonna be a fun night on Broadway after a great day of racing at the track. And who knows, you could be the one who wins a trip here. It is the summer sweepstakes for Saratoga. Yeah, VIP hospitality, Labor Day weekend, dinner for 2, salt and char, that was just awesome in itself. Brunch, the reimbursements for travel, old smoke shirts, dinner with Richie and Paul, 2 pieces of race day headwear from Cam Hats, but you have to register by tomorrow, by midnight tomorrow for the Summer Saver at Saratoga.
I'm checking my email if me and Richie are actually supposed to be there.
Just, hit refresh on the inbox.
Hold on,
see it. You do that, and we'll send it over to Acacia.
I'm not going to be there, but
circle.
if anybody's buying, I'll go.
Help us out, Acacia.
Okay.
It's good to change the topic from there. We'll see if Paul can get the contest. But Mertken Cantromasi, nice enough to wait with me here in the winner's circle. Stage left, Mertken. First of all, when you claim this horse, you've gotten him to relax and come from off the pace. Tell me a little bit about that.
Actually, first of the claim, we tried to send him, and it was 6.5, which is a little longer for him. And he got caught. He was going to finish second. He got caught, finished third. And then last race, Eric had to kind of like not grab him, but just relax him because he couldn't go. He broke slow, he followed slower. And then he showed to us last start he can do different things. So today I told Eric just do however you want to break. And he said, I'm going to break good and then relax him. And then exactly what happened in the race. It was good speed and then he relaxed clear, just short sprint, sorry. And then he gets it done very clear outside. I like the way he ran today, actually.
It was a nice win from him. And as you were telling me, you've been trying to claim some horses to fill up the stable because when you run, they tend to get claimed as well. Talk to me about picking out horses to try and add to your stable.
It's very difficult here. You have to be lucky in the like 10 way, 20 way people going for the same horse. But I was able to get couple single horses in the claiming box first week, and then couple shakes, like short shakes, 3-4 people shakes. But I lost one so far. Trying to not to lose, but if we lose, we have something to recover, hopefully.
What are some of the things that you look for in claiming horses to run up at the spa?
You know, like everyone, we try to watch the replays and check the program. And the final decision always changes when you see the horses here before the paddock. Last 15 minutes, you have just 1 minute to decide everything. So you have to be lucky, of course, after that too, you know. It's too many things, too many things.
A lot of things that go into it, but stage left with a nice win, Martin. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
A nice win for the barn, indeed, Lafitte. And you got a little insight onto all of the work that it goes for a claiming trainer.
And he does it well, Acacia. Like a feeding frenzy, the claiming game around here. The races are harder to win in terms of just competition, and then if you run your horse, chances are you're going to lose them.
I think that the conventional wisdom is that people are running their horses at a little bit lower level than maybe they're worth because the competition's so hard, Paul, that they're trying to win so that maybe you could pick up a bargain, a horse for 35 that might be worth 50.
Again, I always try to, as you look at the pick 5, I hope you had that. There's a middle pick 5 that paid $9,300, ending with stage left. And every time I miss a horse, I always want to go back to the form. Stage left now 3 wins here at Saratoga out of 5 starts. Nobody else in the race besides the 1A had any wins at the racetrack. It's just really important that you have to pay attention. Horses that run well over this racetrack for some reason, if they're in bad form or not, and this horse was in good form, when they come back here, they run even better.
He likes the serenity of Saratoga, 3-time winner here, moving right along. That one was tough, by the way. Race 9, allowance optional, claiming company for the 9th. Stakes purse, $120,000, mile and an eighth. Current favorite stage, Raider number 6, Creed, trained by Shug McGahee, a Hall of Famer. The National Museum of Racing, a Hall of Fame, is right across the street here at Saratoga, set aside for the best of the best. Every summer, a new class is inducted. Very soon, that day is coming. Meantime, the exhibit itself just keeps getting better.
We looked at the Hall of Fame, the whole team here, and it was sleepy. So we needed to have them more interactive and lively. And our goal was to be the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And we sought out the best people to help us achieve that goal. Well, it's a race day gallery. This is kind of get the people ready for the main event, which is the track and the races. And so this gets the excitement built up before they go in and see the film. So you can explore the different tracks that were in existence and still are in existence. You get to see the winner's circle, you know, get your picture taken with a horse, do a race call. You can explore the plaques. You can go to the interactive jockeys and trainers and see their quotes, see their photos, see their videos. And you really get a feel for who they were, because a lot of these people have passed on. And you see their races come to life. You could spend all day in there. And I think we've accomplished our goal of being the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And I'm very proud of this team.
Yeah, he wasn't kidding. You can spend all day in there, Richie, in an absolute, like, I know it sounds trite, but like a bucket list destination for any horse racing fan.
Oh, absolutely. And the way they've made it so more interactive, where you could click on horses and see replays and really delve deeper into the history of the sport. I love history, particularly of thoroughbred racing. On a rainy day, I could get lost in there all day.
Paulie, Cooperstown is about, what, 75 miles away, National Baseball Hall of Fame. You've been to both. Like, how are they similar? How are they different?
Well, the National Baseball Hall of Fame is so enormous, it would take you like 6 or 7 days to get through it. And in some ways, in the Horse Racing Hall of Fame, if you wanted to go through and watch all of Foolish Pleasure's races, you can. You can watch some of your favorite horses, all their replays, which is actually just unbelievable. And it's basically touchscreen. You get to see the silks. You get to see a lot of different things. The National Baseball Hall of Fame is just so darn big. There's like 8 different layers to it. But the similarity to me is great because it's very, very fan-friendly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in order to appreciate, I think, races like what we saw today, a Coaching Club American Oaks with all that history, in order to appreciate what happens here now, you have to understand and appreciate what took place yesterday, and it specifically not only here at Saratoga, but some of the very best who have ever done it, the horses, trainers, jockeys.
Well, I think the one thing that Horse Racing Hall of Fame has over a lot of different Hall of Fames is everybody always goes to, okay, what generation was the best in baseball? Well, Babe Ruth used a 45-ounce bat. No one's using a 45-ounce bat. We'll never be able to translate that. Basketball players, they always talk about Bill Russell. Well, Wilt Chamberlain would have been great. The one thing about horse racing, they went 108 and change in 1940. They're going 108 and change. That's what's amazing to me about horse racing. Those horses, generational horses, could run now.
Yeah, but it's a pet peeve of mine in any sport when they compare generations.
100%.
Right? Just appreciate greatness for what it is. Greatness in whatever era.
Yeah.
Celebrating the best of the best, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame just across the street here at Saratoga. Maybe she'll wind up in the Hall of Fame one day.
Beautiful.
Maybe she'll be the first female jockey to win a Derby. Who knows? Here at Saratoga, the racing continues. Chad Brown, he'll be in the Hall of Fame someday, I promise. But first, he wants to win the Travers. Zandon revving his engines this morning. Travers prep next week, the Jim Dandy Stakes. And early voting also drilling today. The Preakness winner for the Jim Dandy next Saturday on Fox.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the base.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
For the Fassick Tipton August sale is a very good sale. A lot of top horses come out of there year after year, so it's a sale you got to keep your eye on. We put a partnership together for this horse. It's great to get a bunch of people in on an expensive horse. Spreads the risk a little bit, and we got a great group of owners in this horse.
Jane Lyon, who's a breeder, wanted to stay in, and it was then became our job to put a deal together to buy the horse. We knew he was going to be expensive. John Sadler had told me that he wanted to get the Horonuses in on this type of prospect. And Terry Finley is the easiest sell I ever have on anything. He's there with the money. Terry pulled in Anthony Manganero from Sienna Farm. It was an easy partnership to put together because the people are wonderful. And here we are today.
One of those horses that gets you up out of your seat. Flightline, jaw-dropping in the Met Mile. And, of course, the 101st Fassick Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th, where the next Flightline could emerge. We have 3-year-olds in this battle for a 3-year-old championship. And the Travers at the end of the meet, the traditional prep, the Jim Dandy next Saturday, 59th running. Probables look like that. Not many names, but important names. Star Power, Epicenter, Zandon. Early voting, Richie, speaking of which, Preakness winner Breeze this morning, tuning up for the Jim Dandy at Oklahoma. Jose Ortiz aboard. What are you seeing?
Well, one of Chad Brown's things with good horses is to breeze them in company. And he's breezing with a workmate, and he's just cruising. And I like that they've let him settle just off a horse in his workouts because that's the way they rode him in the Preakness. He's not a horse that needs the lead, but he's cruising, he's going easy, he's not being asked to do anything. This is just a maintenance move at this point. Paul, they've done all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and I'm with you. This is let's just take a stroll around the park, get your legs stretching a little bit. Let's make sure we get in front of that workmate at the end of this. Yeah, I think he's got him ready. That's just get him a little bit more tighter.
5 furlongs, 101 flat, thanks to our friends at XBTV. Great stuff as always. And Zandon. Chad Brown had been raving about his training, Richie. What are you seeing from Zandon?
Out of the two, I like the way Zandon's working a little better than early voting. Now, Zandon's a horse that he does not work in company. Ironically, he's more of a closing type, but he gets keen with company, wants to do too much. He's just in an open gallop here. We saw his last work. He found an unwanted workmate and went after him. He's cruising, Paul.
Watch this poor Gray coming up. I mean, there's a poor Gray that's going to come up here.
That was the last one.
Oh, it was the last one. Yeah, he got left in his dust. And there's somebody else he almost runs into that he saw on his right-hand side. He took off again. I mean, he was the buzz horse going in the Derby. There was no doubt about it. He's working great, and he is a great workhorse. He showed up on Derby Day. I'm sure he's going to show up, too, on Jim Dandy Day.
On Fox, the Jim Dandy. Early voting, Zandon, Epicenter, 59th running of the Jim Dandy. Horses in the paddock for race number 9. We check in with Acacia for this race 9 paddock report.
And Lafitte will start to the outside with the current favorite, Stage Raider, the half-brother to Triple Crown winner Justify, a horse that looks absolutely nothing like his brother, but he's a smaller, kind of more handier type of physical, but he's very, very powerful. I do like the progression that we've seen from Stage Raider. Now, when I saw him towards the beginning of his career, he was a horse that was just really, really tough prior to the races, would get hot, have to saddle on the walk. He's really progressed as far as that has gone. He was very good getting the tack on today. Last time he did get pretty hot on the racetrack, and even though it's a warm day, you want to see them sweating. He's not getting too washed out today. He's been fine, and they did hose him off when he first came into the paddock. He's one that immediately looking at him, you wouldn't think the 9 furlongs and think 2 turns for him, but he's so powerful and so well put together, and given the pedigree, we'll see if he could handle it. He certainly does look like he has the fitness. The 6 Creed comes in off of a big layoff, hasn't raced since May of 2021, was at one point the workmate of some of the top graded stakes horses for Shug McGahee back in the day, like Greatest Honor, who was on the Kentucky Derby Trail. You can watch the most recent workout from this horse on XBTV when he was in company with Clubbing, who did finish last in a maiden special weight yesterday as a 4-year-old, but this one was always going better inside. He really has that AP Indy influence being by Honor Code, and that he runs with his head really far out and down, runs with his head really low. He's a big, leggy type. He, too, used to get very washy and revved up prior to his races. He's been acting really well, and he does look pretty fit coming back off the layoff. The number 2, the Reds, distance is what he wants. He's always been a 2-turn type of horse. He makes his first start for Saffie Joseph Jr. today, and Saffie's horses typically do carry a little bit more condition. So he's put on quite a bit of weight, which is just typical of the barn. He looks really strong in here. I'm definitely sold that he wants the mile and an 1/8, which is what he'll try to contend in here today. He's also been very focused here in the paddock. He's an intriguing prospect, and we'll see how he does getting back out to that 2-turn distance, Lafitte.
Stretching back out, the Reds at 4-1. It will be Junior Alvarado in the saddle. Let's circle back to the favorite. Odds on now, Stage Raider. And Justify's brother, as Acacia pointed out, there he is. Chad Brown trains. There's Arad Ortiz. His latest, late May, Belmont. This is at a mile, Richie. You'll see Stage Raider moving along with stablemate Highly Motivated, and they're about to throw it down.
Yeah, I mean, they hooked up, and much like they might have matched up in the morning at some point, right? They run down to the wire together. It looked like he had the race won here, and the other horse just battled back and outgained him to the wire. Now, Is that a function of the other horse just being that game, or did he hang on him a touch? It felt to me like he hung on him a touch.
Couple of things there. Highly motivated former Bluegrass runner-up. It was 10-1 in last year's Kentucky Derby, and he didn't break that afternoon. Highly motivated. So just for perspective, riders up here. And then Uncle Moonlight, Paulie. Kendrick Carmouche will ride for JMS Stable, just like he did in his latest. This was the second race. Belmont Stakes Day. Correction, out scratch, so that changes the pace.
Yeah, I didn't
scenario.
have horses at scratch either because when I talked about this earlier, it was a late scratch. I thought Uncle Moonlight might be the danger because there's not a lot of speed. So now we go to the 4 is getting bet, I think, because people are looking, okay, horse has gone to the front before. I have a feeling the 3 with the blinkers on could show some speed. So now it's going to be a little bit of a rider's race, and I would think Irad on the outside with the 7 is just going to sit and watch, right?
Well, don't you think that scratch actually helps Stage Raider? Because he's going to be the horse get first run on most likely the 4-horse Gentleman Joe.
Here's my issue with Stage Raider. Now, hear me out. He can win this race. He won 5 cents on the dollar, okay? He won by 10 1/4 lengths on a sloppy racetrack. Now he's come back. Why would you put blinkers on this horse at age 4 and he's hung the last 2 times? I know
that
I
was
picked
the feeling,
him.
right?
I get it. He should beat this field, but he's got a feel that he could get beat here.
He seemed like he ran alongside his stablemate last time, highly motivated, and just was content to run with him, not necessarily run by him.
Don't want a pack animal at 4-5. Stage Raider, can he deliver the knockout blow today? Post parade for the 9th. The Reds looking for a Davy Concepcion, Johnny Bench kind of performance.
Gets a good inside post and a horse that showed a lot of promise. Never quite fulfilled that promise yet, but has run races fast enough to be competitive.
Number 3, Rising Empire, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, blinkers are going on. I think this horse will be forward today. He's been forward before. Goes from Beschizza to Gaffleone, who's a little bit more aggressive.
Gentleman Joe, number 4, first or second in 15 of 34 lifetime.
And could play out to be the main and controlling speed here, the way the race shapes up with the scratch of Uncle Moonlight.
Creed, you'll hear from the Hall of Famer, Shug McGahee, in a moment.
Horse that put together 2 crackerjack runs at 3 and hasn't really quite gotten back to that form yet.
Odds-on favorite, Stage Raider, Ortiz Brown.
I picked this horse. Can I change my pick?
Do whatever you want.
I'm just worried. I really am. I know the horse lays over. I get it. It's Chad Brown. It's Irad Ortiz Jr. But the mile and eighth, first of all, worries me because if you look, the horse has never been around 2 turns. Okay? So that's first thing for the first time at 4-5. Blinkers have gone on. Hasn't been able to seal the deal. Won a race at 5 cents on the dollar. I'm starting to not buy it.
You give it a thought. You give it a thought.
Okay.
Maybe you go with Creed at 6-1, trained by a legend. Shug McGahee standing by with Acacia.
Yeah, looking forward to catching up with Shug here. And Shug, Creed off of the big layoff. First of all, will you tell me what was the thought process in bringing him back to the races, and what have you seen with that journey to his return?
Well, he got a lot of time. He's had a lot of soundness issues, and, I think he was meant to be a nice horse, and we gave him a lot of time. He's really been training good. He trained good, kind of threw things at Belmont, and then he got up here and has really been doing good. A mile and 1/8 off a long layoff over this track is not really what I wanted, but he was ready. I said, let's go on and run him, and there really wasn't like a 2 other than out going a mile. 7/8, he kind of gets lost, so that's sort of my thinking. Let's get a race into him and see where he takes us.
He seemed pretty relaxed in the paddock today, though. It seems like mentally he's progressed.
I think you're right. I think he has. He's, even around the barn and training in the morning, he hadn't been quite as on his toes as he usually is, but, he's got plenty of energy in the right way.
And I always notice, too, that with the AP Indy being his grandsire, he does run with that head so low, like that sire line.
Well, Honor Code did, too. That's one of the things I told Lewis. I said, don't worry. I said, he's going to have his head down, so just kind of try to hold you together. But kind of really every one of the Honor Codes that I've had have been that way, so we'll see. I'm looking forward to getting him back going.
We always appreciate your time, Shug. Thanks. Best of luck.
All right, Acacia. Thank you.
Shug McGahee, the Hall of Famer, sending Creed off the layoff, and do expect to see his head pretty low down the feet.
It's amazing how that mechanics sort of has been passed along, that trait in terms of mechanics, the way
AP Indy would run. That anteater action so low, and you see that from so many related all these years later.
It's incredible to me how these genetics are passed
100%,
along.
yeah, right.
And then, but from a rider's perspective, those are the horses that wear you out. They tire. They got you stretched out down to the ground.
AP Indy almost looked like he was going to fall. He ran so low. It's crazy. But then you get a lot of horses that were kind of high-headed horses, and they throw high-headed horses. So it's
Channel Maker.
Kind of crazy. Channel Maker, high-headed horse. And God rest his soul, Shared Belief remind me a lot of AP Indy because he would lower down. And a lot of people forget he went by California Chrome very, very easy before he passed away.
The one thing I don't understand, you ride mares over the years. I rode mares over the years, and then I'd ride their offspring. And if the mare had a habit, like she lugged in or she lugged out or didn't, like Brennan said, inevitably their foals had the same habits. What they tell them in the field? Hey, you want to make it hard on your jockey? Lug in. Do this. Right?
Meanwhile, Paulie has officially pivoted off of the favorite, Stage Raider. That is your top selection now, Rising Empire.
Well, Stage Left won the last race, so Stage Raider can't win this race, right? But I like Rising Empire a little bit. When I saw this horse at Churchill, the race 2 laces back against Candy Tycoon, I thought it was a pretty good race. And got left in the gate that day, showed a new dimension because he's usually up close. Ataviscizza is a guy that's very, very good on turf, but he likes to take a lot back. He's not very aggressive. If a horse has speed, usually it's his own speed. And I think the blinkers go on, and Tyler's a little bit more aggressive. And I think either the 3 or 4 is going to take the initiative in here.
Paulie, a lot of viewers watching, more accustomed to betting NFL, MLB, NBA, and how those odds translate.
So here's the deal. Stage Raider is 3 to 5. That is a heavy favorite. Minus 167 in baseball is actually not a big favorite at all. So it just shows you the odds that you get. So like say if the Mets were playing the Reds, which is the name of the two, they'd probably be minus 167 and they'd be a big favorite to win. But that's why we bet horse racing. And Creed might be acting like Apollo.
He's getting resaddled.
Keisha, what's going on?
Well, we see Creed getting a tack adjustment there. He is a much more of a narrow type of horse, which sometimes the saddle can slip. And he's also incredibly girthy. In his belly, horses are very, very thin-skinned, thoroughbreds in particular. So when they put the girth on, you see sometimes they pin their ears, they kick out, they really react a lot. That's called being girthy, the ones that don't like when they cinch that girth. I would imagine, given the fact that he's girthy, he probably puffed up to make it more difficult for his connections to put the girth on. And then when he started galloping out on the track, as he relaxed and let the air out, the saddle, given his lighter frame, probably slipped back a little bit too. Luis is really kind of testing it out there, leaning way back in his tack, but the tack back on Creed. The 3 Rising Empire. Paul had some interest in this one with the blinkers going on, shortcut blinkers on. He was very sharp back in the paddock too, so I would agree with the assessment that he could be forwardly placed. He was disappointing last time out when going a 1 1/8 at Churchill, so I wasn't quite sure what to make of him. Physically, I thought that he stacked up really nicely in here and was one of the more convincing ones as far as the distance. We'll see if those blinkers can help him turn things around, Lafitte.
Production crew is going to be all over this one. That's one for Learn the Lingo, Richie. Girthy.
Yes.
Count on it.
There's multiple definitions to girthy. Like, I've gotten much more girthy since I stopped riding.
Okay. That's putting it in a nice,
Right,
eloquent
yeah.
way. Well done, Rich
Yes.
Migliori.
But I think he explained it well with horses being thin-skinned.
100%. And most of the time, a lot of people don't realize when you geld a horse, and Richie, correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes they'll geld a horse so they're not too girthy.
Well, yeah, horses will tend to get lighten up when they. But, you know, I listen. He's a horse that showed a lot of promise. I like what Shug said about him. I landed on him, but also because I heard him talking smack to the other horse and said, "I'll catch you in 3, in 3." Listen, this is what happens when we do TV in 100-degree heat. All right.
It's a clever language. Say, come on, Creed.
Oh,
Creed
I keep thinking it's Living in America with James Brown coming down.
Apollo, Creed here at 7-1 at the gate with a 3-5 favorite in Stage Raider. Richie, Stage Raider, Irad Ortiz from the outside. Where do you think you should place him early in order for him to be most effective late?
Honestly, he should be in a perfect stalking spot. I don't see him more than, a couple lengths off the lead, ready to pounce. Then it comes down to how bad he wants it late.
Good luck with your pivot. Rising Empire.
The 7's home, you know it.
Automatic now.
John Embriel with the load-in call, post time for the 9th of 11 from Saratoga.
And they're off. It was a hesitant start for number 3, Rising Empire, who trails the field. Gentleman Joe is out well with Stage Raider on the outside. They race into the turn. And it is Gentleman Joe who has the lead. Stage Raider is on the outside. The Reds down at the rail. And then Creed and Rising Empire is the trailer in 5th. The leader is Gentleman Joe in front here by 3 parts of a length. The big favorite, Stage Raider, on the outside in second through a slow opening quarter mile in 25 seconds. Gentleman Joe, the pace setter. Stage Raider on the outside, second by a length and a half. And then it is the Reds who's running in third, followed next by Creed in 4th. Rising Empire remains the trailer. As they race midway up the backstretch, Gentleman Joe shows the way by a full length. The odds-on favorite, Stage Raider, continues to track in second, with the Reds just off the front runners in third. Then comes Creed and Rising Empire. Half mile, 49 3. Gentleman Joe is the leader. The lead is down to a neck. Stage Raider getting closer now on the outside. The front two have 2 lengths on the Reds in third. As they go around the far turn. On the inside, it's Gentleman Joe, and on the outside, it is Stage Raider. Stage Raider now takes the lead. Gentleman Joe back running in second. Then the Reds. And farther back, it is Creed and Rising Empire. 3/4 in 1:13 4, 3/16 to the finish. It is Stage Raider who has the lead here. On the outside, the Reds is second. Stage Raider in front by 4 lengths. The Reds running second. Gentleman Joe is in third. And Stage Raider will deliver here at odds of 3-5. The Reds was second. Gentleman Joe finished third.
Justifies, brother.
I was helping out the public. I changed my pick for the public.
That guaranteed it pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
That and the performance itself. Stage Raider, John Gunther, of course, he bred Justify, and Vino Rosso's brother. Stage Raider here, making it look all too easy. Second win in the afternoon, Irad Ortiz, along with Nest and the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Got the perfect trip. He got to sit right outside a slow pace set by the 4 Gentleman Joe, which we identified was probably the most likely speed. You got a bit unlucky, Paul, because you didn't get an even run for your money when Rising Emperor got stone left at the gate.
Yeah.
But listen, let's give the winner his due. Stage Raider was best. He caught the right field, and he won with consummate ease.
You're right. It wouldn't have mattered. It really wouldn't have mattered. The Reds actually improved a little bit first time in the Saffie Joseph Barn. I thought it was an okay effort, but you looked at me, and we both looked at each other. This horse is going to win by a pole. I mean, was never looking like a loser. Good job by Chad and Irad, having the best horse, keeping him out of trouble. And when the 3 hopped in the start, it changed the pace to where we thought the 4 would go to the front, but Stage Raider was just all over him the whole way around the racetrack.
See it there. Geared down. Ortiz's 2 wins today of the blowout variety. The filly Nest by several. And the CCA Oaks and Stage Raider all by himself, Mig.
Stage Raider, beautiful mover. Boy, when he lowered his head and went for home, you talk about a horse putting his head out and down. Impeccable pedigree. The Gunthers breed a really good horse. They kept this one. Chad Brown was 1 up in the trainer's standings, but I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth for a while.
Yeah, I would think so.
As always, 7-2-4-6, Irad Ortiz, Stage Raider. Results, reaction when we return. And the second of 2 graded stakes races on the Saturday program at the Spa. And there she is, Caravel, defending Caress winner, on her way over, trying to become just the second back-to-back Caress winner. Can she do it? We'll find out in the featured Caress next on Saratoga Live.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Brand new post bar and paddock suites. Has that treehouse feel to it. Very cool, and another great spot to spend the day at Saratoga. Almost as good as in the winner's circle. Arad Ortiz, second victory in the afternoon. Stage Raider, 3-5 over the Reds and Gentleman Joe, 7-2-4. Race number 9. Over to Acacia in the winner's circle with winning pilot Arad Ortiz.
And he's been in this winner's circle a couple times, Liffey, already today, including with the Coaching Club American Oaks. But Stage Raider, Irad, it seems the blinkers have kind of helped him to take a little bit of a step forward. Would you think that helped him improve?
He helps a little bit. A couple starts back, Chad decided to put them blinkers on. He's a little more focused. He can do weird things without the blinkers. Honestly, first time out, he was very green, and he decided to put it on. And since there, he's moved forward. Honestly, he get beat last time by highly motivated, come back and win a stake today. So he's running really good, just a little unlucky last time.
But it seemed he really appreciated getting to go the 2 turns today. I mean, he just pulled away from this field.
Yeah, he can run all day. We know that. So we broke forward. He put me in a perfect spot. I was sitting second, waiting the time to go. And when I let him go, he responded really well. He did everything good. He was ready to win.
Now, coming up in the next race in the Caress, you're climbing back aboard Miss J. McKay. She is a closing turf sprinting filly. Can you tell us a little bit about how you think the race may play out with her?
It looked like a lot of speed on the race. She's probably going to be a mid-pack behind the speed and work it out my way to bring it home.
Well, best of luck, Irad. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Acacia.
A big day for Irad Ortiz, but he's not done yet, Lafitte.
Paulie thinks he might have a stake sweep, Acacia. You like Miss J. McKay a little bit coming up in the Caress.
I think the horse Caravel's the horse to beat. I do think Miss J. McKay could run a big race. You look at the will pays, the 4 bout time is actually lower in the will pays. And by the way, Stage Raider at 330, that pick 3 still paid over $200. So if you're still alive, good luck.
Not entirely surprising, though. About time. Improving threat in this Grade 3 Caress. Turn the page to the 2nd of 2 graded stakes races. These older fillies and mares. Mad Scramble on grass. 5.5 furlongs. There's the field updated odds. Caravel 2-1, drawn inside with Tyler Gaffleone. in the saddle, guys. While she won this race last year, she won it from the rail caravel competition. How much tougher do you think the competition is today than it was a year ago?
I think it's pretty similar. I think you've got a couple horses here that maybe there's a little bit of a question mark, like About Time. I mean, she's shown that she's for real with her last race, and all of her turf races is good, but I think she has to take another little step forward to show she can beat the likes of Caravel. But you get Robin Sparkles back here, who's going to be your pace setter. I think it's a fairly similar field. Star Divine is a big price right now for a filly that I think was unlucky last time. It was only a length behind Caravel.
I'm going to say it's a little bit better because last year, she was even money. Now, you can argue and say that she was in better form coming into this race last year, but she comes off a win in the Intercontinental. But I'm with Mig. I think the 4 inside fillies, and I also think the 8 on the outside who ran so well first time out, super sensational, getting on the turf. The 1 through 4 for me, they all are very, very talented. So I think the break's going to be very, very key because Caravel, Miss J.K. doesn't really get out of the gate, and Bout Time is a freak. The problem with Bout Time is she gets literally left every time and still wins. I mean, the way she won last time in 101 flat, she broke dead last and just went around the field. It was crazy.
Good filly.
Yes.
Bout Time. Cherie DeVaux would be a second win for her. You mentioned super sensational. Mark Casse seeking a 3rd win this afternoon. So these are sprinters on grass. Tomorrow's feature, older fillies and mares running long on dirt. Grade 2 Shoe V featuring Grade 1 talent. $200,000 purse. Acacia Clement, we meet the contenders for tomorrow's feature at Saratoga.
The Shoe V Stakes may lack in quantity, but not in quality. This contest features the rematch of Clairiere and champion Malathot after Clairiere defeated her rival by a head in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps on Belmont Stakes Day.
Malathot and Clairiere bearing down on search results. Here comes Malathot. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere.
Malathot, who has never lost in 2 consecutive races in her career, will compete with blinkers for the first time and won the Grade 1 Alabama last year over this surface with Clairiere in second.
And Malathot has taken the lead with a 16th to the finish. Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot back in the win column as she takes the Alabama.
The 4th time was the charm for Clairiere in the Phipps, as it was the first time she finished ahead of Malathot in 4 races. Like Malathot, Clairiere is a multiple Grade 1 winner. This will be Clairiere's 4th start of the season after a win at the Fairgrounds in March, a 2nd in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom to champion Latruska, and her triumph in the Phipps. This is Malathot's 3rd start in 2022. She won the Grade 3 Double Dog Dare Stakes at Keeneland prior to her loss in the Phipps. A win by Malathot would provide trainer Todd Pletcher with his 5th Shoe V Stakes victory and equal H. Allen Jerkins' record in this event. If Clairiere enters the winner's circle, it could be trainer Steve Asmussen's 1st Shoe V win. Will Malathot return to her winning ways, or will Clairiere reign supreme? The road to divisional honors continues in Saratoga.
Sunday feature, Grade 2 Shoe V. Richie, I know you love a good rivalry. We're not saying it's Sunday silence, easy goer, but the familiarity with these two, Clairiere and Malathot, what we saw in the Ogden Phipps, love to see them going head-to-head again.
Absolutely, and the fact that they have similar styles. They're both a little more comfortable having a target, following horses, coming with a closing run. I really think Malathot's going to improve with the blinkers, and I give her the edge going 2 turns.
Yeah, today we saw Ness and Secret Oath. We saw Ness just blow away Secret Oath. I think this is going to be completely different. I think Clairiere is a different horse at age 4. Malathot, I think it's taken her a little bit. She was a little shaky her first start. She got a little bit better, just got past. I think they're going to ding-dong down to the wire. I really do. It's going to be a heck of a race. Yeah.
Regally bred Clairiere. Champion at 3, Malathot. Head-to-head one more time tomorrow in the Sunday feature at Saratoga. One more stakes race today. And a defending winner of this race. There she is on her way into the paddock. Caravel, so impressive in last year's Caress. Is lot has changed since, trainer changed since, but she's back in Saratoga. What will she do as she tries to defend her title in the Caress? We'll find out in about 20 minutes.
Harris Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Caravel on the outside is gaining ground. Jakarta's down at the rail. The half was running 44-2. Robin Sparkles, here's Caravel on the outside. And Caravel takes over and draws away to win the Grade 3 Caress Stakes.
Caravel, brilliant last year. That range of emotions for Lizzie Merriman and family. Bred Caravel, owned her, trained her, but Caravel wasn't going home with her that evening. Had been sold to celebrity chef Bobby Flay, 75% anyhow, headed to a new trainer, but she had struggled the rest of the season. Caravel now with trainer Brad Cox, there you see it, Liza Hendricks, Liza Merriman, and how bittersweet that moment must have been. Richie, the highs and lows, winning a stakes race here, but at the same time having to say goodbye.
Yeah, thrilled to get the win, proud of the horse that you bred. You were part of this horse's life before she was even foaled, figuring out to send the mare to that particular stallion to get Caravel. So bittersweet, but sometimes it's good business decisions to move a horse along, higher profile connections, and basically take money off the table, if you will. And then her form went awry, but it feels like she's found her form again, Paul.
No, I agree with you on that she's found her form, and she could be very, very dangerous. Like I said, beautiful gray roans. I love the gray roans. But she has tactical speed, and when you look at Miss JK, she comes from way out of it. Star Divine's more of a tactical horse. About Time just never breaks, but is a type of horse that she gets on her feet real quick and gets into the race. The outside horse, the 6, Robin Sparkles, I think the 8, Super Sensational, showing that speed first time on turf is going to be interesting, because that either is going to lay Caravel second or third in this race, because Robin Sparkles, you're right, I think is the speed of the speed.
She is very fast. Her finishing has been the issue, Robin Sparkles, but Caravel, she didn't exactly scare them off. You go back to the Intercontinental, and all of the fillies that were chasing her that day, fillies and mares, they're all back. 5 of them exiting the Intercontinental. You saw the versatility of Caravel. They did not go fast, but she makes the lead. She dictates Richie and would not be caught in the lane.
No, and she kept finding, and you got to give her a lot of credit. But look at Star Divine behind her. Star Divine is never in a comfortable spot, Lafitte. She gets some room, but there's not a tremendous amount of room. There's no, margin for error there. And you can see Johnny has to ride her a little bit carefully, Paul, in tight.
Yeah.
And I think if she had found more room, it would have been a lot closer.
Traffic, some trips to examine in that Intercontinental. 5 of them exiting the Intercontinental to run in today's Caress. Acacia standing by. What are you noticing from the favorite, last year's winner, Caravel, Acacia?
She's a filly that sometimes doesn't carry her weight very well from race to race, Lafitte. Last time, I did think that she looked like she was a little bit stronger, but I know that it's been something that all of her connections have maybe struggled with race by race. She is a lighter frame type. She was down on the inside last time. She got a terrific trip. She's been the consummate professional here today, really relaxed in the paddock. Once they're putting the tack on now, her ears have pricked up, which I'm glad to see too. I do just wish that she was carrying a little bit more condition behind on her hindquarters and across her flank, because sometimes I've noticed that that is something that she struggles with from race to race. She kind of takes a racetrack with her. So I'll keep an eye on her out on the racetrack to see how she's doing, but a little bit of concern as far as the favorite does go. Some other horses coming out of that race, though, the number 4, well, we'll get to them momentarily, starting with the number 4, About Time, as we'll just go numerically. This one on a roll right now, coming off of the Goldwood win last time out for Cherie DeVoe. And Paul's right, getting out of the gate will be a little bit of the challenge for her. She didn't get out as quick last time out, but she loomed up outside and just finished so powerfully. She looks powerful. She is the quintessential turf sprinter. She is a bigger bodied, burly type of gal. She just has so much condition to her, so much muscle mass in those hindquarters, which I really like to see for this sprint. She's really one that seems like she's coming into this in good form and has been laser focused here in the paddock. Also coming out of the Intercontinental, though, is the 5, Toby's Heart, and they've switched around now, but for a moment I thought Brian Lynch had a new hot walker. Fellow trainer Ian Wilkes was helping him out and holding the filly while Brian saddled her on the walk, because she was very revved up last time out. She was really hot. She was all over the place. She was so energetic. Could have been that she was just reacting to the crowd on Belmont Stakes weekend. So much more relaxed today. She's energetic as she always is, and like I said, they saddled her on the walk. She was a little bit playful when she first got in, but she's got a handler on either side of her head, just giving her little pats, trying to keep her settled. Coat looks great. I like the improvement that I'm seeing from Toby's Heart versus how much energy she expended prior to the race last time out. Also out of that Intercontinental is the 2, Miss J. McKay, who was incredibly wide throughout, given the fact that she had drawn an outer post. She's one that has had a tough campaign. She's raced all winter long, and yet coming in here, I think she probably looks the best that she ever has. She's carrying a lot of good weight to her. She actually looks like she's put on a little bit weight since her last start. I thought that she looked like she had lost a bit last time out. She's puffed up more with the tack on, and hopefully, especially being drawn down to the inside, she should get a better trip than she did last time, being parked wide throughout. Lafitte?
Love seeing Ian Wilkes help out. You ever have like Yadi Molina carry your gear, Paulie?
No, he just ended my World Series run. But yeah, Ian Wilkes, a great guy. I told you, like, no exaggeration, my battery went out at Churchill Downs, and Ian Wilkes was right there. Tom Amos was right there. Tom drove off, and Ian Wilkes goes, no problem, mate. Obviously, we know that he's from Australia, and he gave me a battery lift. Took a half hour. We chatted a little bit. He's a wonderful chap.
Somebody will always step in to help.
That Tom Amos.
Horsemen help horsemen.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, you think friends would help friends, right?
Should.
Now he's over it, though, as you can tell. The Caress coming up here, Saratoga, also another major step towards the Travers, we believe, in terms of the top 3-year-olds in the country that just took place in New Jersey at Monmouth. The Haskell, Jack Christopher, farthest he's ever raced, turning for home. Our first look. That's Cyberknife with Florent Giroux and Bob Baffert's Taba, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, Jack Christopher was where he likes to be. Paulie's out in front, and he was seemingly comfortable. I did not see fractions, so I don't know how fast
Our
they went.
first time seeing this.
Yeah, Taba makes a sweeping run, coming from further off the pace than he had previously. Cyberknife got the dream run up the rail.
Wow.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. When I had talked to Florent Giroux about Cyberknife the last time he won, he said sometimes he tries to pull himself up when he hits the front end, and you can see how high-headed he is. Meg, we were just talking about a little bit earlier, AP&E, complete opposite, but when he got up the rail, tremendous ride here. You can see Mike it's good to see Taba, because listen, Taba only has, what, 3 or 4 career starts. He's only going to get better and
That's
better.
his fourth.
Or
But
fourth,
you know what?
This is his fourth, yeah.
I think Cyberknife was easing himself up again a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you know, think Ferdinand. When Ferdinand would get through along the inside, it would kind of keep him excited, a horse that would pull up when he hit the front, and he'd kick clear. Shoemaker's threading the needle in the Derby in 86.
Holding off bold arrangement. Florent Giroux, there he is. Cyberknife, you weren't kidding about that head carriage. And so we haven't heard, we don't know what Chad Brown said. We just saw the stretch of the Haskell. Jack Christopher, I guess there were some questions, not about brilliance, but distance. I don't know if he had trouble. I don't know what happened early on in the race. As you look at the top 3-year-olds in the country, if you're a top 3-year-old in the country, you're thinking Travers, but maybe it was the distance. When you're expecting Jack Christopher to go Jack Christopher, he didn't. That's all we saw.
Well, again, without us having the benefit of seeing the entire race yet, and we will, and then we'll analyze it more, and the fractions involved. But he looked awful comfortable coming off the quarter pole.
Yeah.
It has to make you think potentially it was the distance that got to him.
I thought we were just speculating a couple of days ago that I thought, Zandon early voting, like, Jim Dandy and then on to the Travers, and just kind of felt Jack Christopher based on what we had seen, and certainly in the Woody Stevens Belmont day. Alan Jerkins, for me, is just what kind of felt right for him going into the Haskell even.
Yeah, it's to cut back to 7. I'm kind of with you. We were always kind of hoping. I kind of was. It's like, let's see Jack Christopher win off, and then let's go.
Give him a shot.
Let's go with Zandon early voting. Let's see what. And obviously, he may not have got to the distance, but like Richie said, we got to go back and look at it. But to get beat by Cyberknife, I was, not the strongest field that you would figure that if Jack Christopher was going around 2 turns and handle a Haskell field, that he would. So I think Chad might have to regroup.
So we'll see. And next Saturday, early voting, Zandon, Epicenter, 59th running of the Jim Dandy on Fox. So Brad Cox wins the Haskell Cyberknife, and he has Caravel here pictured trying to go back-to-back.
Well, he was in the picture with Cyberknife in the Haskell. His son looks like a twin, so I thought it was Brad in the paddock.
Can be 2 places.
It's crazy.
Miss J. McKay, more on her in a moment. Star Divine picture, John Velasquez second to Caravel in the Intercontinental.
Yeah, I'm with Richie. This horse has got a big shot and was on the inside last time. You are getting 6-1.
About time. Improving lightly raced filly.
All her turf races are good, and they've all gotten better.
Toby's Heart, former Bolton Landing winner here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Ricardo Santana's about ready to strike here soon. This horse is live, like Saratoga.
It needs to break better today, though. A Robin Sparkles, fast, the one to catch.
Fast New York bred, 8-time winner. She shakes loose. Sometimes she can make you pay. Don't give her too much rope.
Lady Edith, 16-1, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, first time in the Christophe Clement part. I thought ran okay. She's actually getting played in the wheel pace.
Super sensational. We've seen those colors in the winner's circle today.
Big speed last time, going 6.5 north of the border, and now turns back to 5.5. Major player.
Kept waiting would be a shock.
Yeah, this horse has been running on turf for this mare, but the last time she was on turf, she did win by 5 in a little state bred in 108-2. So 37-1 if you like. She looks well.
A solid, deep edition of the Grade 3 Caress. $200,000 on the line. Fillies and mares, older fillies and mares. Watching from the 1863 Club. 7 minutes to post. We check in with Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by trainer Brian Lynch, who sends out Toby's Heart. Brian, first I have to ask you about your new hot walker. Ian Wilkes looked like he was working out pretty well today.
Yeah, no, us Aussies, we hunt better in packs, so we stick together.
He seemed to be really helpful, though, in keeping her calm. And as you said, she can be tough to get the tack on.
Yeah, she can be. She gets very squirrely, and Ian was kind enough to give me a hand with her, so everything worked out good. She got the tack on, and there was no big event, and she seems like she's in a good mood.
She was really revved up last time before the Intercontinental. Seems more relaxed today. How much confidence does that give you?
It was just a bad trip in the Intercontinental. She didn't break that good. She got shuffled back, and she was wide, and 7 furlongs. Again, if it sets up right, she could probably get it. But this is her preferable distance, and I want to say I think she's undefeated at this distance. So hopefully she gets a good pace to run out, and they don't get an easy lead, and they get a little bit of pressure up front, and she sits the right trip and tilts out and kicks in when we need her.
Well, best of luck, Brian. Thanks for your time as always.
Thanks, Acacia.
Brian Lynch sending out Toby's Heart, and he brought some backup today, Lafitte.
He is the greatest. We hunt better in packs.
Oh, gosh.
Who's better than Lynch?
I call them, too, the wombats. If you don't know what a wombat is, it's an animal in Australia. Those two guys are just great. And they're polar opposites, too. Lynchy is so just like at you. He's so funny. And Ian's so quiet, but he's got like a witty humor. Both great guys. Both Aussies, both great guys. And he's a heck of a trainer, too. And this horse has got a little bit of a shot. And I didn't even realize till he said it. 4 for 4 at this distance, Mig.
And a very specialized distance.
Yeah,
You know,
right?
I mean, you've got to give her a long, hard look. A little bit more of a closing type.
Yeah, it has to break. She had no shot in the Intercontinental the way she started her last race. And then you have Bout Time. There she is with Luis Saez, and she has hooked or faced Robin Sparkles in the past. Let's go back to the Goldwood at Monmouth Park. Robin Sparkles out there doing what she does, wheeling and dealing in front, and watch Bout Time put her away here, Paulie.
Well, what you don't know is that Bout Time was dead last, but within a split second, the jock had him probably like 5th or 6th and then just exploded. This horse has gait issues. She's not going to break. It's just the bottom line. She's a big, big filly, but she doesn't like really break and then lose ground. She breaks and then picks up really quick and gets into the race. If she ever learned how to get out of the gate, my goodness, she is very, very talented. And when you go for the Will Pays, the pick 3 to the 4 is lower than the pick 3 to Caravel.
She's a threat. Cherie DeVoe looking for a second win this afternoon. Would be a second stakes win at the meet. Took down the Wilton opening day out of the Wilson Chute. Richie going with Star Divine, and she's improved and a stakes winner at Saratoga, having won the Galway last year.
Well, again, she's 7-1, was beaten a length by Caravel, and I thought she had a bit of a compromising trip. And I don't think she would have been beaten a length. Maybe she would have beat Caravel, but it would have been a much closer race. And if she can work out a little better trip, you know, she's two starts at the distance, a win in a second, 1 for 1 in Saratoga, 7-1. I think that's a huge price.
I thought somebody brought up an interesting handicap and angle if you're like the 8 at all. So there's a bunch of horses coming out of the Caravel race, and there's a couple horses coming out of the Bout Time race. The only 2 horses that are not coming out of those 2 races are the 8 and the 9, and obviously the 9 is going to need to improve. And he looks at the 8 and he tells himself, maybe the 8 and Super Sensational, and Lafitte's still yelling Patrick Husbands, right!
Open up!
Right! But first time getting on turf, I mean, this was a giant race to go up to the Royal North. Woodbine is a giant race course. It would be similar, I would think, to Woodbine as in how wide it is, right, Mig?
Oh, yeah. Think Belmont Park's dirt course is Woodbine's turf course with even longer stretch.
Yeah, so do you want to, like, just throw out the Caravel race? Do you want to throw out the Robin Sparkles race and kind of land on Super Sensational?
And look,
I don't know.
she's always been highly regarded. Mark Cassie has always thought a lot of Super Sensational. Cassie, 2 wins on the afternoon, one of them for Charlotte Weber's Live Oak Plantation. Impressive 2-year-old earlier today. And let's not forget, she was second in the Grade 1 test, albeit on dirt, last summer.
This was also the race we just showed in Canada, her first start since October.
Yeah, you didn't realize
Going
that.
6.5 furlongs. I mean, she should be just physically fitter from that.
She's danced some dances.
Every reason to improve. With more on a Super Sensational, right back to Acacia.
And this filly, who, as Paul mentioned, really did run well in her first turf start last time out. She was pretty wide early on. I thought she dug in really gamely inside, getting caught late. She was sharp out there today. She's one that's grown a lot. And let's not forget, she's a talented dirt horse, too. She ran second in the Grade 1 test last year at Saratoga behind Bella Sophia, second in the Priorist as well. She's run some good races. It didn't seem like it was a move of desperation to try the turf last time out. It seemed like it was something maybe Mark Cathy had been intrigued by all along, and I could certainly see it. Great energy from her out there. She's dappled from head to toe. She's an intriguing prospect, but if she shows speed once again, like she did last time with the presence of Robin Sparkles in here, we'll see if she's able to outduel or maybe show a new dimension, Lafitte.
Something to watch right from the start. Super Sensational. Cassie seeking a third of the afternoon. Dylan Davis already with a victory today. And Caravel, there she is, having won this event last year from the inside post, from the rail, and she stalked, which I think if she's going to be effective today, while she did go wire to wire in the Intercontinental, if she's successful today, she's going to have to stalk and pounce.
Yeah, I think if Robin Sparkles opens and Caravel's able to lay behind her and they're able to spread the field out and Caravel's able to get off the rail, she's going to be really tough to beat. If that does not happen, it's going to conclude a lot of other runners.
Yeah, because if Robin Sparkles folds over and everybody establishes position, she's going to get caught in the jam, if you will, right?
Yes.
Best closer in the race, Miss J. McKay.
Yeah.
Look out for her late.
Yeah, I would think so.
Toby's Heart.
Yeah, Toby's
They're
Heart,
both
too.
good closers.
I do think the 2 is going to run a big one, though.
She's dangerous.
Yeah,
Iretta
she's
Ortiz
dangerous.
looking for a graded stakes sweep, having won the Coaching Club American Oaks Nest. Aboard Miss J. McKay, filing into the gate. About time. She's on the improve. Far outside, you saw Kept Waiting. And Caravel for trainer Brad Cox. Just saddled the winner of the Haskell at Monmouth Park. Cyberknife. Let's see if Caravel can now go back-to-back in the Caress for the remainder of the load and call. John Imbrial. 10th race, Caress Stakes, live from the Spa.
We are set for race 10. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for number 1, Caravel. Robin Sparkles is out for the early lead with Star Divine. Kept Waiting takes second. Star Divine is next. Caravel advances at the rail. And then it is Bout Time, who is a close-up fourth in between horses. Super Sensationals on the outside. And then we come back to Miss J. McKay. It's a 2.5 length bank. Oh, Miss J. McKay had a steady there badly going around the turn. Lady Edith is next. And farther back is Toby's Heart, who trails the field. Robin Sparkles ran the opening quarter in 21-2, Kept Waiting on the outside. Star Divine down at the rail with Bout Time running in fourth. Super Sensationals on the extreme outside. And then Caravel, it is Robin Sparkles who leads through a half and 44-1. Super Sensationals coming on the outside. And Miss J. McKay is gaining along with Lady Edith, all chasing Robin Sparkles as they come for the finish. It is Robin Sparkles holding on. Robin Sparkles posts the upset in the Caress Stakes at 21-1, and she ran the 5.5 furlongs in 1 minute 1 and 4/5 seconds.
Javier Castellano, Robin Sparkles flashing that speed, desperate finish, holds on in the 2022 Caress Stakes. Wow.
Speed is always dangerous. Robin Sparkles got a clear lead. Wouldn't say an easy lead, Paul, because she ran for it, but she's always tough when she makes it. A lot of jamming up in behind her. Caravel caused her own problem by braking slowly again because she acts up at the brake. And here came Super Sensational. Just ran out of racetrack with Robin Sparkles over $500,000 in earnings now.
Crazy. You're right. Speed does kill. And more times than not, you look at a horse like Robin Sparkles, like, oh, she always goes to the front, and she gets past. When all the other speed horses have trouble at the gate, that's how they win races. That's why speed is so dangerous. One, Caravel acting up at the gate, did not want any part of it. And then, excuse me, Tyler Gaffalione tried to go up the inside. He bothered Johnny V with Star Divine. They got in a little bit of a tangle. Meanwhile, Robin Sparkles is on the front end, and you got to give her credit. She went 21-44. She just ran them off their feet and beat them stone cold. And if you have this trifecta, you're going to have a nice dinner tonight.
21-1 over 8-1 over 15-1. Robin Sparkles, she was, what, like 6-5 or something in this race last year, ran third when Caravel ran right by her. She's always had the speed. She's always had the electric speed, but that second move, that finish, just hasn't necessarily been there of late. And today, the Wire getting there just in time, but building that cushion and finishing stronger than she has been today. And that's why she was 21-1. That she had, we felt she had lost something off her fastball. Today we saw her best.
I think that's a good way to put it. Like she had lost something off her fastball, just maybe not quite as, but she likes firm ground. The ground was firm today. She likes getting loose. She's fast. And yeah, the home plate, the guy at home plate was going slide.
I get it. But here's the thing. She likes to win races.
Yes.
She's 9 for 16, or excuse me, now she's what? Yeah, she's 9 for 16 lifetime. And I'll tell you what, Javier Castellano went through about a 1.5-year span where he struggled, had a bad injury, was getting taken off a lot of different mounts. Chad, you're not seeing him on a lot of Chad. You're not seeing him on this and that. he started to get into great form at the end of Belmont, and he's coming here in Saratoga on a mission. And I'll tell you right now, he is riding great.
Like the cat that ate the canary, knowing he just stole a $200,000 horse race.
Absolutely, and we should say Michael Schrader, the owner,
Mm-hmm.
great story. He has a training center. He owns this filly, and Bruce Brown does a terrific
He does.
job.
Good for Bruce,
with,
yeah.
the kind of horses he gets, he delivers.
Yeah. Great
Bruce
guy,
Brown,
Yeah.
high five to the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, the New York bred, the speedy New York bred Robin Sparkles in a major upset, 21-1 in the Caress second stakes victory of the meet for Javier Castellano. Robin Sparkles, 21-1 shocker. Results when we come back.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 101st Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? Were they expecting to be in the winner circle following the Caress? $44 winner, Javier Castellano, Robin Sparkles in a shocker in the Caress. Bruce Brown, winning trainer, standing by with Acacia.
And I hadn't quite realized what a big price she was, but a mare that shows up every time. Bruce Brown joining me here. Bruce, your New York bred mare visiting the winner's circle once again. Just talk to me about the roller coaster that she's brought you on.
Oh, I mean, she's just been unbelievable, and she's so honest. And you know, today, last time at Mom, it was just an absolute crazy pace. But today, she got a little breather around the turn. And she's just very, if she gets that breather, she's tough to get by in the stretch, and that's kind of the key with her.
She kind of opened up a bit at one point, too, away from the rest of the field as they came in the stretch. Were you confident at that point?
Well, yeah, I knew that there were a lot of good horses behind her, and I knew that they'd be coming, but I felt like if she got beat, she was going to get beat on the wire. Like, she was going to get beat with it all on the line, because she's really been doing great. Mike Schrader, her owner, he's had her back at his farm for a little bit, and she's come back better than ever, and she's really gotten into her. She's best. She's her best right now for sure.
In bringing her back as a 5-year-old, allowing her time to mature, just the third start of her 5-year-old season, can you explain what that maturity you've seen from her and just what it means to see her flourishing?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't run as a 2-year-old, so she's a little behind. She was a little behind, so she's just really getting into her own right now, and she's really just every year she's gotten a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and she's really just couldn't be doing any better. So.
We look forward to seeing more from her, Bruce. Congratulations.
Absolutely, thank you.
Bruce Brown with a very special New York bred mare, Robin Sparkles, with another win defeat.
Popular mare, originally purchased for $30,000, Robin Sparkles, and she's now earned somewhere in the neighborhood of $540,000.
Cool stuff, cool stuff. And Bruce Brown's been a fixture in the New York circuit for a long time. I'm going to give him best dressed today. He outdressed all of us, I think.
Yeah, he looked
right?
sharp. I think he knew he was getting his picture taken.
Right? Yeah.
But, Mike Schrader, his family, the farm, Robin Sparkles goes back to the farm for a little freshening between races. Yeah. He has a training track there. And Robin Sparkles has been a godsend for them. I mean, the earnings she's making help, pay the bills on the farm for sure.
And she was fast today. She was good today. She held on today. And maybe some luck involved as well is what you're going to get in turf stakes races. Some trips you're going to want to go back and look at. Let's take a look at the head-on here for this caress. Just completed. Robin Sparkles leading the pack up the backstretch. Richie, what do you see?
Well, you see Caravel in that tight spot. Johnny Velasquez not giving an inch there with the start of line, and she wound up having to check out of there. Johnny took some contact, had a steady 2. Contact always takes something out of him.
Yeah.
Caravel created her own trouble, though, Paul. It's something you pointed it out. She doesn't break sharply, and the reason she doesn't break sharply is she's acting up in the gate. She's antsy. She's moving. Horse needs to be set when they break. Some people have this misconception that they need to be all jazzed up and ready to go. They need to be calm and square and balanced, and then they can jump out instead of having to reset.
It was her Achilles heel. I mean, that was just the bottom line. If she did not break, there was nobody that could run with Robin Sparkles at all. And at one time, you got to start looking at Robin Sparkles saying, did she get lucky? Well, let's look now. She's 9 for 16 with 2 seconds and 3/3. I'm starting to think she's pretty good.
You know what I mean? She's all right. And the second time we saw that at the Coaching Club American Oaks, some of that same uneasiness in the gate and a couple of horses stumbling at the start of the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. A late pick 5 follow along. Here's what we've seen thus far. There's a chance at a pick 6 carryover because it's been hard. Sinfully Sweet, $14. Stage Left, $30. And Robin Sparkles, $44 maybe. Maybe a pick 6 carryover for the Sunday
I don't think I've ever seen the lowest pick 5 you can get is $10,000 with a $3.30 Chad Brown horse in there. So it was basically a pick 4. So if the 8 gets home, $10,000 is the lowest. There's some that are paying $50 to $100. We had an early pick 4 yesterday, pick 5, pay $100,000. It's just amazing the prices that have been coming here at Saratoga.
15810 covered. 15810 covered. Anyone else? Sunday pick 6 carryover at Saratoga. Meantime, well, Jonathan Kinchin was on the show earlier today for the Coaching Club American Oaks. There's JK right now. JK is downtown, brought a mic with him, and we've told him, we said if Robin Sparkles wins, because he said there's no shot, we said if Robin Sparkles wins, you're doing the segment. So it's back to work, JK. That's next. One left from Saratoga on Saratoga Live.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Porsche Car Show earlier today. There is no substitute, Paulie.
Well,
Tom
there
Cruise,
is
risky business.
Listen, JK's out there smoking cigars. I'll go out there and whack some cars.
You went out there early today?
I'll tell you right now, there's nothing better than to grab one of those, take those a Sunday drive, head out to Lake George, take some of bolognese sauce of Richie Migliori's out there, get a fire going, boil some water, and you're good to go, right, Richie?
Man, I tell you what, I'm not a car guy. I'd like a Porsche.
Yeah. Irad Ortiz is essentially in a Porsche earlier today in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. It was that head-to-head matchup we were waiting for. With Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner, she had met Nest in the past and defeated Nest in the past. Not today. We pick up the action rounding the far turn where it looked like it was the stage had been set, that we were going to watch them in a duel down to the wire perhaps, but at one point you see Luis Saez with Secret Oath. He's encouraging the Oaks winner, Irad Ortiz, still as a statue on Nest.
Kind of the match race we were anticipating. They joined together, leaving the 3/8 pole, and race was on, but you could see turning into the stretch, Paul. Nest is just going better of the two. Secret Oath struggling after being strung out pretty wide the first turn. And the first time that Irad Ortiz gives her a reminder, right-handed with the crop, she dropped and found another gear.
No, she did. The race changed, too, because the two in here, Society, was supposed to be your pace setter, so Ness was able to get on the front end. Listen, she won by a lot. I'm not taking anything away from Secret Oath because Secret Oath had a really tough trip. Now, is Ness better than her maybe right now? Of course. She just beat her by 10 lengths. But again, Secret Oath did not have the Idell trip. She's a bigger type of filly. I don't know if this racetrack would suit her. I think that Secret Oath would like Belmont in those sweeping turns, how big she is, a lot better. But we'll see down the line. Obviously, Ness has improved big time.
You see Mike Rapoli, you see all the family and friends in the winner's circle. Aaron Wellman, Eclipse Thoroughbreds, Nest, and another CCA Oaks victory for trainer Todd Pletcher with Acacia moments after that picture was taken.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Todd Pletcher. As we just saw, Nest dominant in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She is a filly that really has progressed a lot this year, Todd.
I tell you what, she came out of the Belmont as well as any horse that we've ever run in it. She just really blossomed after the race. She gained weight. She trained super. So, you know, originally we weren't sure if we were going to wait for the Alabama, but she just told us she was ready to go here. And it's great to see her show up and perform the way we hoped she would.
You don't often see performances like that in a Grade 1 either. I mean, talk about just how special what we saw today really is.
Well, nothing really went the way we, kind of mapped it out when Steve's filly stumbled leaving there, and so we found ourselves on the lead, but thought Irad rode a smart race. He stayed off the rail, allowed that filly to come up inside of him so he could buy some time. We knew that Secret Oath had put in a challenge somewhere around the half-mile pole, and, she's able to fend her off and then, went off impressively.
Now, she is a filly that seems like she has a big fan following as well with the fact that she tackled the boys last time. How fun is that for you two to see how much the fans enjoy her?
No, it's great. I think it's great for the industry when fillies step out and do well against colts, and she certainly, ran a super race in the Belmont, arguably with a little different trip. She was going to be right there with Mo Donegal, so it's great to see her do that, come out of it well, and then come back with a great race like this.
Thanks, Todd. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nest, a dominant winner of the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Another day at the office, Acacia. For Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, 8th victory in the CCA Oaks. Arad with a peek to the big board, puts the crop away, and she simply strolls under the wire.
I still get a kick out of them looking at a board in the infield. You know, old timers like me.
That thing wasn't there when you were doing
we
your
didn't
thing?
have a big board to look at.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you didn't play. Let's be honest. Anytime I hit a home run, I went back home and I watched it on SportsCenter. I'll be honest with you, okay? You like watching yourself winning a race. You'd have been looking at that big board if it was there, Mig. Let's be honest.
How many times have you watched that Shuvi win with Hidden Lake? He's won 4 of them, by the way.
I've watched all 4 of them multiple times, but that's after the fact.
Here's the best part. He goes, the horse ran 105 Beyer. He knew the exact time. Don't let him kid you.
Afterwards, though, not during.
You saw the Eclipse Thoroughbred colors and an incredible resume for Nest. Ashlyn Winner, 2nd in the Yoke, 2nd in the Belmont. Terrific today in the Coaching Club American Oaks. So here's a story with the 11th and final coming up. Numbers 1, 5, 8, 10. 1, 5, 8, 10. Anyone else? We have a pick 6 carryover. And because we have taken over Jonathan Kinchin's desk, occupying his seat, he had to go elsewhere. And we had that bet, JK. You said no, any horse. Anybody other than Robin Sparkles will win that Caress. If Robin Sparkles wins the Caress, I will go back to work and work the nightcap. And now, see, you ran your mouth, and now you have to go back to work with us.